Why isn't this animated the way it's supposed to? Yeah, it is not animating. There we go. Oh, Jake, when did you get here? Well, she's awake.
Yeah. Since Emperor's not here, who dares?
It's me.
The admin.
Yeah, admin's awake. So, don't you go post the memes.
Can't
Wait,
stop me.
no, I'm supposed to. You can't tell me not to post memes.
He might put you in the timeout corner, though.
Nah,
It's fine.
not today.
He can't take away my internet connection.
Ugh. So there's this, then the live letter in 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of Final Fantasy 14.
It'll be worth it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to even watch the live letter because it's not going to be translated. So.
All the slides are in English.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I guess I am watching. Okay.
So,
It's always in English.
just, you know what? Yeah, you could always just look at, like, the Reddit threads and they'll,
Well,
like,
yeah,
have a
the
compilation
slides
of...
are in English, yeah, but like I don't like they're not going to have like a translator like they will for this.
No, but all the actual like important information, which is stuff that's on the slides, will be translated.
But Fan, don't
Yeah.
you want to know if that guy gets fired or not?
Dude,
Tony?
Yeah.
Tony is
Tony's a
god.
hero.
Tony's a hero. I wish I could be as cool as Tony. Tony's definitely the new job. I'm calling it right now.
Tony the job.
Tony, yeah, it's gonna be Tony.
I hope we go to the moon so that we can make to the moon. Me.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh,
to the
we are
moon!
definitely going to the moon.
To the
Lunar
moon!
Bahamut? Come on.
Yes, but are we going
Well,
there right now?
Yes. Because this is the last of the Zodiac storyline. So...
I wouldn't put it past it to be a 24-man.
The moon?
No, I want to go to the moon.
Mhm.
I want to be
No,
like Dogecoin. Dogecoin to the moon.
You
Well,
want it to
all
be
I
an
wanna do
actual
is fight
place
the-
you can go, like an actual map.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like
It's going to be a map.
I don't
But
think,
I think-
it's going to be a map. I think it's
I
going to be a
actually-
dungeon.
My prediction is that the 24-man sequence is going to be the Tower of Babylon. Like, all the towers that have appearing. I know they've done a tower before, but...
I think those towers are going to be resolved. Patch 5.5.
You think
I
so?
also think so, yes.
Same.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you know what? Lunar
I mean-
Bahamut's probably going to be the trial for 5.5.
I was gonna say, like, you know, Shinryu's giant bubble was resolved in 5.5. All of the changes in Uldar were resolved in 2.5. It's a pattern. They resolve the world changes that they do in the final patch. It'll be fixed up.
It's here and it's already gone.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like the big old Shinryu bubble that floated above the shroud for months.
I'll be honest, I don't think I ever noticed that bubble.
I did.
I mean, I wasn't playing.
Were people getting worried again? That some floating object is in the sky?
Yeah, because the big theory was that it was Ralga inside.
Yeah. It ended up, well, they were worshipping Ralgar at the time, but because he used Nidhogg's eye, it caused it to take the shape of a dragon. For some reason, it was the Eastern god Shinryu, but whatever. It was neat.
I mean, this one has been nothing but, hey, big, scary dragons destroy things a lot. We had Bahamut, and then we had Shinryu, and then Nidhogg. Well, I got those in reverse. And now we got Luna Bahamut.
It wasn't specifically Shinryu, by the by. That was just the name that the Domans who saw it gave it, and that was what was adopted.
That's
So it
fair.
was a fake. So it was an imposter.
I mean, all the primals are fakes, though.
It's not one-to-one the ones that we commonly know.
Good thing we voted them out.
You mean the Warrior Light voted them out with their veto? My pizza's on order. Now I just gotta wait for the live letter to start.
I guess we should like quickly give our job predictions.
We already gave our job predictions.
Well,
Chaos,
but-
Rune Knight / Mystic
Rune
Knight /
Knight.
Hellblade.
Oh,
Do you think we're gonna get both? Both?
Who
of this-
dares?
No. I don't think we're going to get both jobs. I think we're going to
Yeah.
get one announced job and one teased job because we have a
Yeah.
second FanFest.
Yeah. I
They're
think
they're gonna announce the DPS.
could
I think
she?
And
they're
then-
gonna announce, yeah, I think they're gonna announce
They'll tease
the
the-
DPS just to troll
Alright,
people. about
pause.
the healer.
Could she announce herself?
Oh, headache.
Oh,
Well then,
that sucks.
that was I expecting. Okay, resume, Fen.
Where was I? I don't know.
You were writing off
you were
jobs.
saying that we're in agreement. They're gonna announce the DPS just to troll the healers, and they'll announce the healer last.
Yeah.
I think they're going to healer first because it's not trolling the healers. Like the healers are literally at breaking.
Yeah,
I
I guess
don't-
that's
I-
true.
I don't think that they're mean-spirited enough to do that.
But then again, you gotta remember these are the people that designed canals and the roulette system that goes along
Random
with the canals.
That incorporate RNG have nothing to do with the job populations.
No, she was saying that she doesn't think they're mean spirited enough. I'm just saying
Well, I don't
The
think
devs
that
can be
Because
Cannot
canal.
be.
those systems are RNG related. Jobs are not RNG related in and of themselves.
yeah.
Like, people have been demanding a new healer since Stormblood.
And I mean mean-spirited as in specifically as you're saying it. Ha ha,
Yeah.
healers, we're rubbing this in your face.
I guess
When
that's true.
they specifically said with Shadowbringers they didn't put a healer in just because they didn't know how. They wanted to, but they didn't know how. They needed to do the rework first.
Yeah. I still think it's chemist. It has the groundworks in, and
Oh,
with the
yeah,
way
yeah.
Dancer and Ninja now work, Chemist could work the same way.
It has to be chemist. There's no
Yeah.
other. There's no other choice. It
It's-
has to be chemist.
Yeah, because Dancer is already in the game as DPS. The only other major possible healer would be Necromancer, but
No.
Not a healer.
pet job.
It's not a healer.
No.
Yeah, that's the
It's not even a-
closest thing.
It's not even a pet job. Final Fantasy V Necromancer was akin to a blue mage. Bravely Default's vampire class, the closest to the Necromancer, is akin to a blue mage. Necromancer is generally akin to a blue mage pretty much every time it's been around.
Yeah.
There we
Can't
go.
think of any other
I would
notable jobs.
I would like Green Mage, but it
Element.
have to.
Green Mage is basically White Mage in this game. They're the
It's
same
happening,
thing.
guys.
It's starting!
Started.
Okay, we're...
Good God, this YouTube stream chat.
Oh, where did my where did my game window go? Crap, crap, crap.
That's ominous.
I can't even see what's going on because my window got closed.
All right, I'm down for
It's
music so far.
Paladin style Asian cloak. Pair of light walking towards the moon.
Yes, fucking go.
The final days were upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to
Ah,
fray,
there it is.
its lands rent by tooth and claw.
So you were saying it was a guy in paladin dress?
It looks paladin-y, but it's also over an Asian cloak. And hello, CGI Alize.
Well, it looks like she's not having a new job.
Well,
She
this
is
could be-
wearing red mage clothes though.
Yeah, this could be peace though.
She got her redesign that she wanted.
Paladin Warrior of Light.
Whoa.
So definitely Final Fantasy IV themed. If we're going paladin as the
Oh,
Hello.
Fuck Alpha now?
why is he
What?
Fantasy
That's
Star?
ruined that? No, that
Yes,
was
let's
he's Ruin
go.
Blade.
Yes.
Yeah, he's Ruin Fencer.
Oh my God, I'm upset for reasons I can't say right now.
Well, he's Ruin Fencer
Oh my
though.
God, I'm gonna
Ruin
get
Fencer.
Like, guys, let me just throw out this keyword, Wingblade. I'm upset now.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Wait.
But Ruin Fencer.
wait. Oh my god.
Oh, hey,
Oh.
we're going back to Mach, just like I thought.
Past the far
Oh, Mach.
fate. Ring blades dark.
Oh, hey, Xenos. But Ruin Fencer!
go.
I can't believe they showed that! Oh, yeah, this is Ben. Final Fantasy
Yes.
IV expansion.
Yes, fucking go!
Final Fantasy IV expansion!
And
Come on, give me the Elemental Lords, man. Endwalker.
Walker.
no one
Oh,
said that.
okay.
Shit.
Oh, that was the Lunar Whale!
Yes, it was.
Oh my god, yes! Final Fantasy IV expansion! I am so happy right now. But yeah, so we
Where-
now know what the
where-
DPS is.
Square, why do you keep phasing out the NPCs using books?
Yeah,
First you
so
took Orion J away, now you took Alphino away. Where's my book representative?
Yo, I can't
But-
fucking wait to play a caster job. I never thought I'd say that in my life.
yeah. But Ruin Fencer, man, Ruin Fencer! Woohoo! If that's what they're gonna call it.
Well, I don't
It
know
looks
if they
cool though.
will. It was also shooting. So those
No
are also
comment.
guns.
Oh my god, I hate you, Yoshi so much.
That bastard!
Guten Tag zusammen, ich bin Naoki Yoshida, Producer und Director 本ファイナルファンタジーフェア展という
No comment.
4言語で挨拶してみました。よろしくお願いします。ちょっとね、
What
Wow.
is on his shirt?
People kept asking about like his shirt, so there you go. You have a shirt that tells you nothing.
Yep.
But it's trying to tell us something.
Is he?
What's
Is there
his
no
necklace?
translator? I guess.
No translator this time.
グローバル対応なので僕一人ではとてもじゃないけどさばききれないので、今日僕のね心強いトランスレーター呼びたいと思います。
Being any kind of Japanese, I was to ask stuff like, where was the beer and where's the bathroom? I'm not going to be able to understand.
No, the translator hasn't come out yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I was
Koji.
concerned because I was like,
This was already announced to be in English and Japanese.
Okay. Hey Jake, what is his shirt telling us?
I thought he's a red
That's
shirt.
Kane. No, that's Kane.
Oh, that's Kane.
I'm pretty good at English.
Yeah, you're right. That is Kane. Oh
yeah,
god, yeah, this is the Final
I mean,
Fantasy
that's
expansion.
also the male Dragoon idol pose.
I need to
It is.
turn Discord down because I can't hear what Kyoji is saying.
Yeah. I think I also sponsored.
I can't hear what Discord's saying.
わざわざやるのはやっぱりこう世界中でどうしてもね広がってしまっている新型コロナウイルスの対応ということでなかなかファイナルファンタジー14ファンフェスティバル必ず大規模に世界中でやってるんですけど、まあそれができてないと。
So usually around this time of the year, or even earlier, we would be holding a Final Fantasy fan festival to announce our new expansion. But because of the pandemic, that is limited us.
世界中の医療関係者の方が我々の生活のために戦ってくれている中、まあやっぱりどうしてもこう僕らもね世界に打って出てアナウンスするっていうのが難しい状況の中で今回は日本で映画館を借りてですね皆さんにファイナルファンタジー14の最新情報これからの未来をお届けしていこうと思います。
Because there are people around the world putting out their most to fight this pandemic and make sure that it doesn't spread any further, we've decided to hold this
Is Faubear the name of the job then?
Do our part.
Since we kept hearing about that?
We don't know.
5.2から 5.3 の間に2ヶ月半から3ヶ月スケジュールのね開発もやっぱり止まってしまう。
Faubear? That could be the next patch name.
We didn't hear anything about Faubearer. We heard Forspoken,
Oh,
Oh,
Forspoken.
Forspoken.
Yeah.
which is probably for Project Athia.
Okay.
Right around
Oh, that's fair.
patch 5.2 and 5.3, because of the pandemic, we had to slow down our development for about 2.5 to 3 months, and because of that, that has affected the release date of Endwalker.
ですので今日はですね、ファンフェスティバルの基調公演1回目プラスアルファぐらいで、聞いていただければこの先ねデジタルファンフェスもあります、今回とそのデジタルファンフェスと2回に分けてこの最新拡張エンドウォーカー行月のフィナーレのお話をしていこうと思います。
So today we'd like you to treat this announcement showcase as our first big fan festival, like the keynote announcement that we have at our first fan festival. And then of course, later in the year we're going to have our digital fan festival, and there we'll be releasing even more information.
はい、というわけで今日は可能な限り、新情報をお届けしていきたいと思います。
All right, and so today we're going to try to tell you as much as we can.
さあまずはですねトレーラー先ほどご覧いただきましたまだまだティザートレーラーではありますが世界のね週末を思わせるような、惨状が巻き起こっていました。
So you just saw our first teaser trailer, and even though it was a teaser, it was filled with lots of exciting information about Endwalkers and the second coming of the final days.
どうやらね暁の面々はそれに光の戦士もそうですけど対抗しているような様子が描かれてましたね。
And we saw how the Warrior of Light and members of the Scions were again battling against the coming of the final days and trying to prevent it.
というわけで、こちら
All 2021, yeah.
ゼロエンドウォーカー行月のフィナーレと読みます。今年2021年秋を目指して開発を進めております。
And so our newest expansion, 6.0 Endwalker, is slated for release in fall 2021.
そういえば工事
I'm gonna say October.
ファイナルファンタジー14、9 1.0 からねずっとスタッフとして参加してくれてるよね。
Right, yeah, I've been around since 1.0. So,
今日実際この放送を見てくださってる方にも多分ね 1.0 からやって
there's
くださっ
probably
て
a
る
lot
方が
of players watching today as well that have been around since 1.0.
コメントを見るといるのかな。おーすごいたくさんいらっしゃいますね。ありがとうございます。このアートワークですね、実は 1.0 の時に似たような構図のアートワークがございます。若き日のね、光の戦士なのかな。
If you recall, there is a similar type of artwork that we had back from 1.0, back when the Warrior of Light was a lot younger, but doing a similar type of pose.
はい、ぜひね、ちょっと見比べていただくのも意図的にね、ちょっとその成長というかね、軌跡を照らし合わせてみたので、そういったところもね、見ていただけると嬉しいかなと思います。
We'd like players to take a look at this and remember back to that 1.0 Warrior of Light and see how he has moved forward and see how he has developed over the years.
まあ僕もね、年取りましたね。
Yeah, we've also come along in years as well.
というわけで今回、このなんだろうプロモーションでね頑張っているこう光の戦士、今回は主役ナイトジョブに、ジョブチェンジして活躍してくれそうです。
And so as you can see here, our Warrior of Light, he will be fighting this expansion as a paladin.
さて、では早速中身について触れていこうと思うんですが、こういうタイミングいつも僕ストーリーのお話からするんですけど、
Okay, so now we want to get into a little bit more of the content of Endwalker. And usually at this point in the keynote, we'll start talking about the story.
さっきねトレーラーの中に気になるシーンがあったと思うので、最初はこちらの情報から今回行こうかなと思います。
But as you saw in the trailer, there is something that was very important, and we want to touch upon that
Job.
before we get into the story.
Yes. What is it called?
ジョブ
今回もですね、新たなジョブを、複数、まあ2つなんですけど、このエンドウォー
I like that plural.
2つのジョブを実装させていただこうと思います。
So for Endwalker, we are planning the release of multiple jobs, 2
Yep.
new jobs.
They're gonna show off this first job.
ファンフェスでこうジョブを発
Whatever
表
it
していた
is.
時にですね、ヒーラーがいねえぞというのをですね、世界中のプレイヤーの方から言われまして、
So at past Fan Festival, when we announced the new jobs, we had a lot of feedback from players all around the world saying that we didn't have enough.
Healer
We
first.
needed a new healer.
なのでまず
Hey, what did I
今回
say?
は先に、今回実装する2つの新しいジョブのロールを、お伝えしてしまおうと思います。
So before we get into which new jobs we're going to be releasing, we want to tell you at least which roles those.
Oh, they're gonna show both?
No, they're gonna show the roles. They might not show both.
ヒーラーを新たなジョブとして、一つ実装させていただきつつ、もう一つは近接物理 DPS を実装する予定です。
And so the first role
There you
will
go.
be healer.
Yep.
And the second
Oh,
will
it's
be
melee.
DPS.
Hey,
ちょっと
They
実装
lied.
して
With melee.
たんですけど、
I never actually found a source to that, so
Yeah, Yoshi P said it during a live letter.
結構見えてて
I never found a source to that when I went and googled it.
So we've been checking out, you know, what people have been speculating the new job to be, and the guesses have been kind of off for the most part.
結構ねコメントでも近接命令 DPS ってことは力士だろ待ってたみたいなことはあるんですけど、力士ではございません。
So yeah, we're not talking about any sumo wrestlers for that melee DPS. It will be something different.
今回トレーラーに登場していた、アルフィノ、彼がまさに新庄
So Alphino's the healer.
しております。
So
Mm.
as you saw in the trailer, it is Alphino that has changed into that new job specific to Endwalker.
今日はですね、その2つ実装するジョブのうち1つ、ヒーラーの新ジョブについてご紹介していこうと思います。
So today, at this announcement showcase, we'll be revealing one of the 2 new jobs, and that will be the healer job.
では早速ではありますが、その 新ヒーラージョブの、動画をご用意してありますのでご覧いただきましょう。
And so, rather than explaining it, we'd first like you to show you a video of that healer.
I wonder what it's
in action.
called.
Here we go.
Alphano Ascending. That's what I would call it.
Gundam.
Gundam.
That's a lab
Anyways.
coat.
It's Chemist.
Music's nice.
You would say that though,
Days
it's
again, so
jazz.
jazz is back in vogue.
Ooh. Sage!
No?
It's Sage!
I thought Sage was
Wow.
a DPS.
Really? What?
今回ですね
Sage has
No.
all white, all black magic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
込めた武器を、
Okay.
賢者というジョブ名になっております。
Of course,
So the
this is what
first new
Alphano
job for
fucking
Endwalker
turns
is
into.
Sage, sporting a unique ether-imbued weapon.
Academician isn't enough.
紹介してアートとしてご紹介していこうと
He finished college.
CG and some art that we'd like to show you.
かっこいいですね。
Ooh, the
14
job arts
オリジナル
Fiera.
の武器を操ることになります。
It looks alright.
As you can see, the weapon that the main arm that the Sage will be using is a Final Fantasy.
Oh, original weapon.
まあ、アルフィノがどのようにこの新ジョブにね、ジョブチェンジしていくのかというのは、メインストーリーの方で語られてい
Sammy,
き
you
ま
wanna
すの
say
で
hi?
そこはね、ストーリーの方でご覧いただければと思ってます。
So why did Alphino happen to take up this new profession? You'll have to play through the main story of 6.0 to find out.
はい。では、賢者のその特徴を簡単にではありますが、ご紹介していこうと思います。
Ransacking the ruins
So
of
now I'd like to
Charlene
give you
again.
a simple rundown of how the job actually works.
まず、賢者の特徴、まあ、
Healer.
まあ、ヒーラー、先ほどね、お伝えしました
Where's my pizza?
So as we mentioned before, the role is going to be a healer.
白魔導士、学者、それから先生術師に続く第4のヒーラーとして、今回賢者が追加となります。
And so Sage will be our fourth healer behind White Mage, Scholar, and Astrologian.
そしてですね、武器は
Oh, what?
剣具という14オリジナル
That's a word I've never heard of.
武器を使います。
As you mentioned before, the main arm for the Sage.
Oh, maybe
is
it's a
the Final
reference to
Fantasy
Numal because
14
in
original called
Tactics, Numal were the only ones who could use the Sage class.
感じなんですけど、後ろにある4つの、武器、あれがグラフィックス変わっていろんな武器になっているというふうに
And
思い
so,
Very far in
is
Tactics Advance.
controlled by the ether, by the magic.
I rage quit over the judge laws.
And as you see, those four items back there, that is the weapon. The visuals of those will change depending on what type of weapon is equipped.
そしてですね、当然クラスの方は、ございません。ジョブからいきなりスタートとなります。
And as has been the case recently, there is no required class, and you'll start directly from the Sage job.
初期レベルに関しては、70から
Well, a quick search gave me nothing.
And the
Yeah, I
second
think it
level
might be a
is
reference to Numal.
いずれかのですね、ジョブがレベル70に到達していて、この今月のフィナーレ、エンドウォーカーの、拡張権利
Start level 70 is nice.
でもね、始められるようになってます。
And so
20
normal.
levels, that's not a bad
for playing
gap.
The Sage. One is that you have at least one job, one other job that is level 70 or above, as well as you have purchased the Endwalker expansion.
さあ、では、
Well, we were kind of right. Sage uses
簡単に
guns.
ご紹介していこうと思います。
Well, yeah,
Let's take a
th-
look,
we-
a little bit, take a look at the battle style of the Sage.
今回実装となる賢者聖司はバリアヒーラーという役割になっております。
Oh boy.
So we look at the Sage as a barrier type healer.
Say shields.
今まで
Somebody say shields.
Someone say
Oh, boy.
shields.
Yeah.
boy.
New shield healer.
Another shield healer to step on your toes.
The shields will probably combine.
じゃあ先生術師はってなると思うんですけど、
Okay, so as you know, we have our White Mage, which can be considered a pure healer, and then we have our Scholar, which is more of a barrier healer. And so if this time the Sage is also going to be a barrier healer, then what's going to happen with Astrologian?
ヒーラーはですね、今回 6.0 から、ピュアヒーラー2ジョブ、それからバリアヒーラー2ジョブという明確に区分したバランスで取っていこうと思っていて、先制術師を完全にピュアヒーラー寄りに、回収していきます。こちらについてはですね、後日また詳しくどう変わっていくのかお伝えしようと思ってますが、ロールとしてはヒーラーの中でもピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーが分かれていくというふうに思ってください。
So, starting in 6.0, we are planning to make a clear distinction between pure healers and barrier healers. We want to have 2 pure healers and 2 barrier healers. And so, with 6.0, we plan on performing some
Astro's losing shield stance.
Astrologian job to make the
I guess I'm playing this job.
もちろんですね、レイドファインダーとかのマッチングも
No more knock stance?
No more knocks,
Yeah.
it seems.
I can't praise the
Because-
moon anymore? What the fuck?
Nope.
I can't praise
Nope.
the moon in the moon expansion?
will extend
Yeah.
Nope.
our
You can't praise the moon and go to the moon. You can only
In
have
this
one.
expansion, the moon praise you.
It's also affecting matching, job matching.
ものすごい勢いで
I just didn't hear exactly what he was saying.
Thanks, Lau.
速すぎてわからない。
They'll
It
probably
looks
show
like-
a slide.
Too fast we can't.
No, they mentioned it was affecting, so it sounded, from what I could barely hear, that barrier healers and other healers will be separate, like queues in Raid.
And as we mentioned before, the Sage will use to
Okay.
manipulate their weapon, the Newliths, in combat, whether that be for healing, whether that be for attacking, whether that be for putting up barriers.
それからですね、まあこれファイナルファンタジー14は各ジョブでゲーム体験を変えていくっていうところをコンセプトにしてるんですけど、賢者の場合は一時的に、自分の魔法を強化していくっていう新しいそのプレイ感っていうのを目指して開発を進めています。
And because we try to make our jobs unique from the other jobs to give a different kind of experience for each job, we're trying something here with the Sage where they're able to temporarily augment their own magic abilities to make them more powerful.
まあその攻防一体っていうところもあったりして、いろいろまたこれまでのヒーラーとは全然異なる体験をお届けしようと思ってますので、ぜひ楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
We believe the experience that we will be providing with the Sage will be completely unique and a lot of fun. Please look forward to it.
そしてですね、ジョブクエスト、この賢者になるためのジョブクエストに関してはリムサのミンサから開始予定です。ですので、今月のフィナーレ、エンドウォーカーがリリースされてすぐ、ジョブクエストを開放して、新しいジョブでね、冒険を進めていくことも可能になります。
And so this job quest for the Sage will be offered in Limsa Laminsa. So if you want to play the new 6.0 main scenario as the Sage, you will be able to do that.
もうね、さっきからですね、僕コメントをね、こうちょっと拝見していると、なんかね、ガンダムとかファンネルっていう単語が出てるんですよ。
So you're looking at the comments and you see lots of things that are mentioning kind of Gundam, that the new lists are kind of Gundam-like.
よくわかんない。それに関してはね、まあここに書かれているとおり、まあノーコメントさせていただきたいです。
No comment.
剣具です。お忘れなく剣具という武器です。
New lists.
Nope.
Completely
It's
original.
here.
はい。では
Legally distinct.
これらを踏まえて、ちょっとイメージついたと思うので、それを踏まえてですね、もう一回動画をご覧いただこうかなと思っております。
Alright, so with all of this in mind, let's have one more look at what the Sage can do in that showcase video. Play the video.
I found what it is. Raid, when you queue in for a raid, you will always get one shield healer, one healer.
Okay. I was gonna ask you, like, you watch on YouTube, right? Could you have, like,
Yes.
you played it and hear back?
Well, yes, but he was still talking.
Mhm.
I just couldn't hear what he was saying, and I'm like, this is kind of relevant.
というわけで、動画ご覧いただきました。
Right, and so that was the job showcase video.
まあなんかちょっとおしゃれでスタイリッシュですよね。
It's a very
Okay, I'm back. Did I miss much?
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Yoshi-P?
Not really.
He changed his shirt.
You were hot.
I changed the shirt?
Uh-huh.
Well, the first shirt was a sweater.
Anything else?
Oh,
Something else?
It's a
the new shirt. It's got a skull. Is the DPS gonna be?
さあさあさあさあ。まあ
Huh.
Are we getting Death Knights IRL?
ぜひ
Maybe.
Yo, don't say that. Don't make me play.
Hey, Ben. What if we get Arthas in Final Fantasy XIV?
次のですね、デジタルファンフェスティバルの方でお
Oh!
届けしていこうかなと思っております。
Maybe the
なんかコメントがね
maybe it's Necromancer, but it's melee DPS.
So, we'd like you to please look forward to this new Sage job. Concerning the second
He's
job
commented
we have
on Necromancer
planned for
before. He
release
just says
in
Necromancer
Endwalker,
doesn't
we
fit
will
the
be
style of the
revealing
game.
that in May at the Digital Fan Festival.
ダークナイトって書いてあってもういるじゃん。
Dark Knight? People are guessing that the second job is Dark Knight?
意外に
You already did?
We already have.
ネクロマンサーとか言ってる
We have Dark Knight at home.
What's a necromancer?
It looks like Necromancer.
よくわからないですね。まあまあまあまあそういうわけでさらなる進捗に関してはまた後日お届けし
Yes.
て
We will have more information on the new job at a later date.
ます。もうなんかネクロマンサーか力士かって書いてあって力士は忘れてほしい。
Yeah, please. Yeah, it's not going to be.
I
Don't think it's Rune Knight. I'm gonna take a guess. Wild guess. I don't think it's Rune Knight.
続いて、じゃあセクションを進めていこうと思います。
Oh.
続いては、ストーリーにちょっと触れていこうかなと思っております
Give White
Now let's
Mage a
talk
Glock,
little bit about the
please.
story.
Glock.
タ
Look out, he's got a gun.
イトルにご注目。
Also, I
To start, I'd like to
because
draw
you
your
weren't
attention
here,
to our title.
Jank, but I'll type.
ファイナルファンタジー14
Okay, Final Fantasy 14.
エンドウォーカ
Endwalker.
ー行月のフィナーレ
Translate this. This is the Dawn Moon finale.
ファイナルエンドフィナーレ
Final end finale. I sense a pattern.
意地でも終わるのかみたいな
It's gonna end.
このキーワードが示すのはメインストーリーの大きなサーガとして約10年にわたって、お届けしてきたハイデリン・ゾディアーク編と呼ばれているサーガが今回、この 6.0 行月のフィナーレで完結を迎えます。
So final end and finale. These are all keywords that allude to the ending of this 10-year saga of Hydaelyn and Zodiac.
こちらですね、まあ、Q14 から続けてきて、僕が担当になってですね、2013年に「A Realm Reborn」リリースさせていただきました。
So if you look back at my history with Final Fantasy XIV, it all began in 2013 with A Realm Reborn.
まあ、こちら神聖の朝。
So you look at this as a new morning.
そして拡張パッケージ第1弾ヘブンズワード蒼天のイシュガルドはまあ蒼天の昼かなと。
And so then we move on to our first large expansion, Heaven's Word, which represented that clear blue sky that you have at midday.
そして2つ目の拡張、東方にも光の戦士の皆さん冒険広がりました。
And then on our second expansion, the Warrior of Light headed east.
ストーンブラッドグレンの日暮れと。
And in Stormblood, we came upon a crimson twilight.
そして世界中で非常にご好評の声をいただいた、前回の拡張パッケージシャドウブリンガーズ、漆黒の夜となっております。
And then finally, our most recent expansion that was praised around the world by fans. We have Shadowbringers and the Black of Night.
そして今回次なる拡張パッケージエンドウォーカーによって、まあ、惑星ハイデリン星の、命をめぐる物語というのがちょうど綺麗に一周するところでハイデリンゾディアーク編完結させていくつもりです。
And with Endwalker, we've come full circle in the tale of life and Hydaelyn.
さて これまでの拡張パッケージちょっと注意していただきたいんですけど、
That's cool.
ですが前回のシャドウブリーカー、まあ今パッチ 5.4 まで来てますが、5.0 単体でのもちろんエンドロールっていうのもありますが、漆黒のヴィランズの物語が綺麗に最終的に完結するのはパッチ 5.3 でした。
So normally with our expansions, as you know, we don't end the story at that first expansion. While in 5.0, for example, we did get that end credits at the end of 5.0, the story wasn't actually finished until 5.3.
今回はこの 6.0 その内容で全て綺麗に完結させるつもりです。
However, with Endwalker and 6.0, we plan on having the story complete itself by the end of the actual expansion 6.0.
ただですね、ちょっとコメントすごいザーザーしてるんですけど、これでですね、もちろんファイナルファンタジー14が終わってしまうわけではございません。
But of course, this does not mean that we are shutting down Final Fantasy 14 and ending the game at this point.
パッチ 6.1 からはハイデリン・ゾディアーク編とは異なる新しい物語をスタートさせていくつもりです。
Beginning in patch 6.1, this will mark the beginning of an entirely new adventure separate from the Zodiac Hydaelyn saga.
そしてですね、同時にですね、あれ、吉田辞めんのかなみたいなコメントがちょっと見受けられるんですが、
And then I've also seen some people thinking that Yoshi-P is leaving the project at this point.
私は辞めません。そのままもうなんかほぼライフワークなので、お前もういいよと社長からですね、言われるまではライフワークのようにファイナルファンタジー14続けていきますので、ぜひですね、まあもちろん 6.0 楽しみに遊んでいただきたいですけど、その先もですね、まあ死ぬまで
Fed your mic.
持ってるので、ぜひこれからもですね、14ともどもですね、僕もよろしくお願いします。
But I want to assure everyone that I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving the project. I look at Final Fantasy 14 as my life work, or at least until the president tells me to stop. But for me, yes, 6.0 will be ending the story, but from 6.1 on, we have an even greater story. And I personally feel that I'm probably going to end up being with Final Fantasy 14 for my whole life.
はい、時々ね、そろそろやめんじゃないのみたいなの出るんですけど、やめるときはちゃんと言いますし、まあやめる気はないので大丈夫です。はい。
Every now and then I do hear a lot of rumors about people thinking that I might quit and leave the project. If I will leave the project, I will make sure I let you all know. But for now, I feel that this is my life work and I have no plans on leaving.
結構厳しいですね、皆さんね。死んでも続けろって書いてある。
People are telling me that I should continue this even after I die. Necromancer?
Oh my god. Shut up.
自分を操る。なるほど。はい、頑張っていきます、これからも。
Alright, I'll do my best.
なので、別段心配なくですね、この
Wait, what CB buys best?
そうですね、僕ら全力で皆さんに、お届けしていこうと思うので、それをぜひ味わっていただきたいです。
Again, please do not worry. We're working very hard on the 6.0 story, and we believe it's something very exciting, and hope you look forward to it. And we're working on stuff after that as well.
じゃあストーリーの前段をちょっとまとめてみましょうか。
So let's take a look at the actual content of this story.
第一世界へ皆さん行き、運命の反逆者として、まあ、滅びの運命から運命を変えてですね、今新たな未来へ進んでいってますが、そもそも太古に起きた終末とはまあ何だったのかとか。
So,
What was with
your
Skaven
journey
moons?
Has taken you to another
To the
world
moon.
first, where you became the warrior of darkness and averted the destruction of the star. And it was there that you learned of the final days, these calamitous events that gave birth to Zodiac and Hydaelyn.
まあゾディアーク、そしてハイデリンとはど
Moon
うなってるのかとか、
landing per se wasn't planned. They just decided to use it when they
ついに
were gonna redo everything.
離れ月へと向かっていただくことになります。
So, what is going on with Zodiac and what is going on with Hydaelyn? How does their story end? We'll learn all about that, as well as depart from Hydaelyn and move to the moon.
Something must have happened. Every emergency vehicle in the city has passed by.
People across Hydaelyn are putting all of their hopes and dreams into the Warrior of Light to save them from this, and so this will be a journey that will take the Warrior of Light there to find out what's going on and to save the planet.
テレポしたらなんとたったの999ギルって書いてあって月まで
Someone's commenting.
So, moon expansion, sweet.
Price of 999 gil, you can teleport to the moon.
いやわかんない
We can teleport to the moon. Excellent. Fuck you guys, I'm going to the moon.
でまあ今までねハイドリンゾディアク編漆黒のヴィランズでもかなりの謎を解き明かしてきましたが
At least it won't be
まだ
raining
ま
on
だ
the moon
多く
for
の
you,
謎が
Amber.
残ってます
So a lot of questions.
I get to
have
praise
been
the moon
answered
in
up until now
person.
in our expansions, but there's still a lot of questions that are left to be answered.
Oh, hey, Fenton, you know what the moon means, right?
というのはそもそもなぜ起きたのか
So why? What
Four
brought
fiends?
about the final days?
The four elemental lords?
ゾディアークと呼ばれている存在は
Something, something, lunar cry.
What became of Hydaelyn and
Something,
Zodiac
That also?
is happening with them now.
そしてガレマール帝国というもともとね非常に強い軍事力でエオルゼアを支配していたガレマール帝国はどうなるの
And then of course you have the Garlean Empire, once a very, very powerful force across the whole realm. What has happened to them? What is their fate?
そして活動し始めたゼノスとアシェン・ファダニエルの目的は何なのか
And what are Xenos and the Ashians, Fandaniel's aim, and what is their plot?
そしてですね月行くのはいいけどそもそも空気とかねあるのみたいな何あるの
And so all know we're going to the moon, but how are we going to get there? Is there any air on the moon to breathe? What is on the moon? What kind of monster?
はいまあ、これらを、僕ら全力で皆さんに全てきれいに、ストンとですね
With the Koji's blessed help.
全力でお届けしようと思います
The team is currently working very hard on this story to make it something very exciting and to give you all the information you need and answer all of those lingering questions.
まあ、もちろんねその時光の戦士がどうなっていくのかそれから暁の血明のメンバーがどうなっていくのかそれからですね託された古代人たちから託された思いというのはどうなるのかそれらはぜひ皆さんの目でお確かめください
So all of these questions will be answered, not just the fate of the Warrior of Light, but also the fate of the Scions, and we'll find what is the dying wish of the ancients. All this and more we'll find out in Endwalker's main scenario.
まあね、月行ったらね、エヴァンゲリオンとか、ね、埋まってるかもしれないね。
We're gonna find Evangelion in the moon.
さあ、ではちょっと、
Don't do that.
Next.
トレーラーの方から見ていきましょう。
Alright, so let's have a closer look at the characters that we saw in the trailer.
まずアルフィノ、
Spoiler alert.
今回、
Zodiac has been dead the whole time.
アルフィノが着ている衣装が、新ジョブ賢者のジョブ専用装備のアルフィノバージョン。
Okay, and so first up we have Alfino, our new resident sage. The gear that he's wearing in the trailer is the Sage AF gear, but it's been designed especially for him.
そして双子の妹アリゼですね。
And then next up we have his twin sister Alize.
まあ引き続き彼女は赤魔導士としてどうやら戦っていくようです。
And as you can see, she is still fighting as a red mage. No job change for her.
でようやくですね、どうやら彼女新しいコスチュームに着替えるようです。ちょっとね、寂しそうだったんで着替えるらしいですね。
But she will be getting a costume change. She didn't get one before. She's finally getting one.
まあこのコスチュームがですね、誰にどういう思いとともに、渡されていくのかというところにもちょっとご注目いただければと思ってます。
And you may be surprised to see who she gets it from and how.
そして続いてはですね、アシエン・ファダニエル。
Okay, next up we have the Ashian Fandaniel.
まあ、転生組のアシエン・ファダニエルですが、グレー編に登場した朝日というキャラクターの体を、利用する彼の目的がね、果たして何なのか。
Right, and so the Sundered Ashian Fandaniel, as you know, he currently inhabits the corpse of Asahi, who first appeared in Stormblood, but we still don't know too much about him.
結構ね、彼ね、嫌われてるんですよね。
Yeah, a lot of people love to hate this guy.
ただですね、大丈夫、ご安心ください。彼はラスボスではございません。
Do not worry, he is not the last boss.
まあラスボスじゃないです。彼にはね、 さらに実はまだ大きな秘密があるんですが、そちらも
Probably gonna be the midpoint trial.
単純なお話ではないというのだけお伝えしておきます。
And he's keeping a pretty big secret, a very complex secret. And if we say any more, it'll be too much spoilers, so we're going to stop right here.
はい、そしてトレーラーもう一人出てましたね。
Right, and last but not least, we have
ゼノス、彼もまたですね、表舞台へと登場しそうですが、まあ彼の望みはもうとにかく友である皆さん、光の戦士と英雄と再戦したいというだけです。
And he's ready to take the stage once again, and he has a singular purpose. His one purpose in life is to battle with his friend and enemy, the Warrior of Light.
いやいや、もちろんね、皆さんが彼のことを友達だと思ってないというのは僕もよく知ってます。
Yeah, and we understand that not a lot of you think of him as a friend.
ただですね、彼の友情は一方的で非常に強いので、もうちょっと諦めてください。
But he most certainly feels that way about you. You are.
He's a stalker friend.
I would like him to not be my friend.
Same.
You had a restraining order?
Like he has a change of wardrobe as well. But to find out any more, we'll have to play Ed.
さあ、行月のフィナーレではですね、もっとたくさんのキャラクター登場してですね、ある意味
Let's go to the future and play the new story, Forehead.
Let's go to the future and play the
Let's go to the
story.
future.
総決算になる予定なので、どんなキャラクターが入り乱れてくるのか、ぜひご期待ください。
And you know, it has been 10 years since the beginning of this Highland and Zodiac saga, and you've met a lot of characters along the way, and we hope to bring back a lot of those characters for this story in 6.0.
まあストーリーについてはね、全ての謎を解き明かしていくので、ちょっとこれ以上はネタバレが多すぎるので、ここまでにさせていただきますが。
So there are a lot more mysteries regarding the game's story, but it's so hard to talk about it further without revealing any spoilers. So.
まあ漆黒のヴィランズでもね、驚いていただいたように、ファイナルファンタジー14開発チームがね、そんな単純な話で終わるかというのだけ、なんとなく思っておいてもらえれば、びっくりしてもらえる仕掛け、たくさん用意していきたいと思います。
And you know, as was the case with Shadowbringers, this story is not going to be a simple one. It's going to be a very complex and intricate story that will sure to bring lots of surprises and excitement.
はい、では、続いて 6.0 エンドウォーカーの全体像についてちょっとお伝えしていこうと思います。
Okay, now that we've talked a little bit about the story, let's get into actually some of the
Ooh,
content
yes.
into the game.
さあ、まず最初のセクションこちらです。
So we're going to start with
Job actions?
レベルキャップが開放となり
Ooh,
ます。
look at that new
Yep,
AF.
90.
Black Mage has a cat behind it.
こちらですね。レベル80。
Oh, yep, Black Mage, White Mage, Dark
Dark
Knight.
Knight.
and going
Samurai.
up from 80 to 90. I mean, pretty much everyone saw this.
I like the Samurai.
Could you imagine if the level just jumped to like 120 or something stupid?
Oh, WoW
I
had that
just
for a
got
while.
out of a level squish from World of Warcraft. Don't do that to me.
はい、そして、
After this expansion, we'll probably go up to level 99.
今回も過去の拡張と同じ規模で、フィールドの追加を行っていきます。
Is that the usual level cap in Final Fantasies?
Yep.
Depends on the game.
Yeah, there's some that were 100.
Had in our previous expansions.
Ooh,
ではですね
pretty.
Mm.
現段階で
Something tells me that area is inside the moon.
一部だけ、今日はちょっと一部になっちゃいますが、ご紹介したいと思います。
So today we can't.
Might be mock.
But we do have a few
Oh.
screenshots and pieces of artwork to show you of some of the new areas.
まずはですね、ショータウン
Some of that looks Middle
Starting
Eastern.
off with one of our smaller towns.
Fabnir?
ご紹介したいと思います。
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Hey
Wow.
guys, remember Daybreak Town?
This is.
こちらの名前はですね、ラザ
Ooh.
Razad Han. Yeah, that's Thavnir.
City will be Razad Han.
So,
That's
from
that's
Fab...
Thavnir.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. We go to Fafnir, we get the lunar whale, and we go to the moon through that.
はい、入り口かな。
There's a screenshot of maybe the entrance, the main entrance gate to the city.
ラザハンはプレイヤーの皆さんになんだろう、14って拡張するとこう大タウンと小タウンっていうのがあって、
colors, portraits. Yeah, that's Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
I wonder if the next the next job is Middle Eastern themed then.
Two towns, one
Dancer.
smaller town and one
That's
larger.
literally from Razat Han.
This is going to be
Yeah, I guess that's true.
For 6.0, kind of on the same scale as Yomor from 5.0.
じゃあ6.0でいうクリスタリウムに該当する大胆はどこなんだよって聞かれるとそれはまだ内緒です。
Looks
As
nice.
for what the large town is going to be like, we really cannot talk about that yet.
ではちょっと建物の中も少し見てみ
We're
ましょ
gonna build a city
Let's
on the
go,
moon.
inside the town.
Probably.
エーテライトが回ってますね。
There, see the ether right there?
今までのファイナルファンタジー14のまた
Hey guys, we're like-
ところへ、行っていただくこと
We'll be done with Ridge Guard restoration just in time for the world to get set on fire.
Well, time to start all over
どう
again.
なんだっていうとですね、まあこちらを
This is
ご覧いただければなんですけど
Build it again.
Yep, that near.
これまで
I'd laugh if, like, your boy actually does get raised.
And so where exactly is Razat Han? Well,
I mean, I'm sorry, Ishgard does get raised again. In the middle of the story.
Well, here we go again.
The early days of Final Fantasy 14.
踊り子のね、ジョブの発祥の地でもありますね。
That big crystal in the background is certainly interesting.
Original dancer outfits and fashion comes from the island of Thavnir.
そのサベネア島一つがまるっと新しいフィールドとして登場してそこに、ショータウンのラザハンがあるというふうに思ってください。
And so, one of our new areas is going to be that complete island of Thavnir, along with the town of Razat Han inside it.
これまで登場してこなかった
イエーイ
熱帯の地域となってます。まあどんな冒険があるのか楽しみにお待ちください。
The whole area has a very subtropical feel to it that is original to 6.0.
もう一個紹介していきましょうじゃあ。
Right, let's take a look at another location.
Oh, that's a.
なんだこれ。
That's
Is that the Tower of Babylon?
It's completely different from Razat Han.
こちら新しいフィールド
I think it might be.
はですね。
Shut up.
Garlemald.
Oh, Garlemald.
帝国の首都のはずである
We're going to Garlemald.
Finally.
しますがなんだか大変なことになって
Yep.
Man, that place sucks.
Capital of the Garlean
And-
Empire.
I mean,
Oh, down.
Though it looks a little
Magitech Knight?
Looks, it'll buff out.
oh, for.
ちょっと
Oh, no, Fen,
Take a
soldier.
look at a screenshot.
いやー
Soldier.
なんか
Hmm.
Think about it.
どうなのかなと思いきやボロッボロになってますね
Don't worry, Mr.
People have been
Krabs.
begging for a two-handed
God,
sword
Xenos.
wielder.
Is a majestic
Xenos
form
possibly
that
becoming
here is
Sephiroth.
pretty run down. I wonder what happened to it.
Already
まあ
is
一体ねどういう経緯でこう
Like, first he was Arthas, now he's Sephiroth.
どういう経緯でここを訪れることになる
I mean, I would be mad about possible Magitech soldier for the new
So how
PPS.
did,
I would like that.
turn this way and why,
Like, give it some of Cloud's moves.
Warrior of Light have to go there, and what will he or she find there?
まあここでもね非常に大きなドラマが光の
Wow, yeah, Garlemald looks like a mess. I mean, they are in the middle of a civil war, though.
A very deep and intricate story that is related to this area.
まあ行くときはですねぜひ心して向かってい
If they had either.
So get ready for your.
They had a war succession back in ARR.
はいそしてですねまあ新しいフィールドがあると当然新しい出会いっていうのも出てきます
And of course, what would new areas be without new tribes to live in them?
はい
Ooh, Beast
こういう
Tribes.
新しい獣人たちとのね出会いっていうのも待ってますきっと
So in 6.0, you will be meeting some new tribes.
なんか若干このセンターでさナマズをさ主人公感出してるのイラッとこない
So this artwork, yeah, you can see right in the middle is the Namazu kind of there.
Away, catfish.
The leader.
なんか私が
Like how the dwarves aren't
He's
in
the
the
hero.
picture.
まあちょっと一部になりますが
Namazu's the hero.
新たな獣人、名前は
Matanga. Oh, they're the
その中で
The
Oh.
elephant dudes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So our new tribe that you will be meeting are the Matanga, and it's the Arkasodra tribe.
I'm a little bit behind, but
すでにね出会ってる人
Wow.
That makes sense.
You're ahead of
Some
you're,
people may
you're ahead of me by like a
recognize,
second.
This.
アジム
yeah, the Matonga.
敵対して
And the Azim step.
モブハントのモンスターがいたりするんですけどその中でも有効的
Elephant dudes and shifting altars as well.
アルカソダラ族 で、
Mm-hmm.
先ほど紹介したサベネア島で出会いがあってると思います。
I wonder what their
The
primal
actual
is.
step, especially those players that participate in
Oh, they
the
look cool.
have maybe an
I don't
Yeah,
always
they
have a
do.
primal.
very aggressive.
Mazu didn't have one.
However, the
Neither
ones
did the
that you'll be
dwarves.
meeting in 6.0, you'll be meeting in the Thavnair, are a little bit more friendly. At least those.
I thought the Mazu had the big one.
宝の地図ダンジョンでね、結構
Big chunk
They
of
made
stuff
up an
there.
idol to become more civilized. They don't actually have a
い
primal.
ろんなね、
No,
こうグラフィック
they don't worship a god.
いよいよ、まあ、その地域に足を踏み入れるのかなと。また力士って言われてる。
We players may recognize some of the elephant-like designs from some of the treasure hunts that they've gone on in the past. We're finally going to that area and seeing the inspiration for that type of statuette.
まあ、獣人は他にもいるんですけど、もうちょっと、公開お待ちいただきたいと思ってます。ただまあね、好きですしね。
And we have many more tribes to introduce, but we can't introduce them today. Those will.
When's Hypello?
But thinking about it, we will be going to the moons.
The
so-
shoe puff?
Oh, you know what? I think I know what the other tribe is going to be.
It's Final Fantasy. We're going to the moon.
It's going to be Lunarians.
On the moon.
というわけでそのうち
I thought it'd be the
The
rabbits.
only other.
And that's enough. We'll talk about it later.
はい当然ですね。まあいい出会いもあれば悪い出会いもございます。
Yoshi P.
But again, you won't be just making friends in the next expansion. There will be threats to deal with.
夜道では会いたくありませんが、まあこんなやつとの出会いが。
Oh, hello.
Oh. Hi,
Hello.
This is
Whoa.
one of the
Anima.
things that will be waiting for you.
Hello, Anima.
Anima's one of the beasts.
Why was that necessary?
Because fuck you.
There are fans of Final
Bruh,
Fantasy
that
10 out there.
artwork.
Hey Tris, remember when I showed you her overdrive?
Yes.
Remember, keep that in mind.
His name is Anima.
I don't want to get hit by that as a tank buster.
It's okay, you'll have stage barriers.
I don't know how those are going to work.
Well, it'll hearten you to know that I also shielded against Seymour's total annihilation on Mount Gagazet.
The original designer of Anima, the art designer of Anima in Final Fantasy X, is actually a member of the art team on Final Fantasy XIV. And
I stepped away and suddenly Anima's on the.
Anima
What?
Final Fantasy XIV game.
You
Anima's
missed
the
Tris saying
primal.
he didn't want to get hit by ultimate Anima's overdrive as a tank buster. And I was like,
So-
don't worry, you'll have barriers.
Is Anima the primal of the elephants?
Nope, just a
No,
threat.
I expect Anima's probably got something to do with all the void shit.
Have some screenshots of art of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
a void. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, Anima. That's pretty cool.
Oh, that looks like Asura. At least the two heads do.
Look at this, it looks like we're getting close to the end of the world.
Right head looks like Shara. Stop.
That's a Thavnarian dungeon. That might be the first one.
Ruins and large
Yeah.
statues.
Everything's on fire. It's okay, crafters. Next, you'll get to rebuild the whole world.
Different from what we've
Yeah, like that. Look at that.
This is another.
You
Yeah.
can't see.
Yeah, void stuff. Man, Anima though. That's hype.
Oh, that's sick.
Looks very biological, horror-like.
Watch the Void Arc
Maybe.
story.
Did we destroy the Void Ark?
This as well.
That's
Hey.
Garlemald.
I don't
Yeah.
believe we destroyed it.
Looks sort of like
Mhm.
a train.
What's this one?
Can we use that ship?
It might come up.
Yeah.
Research facility.
I'm not sure how though, because it's powered by Void Scent.
Just- I don't know, just power it through Void Sense.
And so, with, as usually is the case with our dungeons,
But we have to develop a whole new way to bind them, because the ritual taught to the Void Mages by Diabolos was flawed on purpose, so they could escape.
Some that have maybe ancient ruins, as well as some that have a very modern feel.
変化に富んだダンジョンをいろいろ現在ね、ものすごい勢いで制作中なので、ぜひ楽しみにお待ちください。
We're currently in the process of creating all of these new exciting dungeons, and we hope you look forward to them.
それではさらにバトルコンテンツちょっと続けていこうと思うんですが、まあ皆さんが、楽しみにしている大きな要素の一つかと思います。こちら。
Okay, now we're going to talk about another one of our battle contents that we have planned.
希望のそのエデンというシリーズが、
they're talking about raid.
に完結して、我々開発チーム新しい高難易度レイドの8人レイドの開発に取り組んでます。
And so, with the story of Eden finally concluded, we've been hard at work preparing a new 8-person raid.
こちらイメージイラストをご用意しております。
It's too early to give details, but we have some art to show you.
Ooh, what is it going to be?
Is it Near Raid the sequel?
No. Ascian related.
Of course it is.
This guy
Damn
kind
it.
of looks familiar. I've seen him somewhere before.
このまあ
Blah blah bread.
なんかどっかで見たことある。
Laha bread.
We've seen it somewhere before.
ラハブーレ
Laha.
Are you gonna see their memories?
It's Laha.
Maybe.
こちら
Lahi.
高難易度
Well,
のタイトルとして
Pandemonium?
パンデモニウム
What?
というシリーズで
Oh,
I didn't need to come back here.
We can tell you the title.
I was only here in
Oh,
Dissidia, but I didn't need to come back
So, Fan, how you like that?
Oh, no.
行われるのかそういうのはちょっと伏せていきます。
あ
特集かなと思
Oh.
って
Do you feel your
Which
pain, Pen?
pandemonium
So
is
we
it?
cannot talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 1 and
That's very
2,
important.
and there's 1 and
Very,
4.
very unique to Final Fantasy 14.
Is it 4?
It's
never
gonna be
mind.
4.
Oh, it's 9?
させますので
Oh, I knew there was something I wiped out of my
世
memory.
界のまあ残された謎にまた挑んでいくという形で
I remember Oliver.
完全14オリジナル
Two, it's the
Or it
final
could be
dungeon.
2.
お届けしていこう
That's
と
what
思
I'm
い
saying.
ます
Two is the final dungeon, and 9 is where you is Garland's castle.
We plan to tell this new, completely original Final Fantasy 14 story.
It's coming back to me now.
はい
I don't like it.
もちろんコーナーレイドはねコーナー
That's okay, you're not the only one.
アイアンスレイドも新しいシリーズを
Right, Fed?
していこうと思い
Oh,
ま
the
す
Alliance
And of
raid.
course, we're not only going to be releasing high-end raids, but a new Alliance raid as well.
今進行中のヨルハダークアポカリプスニーヤシリーズとのクロスオーバーで進めています。まあこちらもねパッチ 5.5 また楽しみにしていただければと思うんですが、我々開発チームさらにその次の、企画をスタートしてます。
So we're currently approaching the end of the Yorha Dark Apocalypse Alliance raid, which will complete in 5.5. But in the background, we're also working on a new Alliance raid.
でこちらどんな内容なのかは次のデジタルファンフェスでお伝えしようと思ってるんですが、今回は14オリジナルのストーリー展開でお届けしますが、エオルゼアにある古くからある大きな謎を扱っていくので、まあ14との中の、サーガ完結1個目のサーガね完結に向けてかなり濃い話になっていくので、これもぜひ楽しみにしてください。
So we plan to release more info on this new Alliance raid at our digital fan festival. But we'd like to tell you that it is a completely original Final Fantasy 14 original Alliance raid. It is not a crossover. And it will
Well.
centering on a piece of Eorzean lore that has remained steeped in mystery for a long time.
結構ね謎の存在がねまだ残ってるんで
The
すよ。
12?
Yeah, there's still a lot of questions that haven't been answered for a long time. So
ヒルディブランドかっていう。
That's my guess.
Hildebrand Alliance raid.
Hildebrand Alliance raid.
はい。
No, I guess to the 12.
続けていきましょう。
Right, let's continue on.
今回我々、6.X シリーズに向けてですね、新しい少人数の全く新しい PVP コンテンツを開発進めております。
So we're also working on new PvP content that is more small scale than what we currently have.
まあフィーストをねこの先どうして
Is it not a small scale PvP mode already?
People play PvP?
Dueling people in Wolves Den is small as you can get.
ロールの概念を廃止してフリーロールでもっとカジュアルに楽しんでいける
All the PvP maps are huge alliances.
So currently, our plan here is to create
And
new
Feast is
PvP
like
content,
8 versus 8 or
that
something.
feels, more casual and more immersive by removing role restrictions.
でこれまで以上にマッチングしやすくかつ気軽で奥深くねレーティングにチャレンジしていく人はいけるみたいなところで、開発を進めています。
And our goal is to make something that makes matching easier than before, and casual yet immersive in its gameplay.
でリワードに関しても、報酬に関しても、単純なギアとか、ギアとかももちろんありますけど、それ以外に全く新しい報酬カテゴリーというのを用意して、いろんな人に楽しんでもらえるように、鋭意ね企画の方を進めてますから進めてるので、こちらも続報にぜひご注目いただければと思います。
And we're also working on a new type of reward system for this new PvP as well, that doesn't focus solely on gear. Of course, there'll be gear, but we want to have a new category of reward as well, to again open this up to a lot of new players.
はい。でもちろんね、バトルコンテンツ以外にも大小さまざまな、コンテンツ遊び実装されていきます。
Okay, in addition to battle content, we also have a lot of other content as well.
じゃあサクサクいきましょう。
Let's take a look.
まず新たなサイドクエストもたくさん、拡張といえば実装されていきます。
Kind of given.
So we are
Oh, roll quests are coming back.
a lot of new quests.
今回その漆黒のヴィランズね、新たにロールクエ
Makes
スト
sense.
っていう仕組みが実装されました
Yeah,
が、
I don't
もちろん
expect job
今回も
quests to
用意
make
さ
it
れてま
back.
す。
And with 5.0 in Shadowbringers, we introduced a new system, a new type of quests called role quests. We plan on continuing those in 6.0.
でただちょっと漆黒のヴィランズと一部変更させていただいてます。
But we're going to be making one slight change to that system.
これまではタンク、ヒーラー、近接 DPS、遠隔 DPS という4つのロールに分けてロールクエストを展開してました。
So up until now, there were originally 4 categories that we split these role quests into: tank, healer, melee DPS, and range DPS.
さすがにちょっとざっくりしすぎてたなという反省からですね、タンク、ヒーラー、近接物理 DPS、遠隔物理 DPS、魔法 DPS というふうにロールを1個追加して、クエストをご用意しようと思ってます。
We're going to now be expanding that from 4 different types to 5 different types, making it tank, healer, melee physical DPS, ranged physical DPS, and magic DPS.
その分ね、お話と体験にちゃんとフォーカスしやすくなるので、クオリティ高いものをお届けしていこうと思ってます。
And this will allow us to focus more directly on each type of role and make a deeper story.
もちろんギャザラークラフターの皆さんに向けた5.0 でいう民工芸館のような一つの場所によってみんなでいろんなロールのクエストをやっていくっていうところももちろん用意してます。
And then there's also plenty of role quests that are planned for crafters and gatherers as well, such as those offered in 5.0's The Crystalline Mean.
名前言いたいんですけど、大タウンの名前言ってないんでまだ言えないですね。
I want to tell you more about it, but because we haven't talked about the large town yet, I can't say anything.
はい、もちろん多数のね新装備、それから新しいクラフトギア、用意されてます。
And of course, there won't be just role quests for crafters, but also we've
Huh.
developed plenty of new craftable gear.
Well, I could have red mage gear.
Red mage, monk.
それから続いてフ
お
ェ
湯
イスシステムにも、アップデート
Please
が
say you're
System
bringing it
update.
to like everyone.
All right, next is an update to our trust system.
今月のフィナーレに向けてフェイスの
Yo, can I just say real quick that paladin armor is looking clean as shit?
We will be adding
Yeah,
You
it
say
looks
that?
really good.
someone to join you as companion.
きっとね楽しみにしてる人いると思うんだよ
A lot of you have been waiting for this guy.
Yeah.
Astidian!
な。
Yay!
Yay!
And this is who it is.
He's officially joining the
兵
Scions.
士として参加することになります。近接 DPS
I don't know about that, but he's
暁の決命
he's
He'll
on call
conveniently
for
show
trust.
up for the dungeons.
解決するかなと
Yeah.
He'll show up for the dungeons and then he'll just dip back out.
The trust system as, of course, a dragoon. And then being a melee DPS character, this will hopefully help alleviate that glaring lack of melee DPS characters in the Scions.
彼がね
He's had a shower since last time.
彼は結構一人で動くの好きですから暁と行動を共にするようになる
Noreen's about to have a lot more fun.
パッチ 5.5 とそれからそのあたりからのねメインストーリーの流れをぜひ注目していてください。
But again, why would a lone wolf like Astinian join this group of the Scions?
Because the
You
world's
have
on
to wait and find
fire.
out, but information
Yeah,
being-
As
everything's
the
on
world is
fire.
literally on fire in the slide.
裏切りそうって YouTube で書いてある。
No, he won't betray us. He won't betray us.
He's not Kane.
He won't betray us. Oh my god.
Final Fantasy usually betray.
まあ一回やってるから多分大丈夫だと思うんですけどね。
He's
It's
betrayed
okay,
before
he's not
doing it.
Kane.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's not Kane.
Nobody likes
The
Kane.
double death
I like
backstab.
I
Kane.
don't like Kane anyway. You can have him, I don't want him.
Kane's like an absolute jobber of a dragoon, though.
That's fine.
Yeah,
And
you
of
kind of
course,
suck.
we have further plans for the trust system, not only just adding
There are characters I like that aren't particularly popular with people.
that system as well, but we cannot talk about them yet today because it's still a little bit too early.
It's okay, I like Hope and I like Titus. You can imagine how well that went.
今後の PLL とかでも進捗があり次第お伝えさせていただこうと思ってます。
Again, not just adding new characters, but also adding new types of activities and types of duties for your companions to take part in. Again, we won't tell any more today about it, but we have exciting information coming up in future producer letter lives.
そしてですね、続いてこちらゴールドソーサーにも
Gold Saucer update.
追加を予定してます。
Right, we are also planning an update to the gold.
World's
Saucer.
ending, guys.
I want.
World's ending. I need to go get this MVP.
Let's go gamble. Let's spend all our money.
I still want that gambler job for the gold saucer.
To add something almost as big as
That would be pretty fun.
the recent edition of Mahjong.
You know, I can actually see Andamai doing that.
What does
Like, the
everybody
world's end, and he's like, well, time to go spend all my money.
Blitzball.
Blitzball.
Blitzball, 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 Blitzball.
Are we finally getting
Don't
Blitzball?
do that, don't give me
Blitzball?
hope. Don't give me hope.
They said they were planning on it.
なんか
They didn't
If
say
there's
they were
enough
planning on it,
demand.
they said they would like to in Stormblood. But they weren't sure
Yeah.
how they would go about it.
Snowboarding as well.
Maybe they figured it out.
Fall Guys.
Snowboard, Fall
Yo.
Guys.
Fall Guys would actually be pretty fun in the Gold Saucer, though.
ちょっとこれまだ詳細が言えないので、ただかなり大きな、しかも
That's just the climate challenge in general.
キャラクターを使って楽しんでいける、まあしかも誰でも楽しんでいけるような新しい、まあしかもねマルチプレイできるような、コンテンツを今計画してます。これももうちょっとしたら多分お伝えできると思うのでお伝えしていこうかなと思ってます。
We plan on it being, again, like we said, plan on it being very big, something for all players, multiplay. But again, we can't talk too much about it now, as haven't enough to tell you.
Gwent.
But we do have details coming in the future.
Gwent?
So please look forward to it.
麻雀をね丸ごと
No,
入れてしまう
someone in
よう
the
なクレイジー
stream
な
comment said
コンテン
Gwent.
ツですからまあ何が来るのかいろいろ予想をしていただければと思います
I mean, the team is crazy enough
World's
to
ending, let's play
put the game
Gwent.
of Mahjong into 14, so we know that something big is coming.
続いては
Are we in a farming simulator?
All right, the next we're going to introduce a new piece of content that we've been working on.
Farming, isn't it?
非常に楽しそうな
I mean, world's burning, need food.
You can, from the artwork, you can see that it looks pretty fun and relaxing.
こちらの
Where's the fire?
Island Sanctuary.
無人島開拓と今呼んでおります
So the title for this that we have now is the Island Sanctuary.
ファイナルファンタジー14の世界の中でスローライフを楽しんでいくという新しいコンテンツを今、開発進めております
We're currently working on this content where Final Fantasy 14 players, adventurers can enjoy a bit of
Yeah.
slow living.
Basically Harvest Moon.
ギャザラークラフターをプレイしていなくても楽しむことができます
And again, this is not just something that is limited to crafters and gatherers. Anyone can play this.
まあもちろんねやってる人にも特典はあるんですけどみんなプレイできる
Of course, crafters and gatherers will be able to do different types of things here, but of course, this is something for everyone.
まあ例えばですけど動物の飼育をしたり
For example, you might be raising animals.
まあ島を開拓してねそこで採れた特産物で貿易をしていって
Hey guys, that K-Tal alt
Maybe
seems more real with each passing day.
You're not wrong.
ミニオンを放し飼いにしたりと、そういった要素満載でスローライフをね楽しむためのコンテンツになっております
Maybe throwing your minions out there on the range and letting them roam.
Ooh.
Ermager.
コメントでまあ結構あってですね
This sounds pretty fun.
これね日本人限定のネタで申し訳ないんですけど我々最初のコードネームダッシュ島って言ってました
So the dev team has been calling this island, the Dash Island, from a Japanese TV show.
いや本当にズバリそういうまあ楽しみ方できるといいよねみたい
It's
な。
kind of like that, where you take a deserted island and you know,
Right.
make it into something that's your own.
まあこちらですね、パッチ 6.X シリーズ全体を通じてアップデートをし開拓を進めていくみたいな、構想で今開発を進めてますので、ほのぼのとファイナルファンタジー14を楽しんでいる皆さん、ぜひねご期待いただければと思います。
So players will be able to enjoy the activities in the sanctuary over the entirety of the 6.x series.
Fly me to the moon, let me kick this fucking ass. You show what I learned in my moon jujitsu class.
非常にとある力を捧げてきてくださいました。
Let's blow up Bush Moonwood.
そうです
I wish a space satellite would.
ここに大変強く尽力してくださっ
Oh,
て
that was a pretty good meme.
Yes, crafters all over the world have poured their heart.
Let me guess, Ishgard Helsing.
And Ishgard restoration.
イシュガルドの民がですね、皆さん
Just in time for it to burn down.
の気持ちとしてですね、
There you go.
Again.
居住区を開放したいとおっしゃっております。
What a shocker. Who would have guessed this?
The city is
Who would have thought?
a new housing area to
Who would have thought that we...
I mean,
we
people were
built it?
only confident about it because people data mine stuff like an Ethernet network.
Yep.
ハウジングエリア追加した時と同じで 6.0 がスタートしたタイミングで、
Took some of the fun out of it.
開放はします。
So, just like it, we have since 4.0, at the release of 6.0, we will be opening the area for players to go in and look at.
ただほらやることすごいたくさんあるので、まあどの土地にしようかなっていう見学をしてもらって、パッチ 6.1 のタイミングで購入できるようにという風にしていきますので、ぜひですね 6.0 空いてちょっとゲームプレイ落ち着いたらどうしようかなみたいなのを話し合ってもらえればと思います。
So, at the launch of 6.0, players can go to the residential area and look around and see what, you know, might be a good place to get a plot of land. But the actual purchase of that won't be available until 6.1 because, again, there's a lot of stuff to do in 6.0 before having to worry about getting that plot of land.
で区画の数とかは他のハウジングエリアと全く同じ数で用意させていただきますし、もちろんアパルトメントもございます。
And currently the plan is to have the exact same number of wards as all of the other housing residential districts in Eorzea, as well as having apartments as well.
でまあもちろんね全体的にその継続してね土地不足であるというお声たくさん頂戴しているので、そちらの努力も合わせて続けていこうと思います。
And because we understand this is very important for players and a lot of feedback has been given about this, we are continuing our efforts to make sure that there will be enough plots available.
まあ今回ね皆さんが復興していただいたのは想定外なので、まあ全くそれと同じグラフィックかって言われるとさあまあどうなりますかっていう感じではありますけど、まあ大体イメージは掴んでもらえるんじゃないかなと思います。
And whether or not it will be exactly like the firmament that you are currently rebuilding now, that's left to be said, but it will give you a very good idea of what that residential area will look like.
はい。
There's gonna be so many upset crafters and gatherers.
ではあるんですけど、今回 6.0 でね実装される。
They're gonna be like, I built this place, why can't I live here?
細かいところはまだまだあるんですけど、また今後
I'm a healer, but
より詳しくお
they
伝え
gave this boy a gun.
Right, so I think we've covered all the types of content that we can talk about today, though we have lots more to reveal in future shows.
ちょっと大事なですね、この 6.0 からバトル
Me, an intellectual. I'm a healer, so especially murderer.
But now we want to
I
talk
got
a
your
little
cure
bit about
right
two
here.
important,
Battle system adjustments.
that we'll be making to the battle system.
当然これまでの拡張パッケージ同様バトルシステムの細かい調整とかジョブアクションの調整、それから各ねジョブに新しいジョブアクションの実装というのは普通にやります。これは普通にやります。
So, as with previous expansions, there will be a fair deal of fine-tuning when it comes to the battle system, as well as job actions and the addition of new actions.
でそれ以外に重要なお知らせが2つあるので、その2つをお伝えさせていただきます。
And so today, the two announcements that I want to make are completely different from that.
まず1つ目、バトル計算式
Downscaling values. Oh, they're doing number
と
crunch.
いうのを行わせていただきます。
But what about Fenceman Die? Again!
We will be performing performing a downscaling of the value of numbers that we use in the calculation.
Fez Madari is no longer Big Dick.
He even has a second Midari now. He's even got a second Midari, and he's downscaled.
So
So mild,
Third
mild
Madari.
Midari, just like mild balance.
and today I want to give
Literally, but what about second Midari?
I want third Midari.
You gotta do 4 Midaris to get the same number with double Midari right now.
リリース以降、レベルキャップ解放していくたびに各ジョブのね、ベースダメージっていうのはガンガンこう上がってってますね。
And so since the release of A Realm Reborn, every increase to a job level cap sees an increase to the base job damage.
まあ大きなダメージが出せるっていうのはまあ気持ちいいのは確かに気持ちいい爽快感はあるんですけど、パッと見るともう数字が大きくて分かりにくいっていうのと、扱う数字が僕ら大きくなると
Healer's gonna be doing 20 DPS.
Ripped 160 KZ, Velocity.
But after a certain point, it becomes very difficult to easily discern the numbers on the screen, as well as the numbers get bigger, the potential for other problems increase on the back end.
まずこのデノミネーションさせていただく理由の一つ目なんですけど、
Oh, calculations causing overflow.
Yeah, they mentioned this last time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hear that, Ben? Your Midaris were so big they were breaking the game.
Good, it should.
We're not changing the formulas, we're changing the numbers that go into the formulas.
I wanna break time and space with my
ちょっ
Midari.
とこれはプログラム的なお話になっちゃうんですけど、扱っているその計算式に入ってくる数字
480k of flattest misery and delirium.
オーバーフローって言って数字が一周しちゃうみたいな現象っていうのが起こりますこれ。
So this is a programming issue, but what happens a lot of times is when numbers get too big, it can cause overflow and revert things back to different numbers, and that can cause a lot of bugs.
でこれなんとか実は今まで出てきたバグでも何件かこれにもう該当するものが出てるんですけど、なんとか 5.x 期間中は無理やりやってきました。
And we've had these problems in the past in the 510X series, and we've been able to patch them in emergency patches, but it's been just barely.
でまあこれ以上数値大きくなるとやっぱ
Huh.
サイズ皆さんと通信になると
Numbers got too big.
増やしたりとか、そうなるとバグとか遅延っていうのが生まれちゃうので、数字を小さくさせてほしいっていうのがまず理由の一つ目になります。
But again, if data packets continue to increase in size because of these large numbers, it can stress communication loads to the server, and that will end up creating bugs and delays in the game, ruining the experience.
そしてですね
Calculate and they reaching their limits.
I'm breaking my
Your Midaris are too aggressive, Fen. I'm sorry.
Break the limits, pull off the tank.
上げたりっていうのをやってたりするので、もうこれ数字ゼロになっちゃったりするので、今ちょっと
That was literally Black Mage and Stormblood for me.
させていただきたいと思ってます。
I used quelling strikes, okay? I just want to put that out there.
This has already been pushed to its limits.
And lucid dreaming. I did everything I was supposed to.
To put a band-aid on this by, temporarily lowering that enmity, but it's creating a lot of problems, and we can see it to the point where it might get so high that it reverts back to zero and creates even more problems.
Jeez.
それからですね、フライテキストの表示限界、数字がたくさん高いなというと、あれが振り乱れまくる。当然、秒が領域がすごい食うので、ちょっと表示限界に来てます。
The next problem is that we have the size of the flying text numbers when you deal damage and the number appears on the screen. These numbers are so large that it takes up a lot of space on the screen, as well as it's starting to affect the graphics rendering.
そしてですね、敵の最大ヒットポイントがもうめちゃくちゃな数字になっていて、これももうオーバーフローの原因になってしまう状態になってます。
And now with player damage being so high,
All scale mode PvP. Ishgard Residential District, I see no difference.
The irony of monster HP being monstrously high.
And the expansion about monsters overrunning the world.
Show you the amount of HP that a certain boss coming in 5.5 has.
Jesus. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
Madara
HP.
1000万
I can Madara that.
140 million.
So are you gonna run that as Samurai and not Dark Knight?
まあこの4億4000万をみんなで削り切る光の戦士たちもまあ大概なんですけど、
Well, I'm sure that the Warriors of Light will be able to get this much HP down.
まあ分かったまあでまとめてでどうなんのっていうのをちょっとじゃあ結局どうなるのっていうのをご説明していきますこれから。
So let's talk a little bit about, then we know the problems now. What are we actually going to do to alleviate them?
まずレベル51からレベル80までの数値の差っていうのが、小さくなります。
So the
Take
first
the
thing
wheel,
we're planning on
Jesus.
doing is
Yzmot?
the character growth from levels 50 to 80.
例えばですけど、レベルが一つ上がると、
Someone said too much, Daddy.
5%これまで上昇してた。で、その 5% の積み重ねでどんどんプレイヤー数字でかくなっていくんですけど、まあ、それをレベル51から80までの間をちょっと圧縮させていただいて、まあ、極端な話を言うと 1% ずつしか強くなりませんみたいな形の調整をさせていただきます。
Okay, for example, again, the numbers that I'm going to be giving here are not the exact numbers, but this is just for an example. For example, you have the amount of progress that you make, the amount of that your attributes will go up after gaining one level. Let's say that it will be plus 5%. For levels 50 to 80, taking that from 5% up after each level to, say, 1% up after each level.
まあ、特にヒットポイントとか火力の上昇の差っていうのがこれまでに比べて当然少なくやっぱり感じられてしまうかなと。
And so this will again look like it's affecting player HP as well as the amount of damage that a player deals.
まあなのでちょっとアクション一撃のダメージっていうのがこれまでに比べるとやっぱり数字がちょっと小さくなることになります。
And so what this will appear to look like is that when you deal damage, it will look like your damage has gone down.
でその一方でなんですけど、
I'm going to miss my warrior HP. It'd be ridiculous. Yet again.
レベル81から90までっていうのはこれまでのと同じ体感の成長度合いじゃないとつまんなくなっちゃうので、特に先端にいる皆さんはここの割合
I think at some point I had like 5 times the amount of health that Jake did.
なるようにするので、改めてレベル51から80までをギュッと圧縮して81から90までの成長を感じていく部分っていうところは、今までと同じようなね、成長をねギア取り替えたら強くなったっていうのがちゃんと手応えとして出るような形にしていこうと思ってます。
That said, again, if we don't preserve the sense of growth that one might expect from a new expansion, from that raising of the level cap, that could also be problematic. And so what we want to do is we want to maintain that sense of progression between the levels 81 to 90. So while we will be truncating that progress from levels 50 to 80 and compressing that down from level 81 to 90, we will leave it in a position where it will feel the same as it does for every expansion for those final 10 levels, those new 10 levels.
同時にですね、やっぱ経験値の値も今ものすごい数字を扱っているので、経験値のネクストまでの経験値とか、そういった経験値も全体的にギュッて圧縮します。
Experience point values are also becoming too large, and so we'll be lowering them as well. And at the same time, we'll be reducing the amount of EXP needed to level up.
なので次のレベルまでに必要な経験値もギュッと減りますけど、敵からもらえる経験値も減るんで、相対的に感覚が変わらないです。
So again, relatively, it'll be the same. It'll be, however, you'll be getting less experience for defeating an enemy, but it will take less experience to level up.
まあもちろんね、拡張新しく出てキャップ上がるんで、その分のレベルアップしやすさみたいなのはまた調整していきますけど。
Can they make it so that Minfilia doesn't like lock you right before the castrums?
でまあ当然プレイヤーサイドの攻撃力、ダメージとかね。
Pray return to the waking sands.
That happens every single time.
Pray return to the waking sands.
Destroy the waking sands.
They already did something like that for new players. They get Aetheryte tickets that teleport them directly to the sands.
Hey Fen, look at the bright side of your Madara getting nerfed. Your Madaras were so big, they were having an actual physical effect on the real world.
should.
So what we want everyone to remember is that this is the character
How it's
not
supposed to
getting
be.
weaker. The numbers are going down, but relatively everything is staying the same.
Yep.
制限解除という遊びがございまして
Didn't need to explain all of this, but I appreciate it.
過去のコンテンツへ
If you don't explain it, people are just gonna run away with wild conclusions.
Yeah. So they gotta make themselves clear cut now.
There is one thing, however,
But it still doesn't stop a lot of people from running away with wild conclusions.
This change, and that is playing as undersized parties. For example, as level 80, going back and playing some of the old content as an undersized party, this may become more difficult.
ここはなんとかそのね
Blue Mage, though, to the chat.
その
OP powers activate.
したいとは思ってるんですけど、今のところこれでなんとかなるだろうみたいなのがちょっと
Alexa,
Yeah.
play Moon Flute.
Alexa playing Moon Flute.
Alexa, self-destruct, please.
Chaos stop, you know I have one.
だから普通に制限解除とか関係なく遊んでる分に関しては数字のやり取りが小さくなるだけで
Luckily, it can't hear you.
弱くなるわけではありませんよっていうのをご理解いただけ
I
ればと思い
think.
ます。
Regarding these undersized parties, we understand this is a large portion of what a lot of players enjoy doing, and so we understand that this is still something that we need to address. As to how we're going to address this, we're still in the process of finding that, and so that's something for the future. Otherwise, we want to, again, reiterate the fact that while the numbers here are going down, the player is not getting weaker. It's all relative.
さて、大体まずこのデノミネーションのところは大丈夫かな
So for downscaling values, I think that's about it.
大体今のレベル80のですね、僕の黒マ同士のファイジャー、530のファイジャーで大体5万キルぐらいダイレクトもクリティカルも入らなければなんですけどダメージ。
So to give you an example, currently my own player, I'm a black mage at level 80 with item level 530. If I use Fire 4 with no crit and no direct hit, I deal about 50,000 points of damage.
大体それがですね、1万ぐらいかな。
We expect this to go down to about 10,000.
でまあそっからレベル
Ooh,
が
let's quit the drop.
いつもの
Like Stormblood numbers?
Give or take.
It's gonna be okay, fella.
80% drop!
Yoshi P to Fen, shall I give you despair?
Oh my god, for the doors!
It's okay, Fed. We're here for you, man.
I'm gonna Madara for a whole
Cast
20
despair.
damage.
Oh, Templar?
お話したようにこれからもっともっと
はあ
私14続けていきます。だから今回やったとしてもまた10年ぐらい経つと
That's a bit of a stretch.
May I remind you of Sam Raimi?
長く続けていく
Yeah, that's true.
あれだと思ってご理解いただけると大変助かります。
What a good
As
actor.
mentioned, at the top
Director.
of the,
I
announcement
was thinking of Rami Malek. I was thinking of
we
Rami
expect
Malek for a
Final
second. I'm
Fantasy
just wait.
14
Hold
to
on.
continue for many years in the future, and to ensure
Sure.
that we can do that, this is one of the things that
Oh,
we feel that we need to do.
I'd think Templar.
And that said, possibly another 10 years down the road, we might have to do this again. But again, this is basically we're doing this to show you that we're committed.
They would be
to,
like
having
still a
the
mage
lifespan
knight.
of Final Fantasy 14 keep going for many years.
But Templars are bad. Assassin's Creed taught us this.
All right, and then we have one more.
Tactics also.
Thank you!
Templars are bad.
Thank you!
Big belt.
Landslot!
The belts are
Irene should be
gone!
happy.
What? No!
This item was
But
there.
my,
Hey,
my
hey,
belt
Talon.
matters.
Hey Talon, hand over your belt. How
You-
am I going to keep my pants up?
The time for belts. The belt era is over.
You
The
know-
belt era is over.
Belt era is
The
know-
time of belts
I like
is
how he
over.
had a Nomura designed thing,
You know,
and then the belts have been taken out.
Yeah, I know, right? Just bringing no more into the game to get rid of the belts.
They should give us
Never take all
Lulu's
the belts
outfit
with
just
you.
to cement the deal.
But,
I
They
agree.
take all the
let me
belts and make Lulu's dress out of it.
I agree, Amber.
On players' outward appearances.
You know, Noreen would use "Give me your belt" as a pickup line.
And they're
You
not,
know she would.
Not a very popular piece of equipment. Yet they take up the same amount of space in our armory chest as other equipment. And we've even had lots of fans ask us to just stop dropping them in alliance raids because we don't need them.
Wow, belts, finally.
And then a lot of people also complaining, talking about the rings, but
How about one ring slot?
No, I need both my rings. It's glamour.
The one ring to rule them all, though, Amber.
Why do you have to be so iced out, Amber?
And regarding rings, while we did
Ice is the only way.
this, we also understand that a lot of players, because you can put them on both hands and you can actually graphically see them on your players on both hands, we decided that we're going to not do that this time.
Instead, we're going to double down and put 8 rings.
So we need to explain
8
what
rings?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Remove the necklaces. Remove the bracelets. All rings.
So
No earrings. All rings.
the launch of 6.0.
Just be.
6.0, everyone's pants are gonna be on the ground.
Everyone is Thanos. All rings.
Oh, our belts are going to the Calamity Scavenger.
Our belts are all going to be removed from us during maintenance.
Oh god.
They're removing our belts. Wait, that's illegal.
Also, I'm sorry. Not Thanos. The Mandarin. Yes, thank you. I'm still laughing. Also, I'm laughing at the idea of the Calamity Salvagers are going to take our belts in the middle of the night while we're sleeping.
Any belts before that transition to 6.0. Everything will be moved.
Every character with a significant other, not right now, I'm trying to sleep. Light comes on, it's the salvagers.
The salvagers are here. The salvagers are here.
Meanwhile, every child that has been beaten with a belt is now jumping up with joy.
That was dark. Holy shit.
Will no longer drop from any duties.
I mean-
Their brother and sister. When is the Calamity Salvagers coming to take Daddy's belt away? Never.
Salvagers need the belts to make the next relic weapon to fight the apocalypse.
We need the belts to get to the moon.
Know that eliminated. What happens to
What, are we gonna use the belts to make a giant lasso?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll just lasso the moon and climb. Ooh, 15 slots of primary weapons. Whoop, whoop. Oh my god, I can carry more
is
rings.
currently to take 15 of those 35 empty slots and allocate them to main arms, main weapons.
Could they have put
Be
that
like my mom
into?
Will be allocated to rings.
Be like my mom and get a whole jewelry box of rings.
I'd rather they had put that into like a weapon cache, or into more space for the glamour dresser.
And so there's a lot of
But,
people saying, well, wait a minute, 15,
in accordance
that's 30, what
with
about
the,
other 5
Eorzean
slots?
Alliance
Have those?
proclamation, belts have been banned from all of Eorzea.
In case something happens. So we're going to keep those on reserve
Number-
for now.
すいません、よろしくお願いします。
Sorry, but thank you.
はい。まあ
プ
近づいてきたらね、また詳しくトピックス
Wait,
で
so
お知ら
they're
せ
nerfing
していこうと思い
inventory
ますの
size?
で
Oh my
ぜ
god.
ひチェックしておくようにしてください。
These bastards.
We will have a more detailed explanation of the removal of belts in an upcoming topics.
ではですね、そろそろ、今日お伝えできる情報っていうのも、少なくなってきたんですが、ここで
You need to be
First the
learned.
belt, now the pants.
お伝えして終わっていこうかなと思ってます。
All right, so we're nearing the end of our announcement showcase, but we have one more system-related thing that we'd like to talk about that we've been working on for a long time.
I better be fucking hats.
Data center travel system!
Oh, I wanted hats.
It better be
Right
hats for
after
VR.
my old
Hats for
coworker
VR.
paid for a
Developed a new
transfer
system called the Data
to
Center.
Crystal.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
this is good now. This is good because if he ever feels like
Hey.
going back for whatever reason, he can just.
Oh.
Hey, Amber. Easy.
Yeah, we can go
Easy.
see Easy.
All of you know
Easy.
about the current system that we have.
Yeah,
allows
he can
players
visit
to
us.
move around between worlds called the world travel
I
system.
hope he remembers us.
Oh, I can play with my son.
I'm sure he does.
ちょっとサーバーの作り的に不可能なので、一旦ログアウトは必要なんですけど、キャラクター選択画面から他のデータセンターへ遊びに行くっていう新しい仕組みを今回、開発中です。
So while this won't work exactly the same way as the world visit system, we hoped that it can be similar. Although it will require, again, changing the system outside of the game.
Sounds like they're gonna have to do some major data center
Reconstruction.
maintenance. Yeah.
Good thing they got rid of the belts.
Why the gates?
Throw wide the gates so we may pass.
The belts can't hold the gates back anymore.
People are complaining it's gonna ruin hunt trains. LOL. Fuck the
Seriously?
hunt train.
Lol.
Fuck your
Screw the
hunt
hunt
train.
trains. Hunt trains completely missed the point of hunts.
They did.
Even more than there are currently with the world visit system.
Nah, they're our
However,
pinatas according to
this
them.
will allow players to move freely to other data centers temporarily and party up with their friends. Take
Yeah, but if you actually killed something and they started to harass you, all of them would get banned.
いらっしゃいますけど、ワールドカンテレポの時も皆さんそう言ってたんですけど、実害ほぼないので、ちゃんとシミュレーションをします。ご安心ください。
Balmung will be able to ERP everywhere.
So there are some people that might be worried
I
about
mean,
what
lots of people
effect this
ERP
will have
everywhere
on
now.
Data center and world economies.
Yep.
There was the same worry back when right before we started the world visit system as well, but it turns out that the change, the effect was negligible. And of course, we're going to be doing some simulations to make sure that that's the case here, but we don't feel that it will affect adversely the economies.
さて、まあ大体これですね、ようやく
Joining has finally started.
All right, so I think that is pretty much all that we have today. Pretty much.
ちょっと待って待って。
Hold on,
ちょっと
hold
待
on.
ってよ。
なんか知ってる人の声する。
I think I've heard that voice before.
Oh, gold saucer.
もう一つ何かですね。皆さんにお知らせしてないことがあるんじゃないの？
あ
Forgetting something important to tell our
Eh?
players?
重要なお知らせですよ。重要なお知
I
ら
like
せ
the。suit.
Something really important.
社長。
It's the CEO.
Oh, Beastmaster.
あれを表示して。
I mean, yeah, the last time CEO did Blue Mage.
Well, time
No.
to get a PS5.
ああ、また。
And
there's-
there's a lot of space down there. I'm waiting for it to say Xbox.
版の
It's
I'll
gonna
wait
say
for it to say
Xbox.
Switch.
They're not gonna do a Switch version. They already said.
I know.
You don't need Switch limitations.
Open beta.
Fantasy 14 PlayStation 5 version open beta will begin on Tuesday, April 13th.
いや、ねえじゃないですよ。
Yeah. What's going on here?
I'm gonna.
いよいよ PS5 版のオープンベータが開始します。
Yes, the PlayStation 5 version open beta will begin soon.
これ次のパッチと同じ日なんでしょ？
And this is the same day as the next patch, right?
嘘でしょ。
No, you can't say that.
Wait, what day?
Say this next patch.
の日付はちょっとまあ
We haven't mentioned the release date for 5.5 yet. That was
ああ、そう。
Well, now we know what 5.5 is.
Okay, right?
同じ日です。
13th of
But it's all
April.
the same day.
この日にやります。
That's pretty far away, really, but that's alright.
準備を一生懸命やってきた PS5
That's
ま
three
That
months.
was
I mean, we've
yeah.
been working on it, yes, but
それともう一つね、大事なせっかくだからね、PS5 版の動画を持ってきたので、ぜひ皆さんに見てもらいましょうよ。
I actually brought some footage from this PlayStation 5 version.
はい、じゃあ出してください。お願いします。
Play the video.
Yeah, walks on screen and just spoils the whole story of the next expansion.
He would do that.
He accidentally just puts up the trailer for the next job.
Puts up the whole cinematic.
Lost in the flood.
It's Final Fantasy 14, yep.
It doesn't look too much different. It's probably just faster loading times.
It looks cleaner.
Computer, of course it doesn't look different to you.
They're gonna say Xbox version, aren't they?
Oh, and you even
こ
made
れ
a
すごい
PowerPoint.
んでしょこれ。
I heard it's quite amazing.
いやいやいやいや、す
Yeah,
ごいですけど。
it is amazing, but
じゃあパワポ出ちゃってるんで、僕からちょっとざっくり説明させていただこうと思い
okay,
ます。
since we have
はい、
here to
よ
have
ろ
a
しくお願いしま
PowerPoint,
す。
let's go and talk about it.
まずですね、今回 PS5 版 4K ネイティブ対応させていただいております。
So first off, the PlayStation 5 version will be featuring full 4K resolution support.
そしてね、今ちょっと動画の方でもご覧いただきましたが、あれまあ PS5 版そのものからキャプチャーしている映像になりますが、まあ、超高速ロード PS5 売りですね、さっきのあれ実測タイムなので、あのスピードでエリアチェンジできるようになります。
So the video that you just saw, that was actual PlayStation 5 footage, and so you saw there the teleport and the quick loading time on the teleport. That is, again, one of the PlayStation 5's main selling points. That is the actual speed at which players will be able to teleport.
そしてですね、フレームレート、当然ですね、PS5 の、性能非常にパワフルなので、それを生かしてですね、フレームレートを大幅向上させていただいてます。
As you know, the PlayStation 5 is an extremely powerful system, and that will help us significantly improve the frame rate for the PlayStation 5 version.
ですので、今回、
Can't wait till we get new features that are added because of PS4 limitations.
とにかくグラフィックス至上主義で遊びたいよっていうモードと、
So currently we're planning to have two different modes for the PlayStation 5 version. One mode being the 4K version, where
Moving
players that want
belts.
to play
Oh,
you know,
no.
it's beautiful.
まあ 2K とか解像度を下げてもいい
I shouldn't laugh. That's horrible.
ド安定で遊びたいんだっていう人のモードと、これまあリアルタイムにスイッチ
But
で切り替えてお好みで遊んでいただければと思います。
And then a second mode that we have planned is our full HD.
Oh,
2K
Among Us
mode,
official
that focuses
commented.
more on frame rate and optimizing that frame rate. And players will be able to go into config and change that in real time in the PlayStation 5 version.
PS4 版発売された
Oh my god, are we gonna get an Among Us Final Fantasy 14 crossover?
Who knows?
PS5 バージョンに PS5 ならではの
I wouldn't be mad about that.
っていうのも行っていく予定です。
And as we did when we first released our PlayStation 4 version, we plan on continuing to make improvements to the PlayStation 5 version over a series of patches.
はい、まあそんな感じです。
So yeah, that's about it.
で、お値段は
And what's the price going to be?
これどうなの
Free upgrade?
じゃあちょっと、まあちょっとじゃあ僕から社長に1個お願いがあるんですけどいいですか？
Okay.
いいですよ。
So
go ahead.
I have something to ask of you since you're here today.
It's a free upgrade for everyone who owns the game, isn't it?
That's probably the same price as a sub.
I want to do, and I want you to take a look at this and see if it's okay.
Final Fantasy
PlayStation 4 for example, the PlayStation 5 presents no extra cost. Yeah, so long as you have a sub. Oh, they responded. Only 99 kills for teleportation? Maybe? Oh my god, we're getting an Among Us crossover.
So basically what I want to do is that anyone that has a registered license for the PlayStation 4 version, I want them to play the beta version, and once the beta version ends and we begin our official service, as long as you're paying that monthly fee, to be able to upgrade immediately to the PlayStation 5
Oh
version.
no. It's happening, isn't it?
PS4 で遊んでる皆さんはそのまま PS5 でも遊べちゃっ まあ簡単に言うとまあそういう風にしたいんですけど。
They had that ready way too fast.
Players to be able to, those playing the PS4 version, to be able to.
It's almost as if Twitter was built for quick
move over to
posts.
that PlayStation 5 version without having to do anything.
ああ、それはだけどいいアイデアだね。
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
ね、皆さんのためですから、ぜひこれでいきましょ
So it's for our players. Let's go with this.
う。ね、
社長太っ腹。
Thank you.
ね、これもぜひ、皆さんのためにぜひ、PS5 版、試してプレイしてみてください。よろしくお願いします。
Yes, so we are doing this for our players. Please look forward to the PlayStation 5 version.
社長持ち上げる声がすごいですよ。いや、これというわけで今私決済取れましたんで PS4 版のお持ちの方は追加のもう費用なく PS5 版にもうアップグレードしていただけるというふうに確約取れましたんでもうそれでいこうと思います。
So you heard it here. We got permission from the CEO himself. Those who have the PS4 version and that registered license will be able to upgrade to the PS5 version without any charge.
なので今 PS4 版の権利をお持ちの方はもう PS5 版のファイナルファンタジー14のパッケージも買っていただかなくて大丈夫です。
So those of you with that registered license and the PS4 version will not need to purchase the PlayStation 5 package.
ですのでもうなんとか本体だけ手に入れてください。
You won't need to buy the PlayStation 5 package, but you'll still need to find a PlayStation 5.
Oh.
はい。まあPS5 にね合わせたグラフィックスのさらなる機能の追加とかっていうのは、
I mean, supply will get better.
そちらも楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
And as we mentioned before, we plan to continue updates to the PlayStation 5 version, improving graphics, improving performance with future patches.
ではですね。
But how long is the PS4 version going to be supported?
Let's get a few words from our CEO.
Considering the base requirements for Final Fantasy XIV aren't that steep,
Hello everyone, this is
it's probably not that bad.
今日はファイナルファンタジー14
I'm not parsing for them. We were just straight on the server.
Thank you very much for tuning in to Final Fantasy 14 announcement showcase.
ここまでいろいろなたくさんの情報がありましたが、今の
Oh my God.
PS5 のオープンベータ、それからこれからもまた情報があるようですので、ぜひ最後まで、楽しんで、ご覧ください。
Well, as you saw today, including this PlayStation 5 version, a lot of new information was revealed today.
Your CEO says too much information.
Oh, that's another good Yoshi P meme.
Oh, did we get some new memes already from today?
And Final Fantasy 14
Oh, fan.
managed to continue for 10 long years thanks to you, all the players around the world.
そして、吉田が先ほど言いましたように、彼はこれからもファイナルファンタジー14を率いていきます。そして開発チーム一同、ゲームをもっともっと盛り上げていきますので、ぜひこれからもファイナルファンタジー14をよろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございました。
And as Yoshida himself mentioned, he will keep working on this title. He will keep leading this title, and the development team will keep working hard to make more progress in this game. So please look forward to it.
はい、スクエアエニックス代表取締役社長の松田洋介でした。社長ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
Yosuke Matsuda, our president and CEO of Square Enix.
やれ発表されてねしまいましたけど、プレイステーション5版もぜひ楽しみにしてください。
Yeah, we weren't expecting to announce that today, but we'll be releasing the PlayStation 5 version very soon, so please look forward to it.
まあオープンベータ、詳しい詳細またトピックスでお知らせして。
Well, it's nice to have confirmation that everyone else the PS4 version gets the PS5 version for free.
More information about the open beta will be revealed in an upcoming topics, but long story short, if you have that PlayStation 4 version and the PlayStation 5, you'll be able to play it almost immediately once the beta begins.
すみません、ちょっと時間をオーバーし気味ですが、本日の新情報発表会はここまでとさせてください。ただ、まだまだ隠しネタが存在する行月のフィナーレ、エンドウォーカーですが、次の情報公開、
Alright, and so we're already over our time limit here, and while we still have
That's a nice fan art
talk
for
about, we're going to
how little
leave it
information we
for
had.
our future events and the fan festival. So we have one more thing to show you.
こちら2021年5月15日16日、2日間で行うアラウンド
Yep,
ザワールド
we already knew it was in May.
May.
Yeah, they said May.
May.
Fan, you gotta remember, the next expansion doesn't come out until probably September.
Let me meme.
Held on May 15th and 16th this year.
No memes for you.
いつものファンフェス通り
Just like you lost your big.
Yeah, you're taking away my Midari numbers. Now you're taking away my
Well,
memes.
We'll have belt memes to sustain us.
Yeah, we're taking away your belts too.
Oh my god, no.
Final Fantasy Fan Fest.
Assert dominance, Fen. Midari with your belt while you can.
Dari with the belt.
Double Midari with the belt.
Fan, it's just Terminator all over again. I need your Midares, your belts, and your memes.
Get it, losers, we're going to the moon.
The beginning of the end. Hashtag no more belts.
Well, we're planning to have this fan festival again.
So you're getting moon nuggies.
So all players all
I'm
around
helping
the world
reduce
can,
strain on this server.
possibly even players that are here in Japan might be able to attend and see if that's allowed.
That's such
But we
a I'm so
have a
done
full
face.
2 days filled with a Final Fantasy
Excuse me.
experience packed with content.
How long? JB's out of center.
そしてですね、ライブストリームで世界中にと言いました。ですので、全て各コンテンツも含めて今回は
Destroyed. Oh my god.
Oh, nice.
Because again, it is
Everything's free this
We
time.
want to tell everyone that this stream
I like how you said, oh nice,
entirety
actually, as well
of the
posted this
concert will
picture.
be free.
まあもちろんだから、
Oh, that's amazing.
Destroyed.
A plus meme.
音楽ステージ
Detroit.
ストリーム無料でお届け
That's
していこ
good
うと思ってます。
So a lot of people out there are thinking there'll be, for example, a Primals concert. If there is, it will be streamed live for free.
まあただちょっと注意点、音楽にはいろんなゲストの方とかいらっしゃるので、アーカイブからは映像がね残らないようにするかもしれないので、ぜひですねリアルタイムに視聴していただけると大変助かります。
Just one thing though about the live performances, because it does involve people that are not affiliated with Square Enix. There is a chance that after the stream, while the stream is free, after the stream, it might not be archived. So make sure that you catch the stream.
I'm a healer, butts.
なんかコメントでですね、太っ腹すぎて心配なんだよな。
Well, I'll be sure to co-stream it.
金払ってもいいんだぞって書いてくださっ
Some
てる方
people
が
are even saying that, oh, we're willing to pay.
そういった方はですね、
Healer
ぜひ
bot.
このファンフェス記念アイテムを購入していただけると助かります。
So those of you who are willing to pay, we have something for you to pay for
Oh.
The lunar whale?
This is not required. If you
Oh, I'm
like-
gonna have to buy that.
え
Damn it.
前回ね、
I have
Damn
a
it.
wheel at
フェリ
home.
ルというバイクファンフェス記念として販売開始しました。今回ルナホエールというマウント、
Yeah, but lunar whale.
開始させていただいて
Play for.
So as you remember with
I'm gonna have to
last
see it
fest,
to
we had
decide whether or not I want to shell out for it.
Fenrir. For this
Yeah,
fan festival,
but,
we're planning to have this mount, the lunar
I
whale.
have a feeling we're gonna be fighting the
昔のデザイン
four elemental lords as the trial sequence.
Actually used Yoshitaka Amano's original artwork.
What do you think,
as the
Fen?
base for this design.
I hope so. I just want to hear the music. That's all I want.
Oh god, Soken's take on that
Actually, This
song.
has already been completed, and so we have a video to show you. Take a look at it.
Oh, here you go.
What are they showing now?
The mount.
Whale.
Oh, the mount.
Oh my god.
Oh! Yeah, this is the theme from Final Fantasy IV.
And it looks like a 4-person?
Yeah.
It's like
Maybe
he's
he's talking
And it looks like an entire party.
It looks like a whale to people.
You're right,
Yeah,
whale.
yeah. Fen, we're definitely
Oh.
the four
Eight
teams.
person?
Oh, holy
God.
shit.
8-person
Oh my
mount.
god. Alright, fine. I didn't play
That's
4, but
extra.
you're making me buy this anyway.
That's
wait,
really
wait.
extra.
You're just inside the whale?
It's a ship, isn't
Yeah.
it?
It's a ship and a living creature at the same time. It was created by the Lunarians to travel between Earth and the Moon.
Okay.
Hello?
So, I'm guessing the second beast tribe is the Lunarians, then. It has to be.
Well, I'm
But
getting
they
it.
could just as easily be extinct.
They could be.
Or the Lunarians could be ancients that fucked off to the moon. We don't know.
That would work.
I thought the tribe would be the rabbits. The buddies.
Edge, Throws, and Rhina? Yes.
Do you want Square?
This is definitely the Final Fantasy IV expansion. There's no
Like, I didn't
question.
play this game, but Rydia is the first summoner character. Jesus.
Yep. Well,
Is Edge the first ninja character?
I don't know.
Or is that
no,
Shadow?
Edge is what? Edge isn't the first, like, he's not the first ninja, but he's what Final Fantasy XIV's ninja is based off of.
Okay.
He's the
All
first
the
ninja.
ninjutsus
He's
are
the
his
first
attacks.
actual character ninja.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
were
that-
other,
that's all I'm
like,
asking.
ninjas. Yeah.
Yeah, the 14 model that they use for ninja is Edge.
Yeah. Yeah, like, his ability Blitz is
Regarding the fan festival,
All
we
the
have a little bit
ninjutsus,
more
all of,
information
like,
for you
everything
and
is
final
Yeah,
answer that.
it's all
The
Edge.
letter from the producer live that is coming up after this showcase.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're definitely getting a Four Fiends trial sequence. That is going to be
We
amazing.
are way over our time limit, but I think we're finally finished with today's showcase.
I mean, Ruby Conte has so much potential.
Thank you very much.
それではですね、ハイデリン・ゾディアーク編のその衝撃のラスト、ぜひそれをですね、震えてお待ちいただけたらと思います。
With Endwalker, we're finally approaching the climax of the story of Hydaelyn and Zodiark.
Lots of people are gonna climax this announcement.
Such devastation.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
The collector's edition art.
Hydaelyn. And there's Zodiark. They actually have forms now.
最後にちょっとね、これ補足ですが、天野先生、天野義孝先生に書いていただいた今回のエンドウォーカーのイメージイラスト。
And so this is actually the last thing that we have. Here's some artwork that we had especially created for us by the master Yoshitaka Amano.
どちらが善でもどちらが悪でもないと、天地逆にもできるようなデザインでぜひお願いしますというので、結構無茶な僕ね注文天野先生にお願いしたんですけど。
So we went to Amano Sensei to ask him to create this.
That's very cosmos and chaos.
We wanted something that was whether you looked at it from the top or the
It's
bottom. It
kind of
was,
the same theme with Zodiark and Hydaelyn,
image
though.
that there is no good, there is no bad, there is no dark, there is no light. And I think he did a really good job.
Yeah.
まあぜひですね
Darkness is light, two sides of the same coin. I get what they're going for.
印象変わるのかなとも思いますので、ぜひこれらも含めて全力でこれから、進めていこうと思いますので、どうぞ楽しみにお待ちください。
In this illustration, there's a lot of stuff hidden about the story. You could take a look at it now and speculate. We also would like you to maybe take another look at it after you've completed the story, and it'll take on a different light and show you things that maybe you hadn't seen before. So we really enjoy the art and hope you do too.
改めまして全世界の光の戦士の皆さん、本当に長い時間最後までご視聴ありがとうございました。
Right, to all of our warriors of light watching us from around the world, thank you for staying with us for so long.
ただしこの後日本時間午後3時から今度はプロデュースされたライブがございますので、そちらでまた後ほどお会いしましょう。
But we're not done yet because in just a couple hours at 3 o'clock Japan Standard Time, we have the letter from the producer live where we talk all about 5.5.
はい、ありがとうございました。
See you then.
The presentation was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm looking forward to
I
Sage.
hated staying in bed because of my headache, but then I was like, alright, I'll get up. And that at least was worth getting to say, what the fuck, Alphino?
Yeah, but
Okay. Okay.
Sage was a pleasant surprise. I didn't think they would do Sage.
Alright.
I do have to head off. Thank
Okay.
you guys.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Say hello.
Is there anything
ya.
you would like to say, Lau? Before you go?
Going to the moon!
To the
We're going to the moon! Final Fantasy IV expansion!
Okay. See you, Lau.
Okay, so I guess discussion time of what we just saw.
Yeah, let
can
me...
we hold off on discussion for, like, 2 minutes?
Sure.
Alright, gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
You need to skill FAP to fear Ruby Conte.
No.
But, yeah. Sage, huh? I'd play it. The weapon looks neat.
Well, I have to play it because I like barriers. And they're taking
now,
that away from me.
Astrologian's losing.
That doesn't make sense!
Well, the thing is most Astrologians don't use Nox Stance.
That's
to
them.
Be honest.
That's their problem.
Yeah.
How many red mages have you found that, like, forget that white magic or black magic exist?
Way too many to count.
How many black mages have you seen only use fire or only use ice?
Well, I've seen ice mages. You have to use ice and fire to even use fire. So, few? You don't know what the full extent of the job changes are yet, so I'd say reserve your judgment to see until what they have planned.
I mean, I will. Because, like, I was also like this when I saw the job actions for Warrior. And I'm just like, they really didn't do anything for Warrior. It's just the same stuff. And I don't feel any less different about that.
Yeah, Warrior really didn't get much this last expansion.
Like just the Nascent Flash, I guess, but like the Nascent Flash is just what I was doing before with extra steps. It's nice I can play it on people, but that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of underwhelming.
You also just don't get a lot of health back unless you use your infuriate empowered abilities. Alright, so who was here in chat? Oh, Sleeky. Thank you, Sleeky.
You say anything?
Nah, he did not say anything this time, but he was here the entire time, so I do appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the presentation was pretty interesting overall. Yeah, I'm especially happy. Like, I'm definitely buying the Lunar Whale. Like, of course, I have to.
I was about to say,
like one of my favorite games in the series, so it's like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing Lau posted about Templar possibly being the next job, it's believable considering the evidence.
I temper my expectations when it comes to jobs in general.
Yeah.
Was that a pun, you temper? Templar?
No, I don't.
Templar, temper?
I don't. You shut up.
The Templar. Okay, now that Fenn's back, I guess full-blown discussion.
Okay, so, let's start with the actual trailer itself, I would suppose. Fan, do you want to start, since you just got back?
Yeah, I think it was interesting to just, you're seeing the Void Scent, like, just out about in the world now.
We've had Void Sun out and about in the world since ARR, though.
That's
Yeah,
true,
but
like
remember when you
still.
got your first crystal way in the beginning, you fought a Void Sun. And there's Void
Yeah,
Sun everywhere. There's Void Sun in that castle in the Central Shroud.
Okay, that's true, but I feel like they were like specifically trying to point out by having you
the
fight
Void
against
Scent
the
were
Void Scent.
there.
Yeah.
That's probably has something to do with what Asahi or whatever Ben Daniel's doing.
Yeah.
More than likely.
G Towers first showed up, and I said they looked mocking architecture. That's what that was pointing to. They're digging up stuff from ancient Mock to help facilitate whatever they're doing.
Mm-hmm. I did think it was interesting that I wasn't expecting Alphino to be the one to get the job change.
I mean, it makes sense. Out of all the main Scions, he's the only one that hasn't had a job change yet.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought all the signs were pointing to Alize getting the job change. Not that I'm against Alphino getting a job change.
She technically kind of did already,
though. Yeah, she got Red Mage.
I mean, but like...
It was Alphino's turn.
Yeah.
And considering it was a new healer that we're getting.
Yeah, they were both on Cadus, and she switched over, but like...
Yeah.
I can see why you say that, Fed, because Alphino and like the Carbuncles are kind of have been his thing.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the one thing, is that he's losing the Carbuncles, but maybe not. Maybe he'll still use Carbuncle.
You better give me those Carbuncles.
Give me your
Because
Carbuncles.
apparently none of the Scions care about like using books anymore.
They've read them all.
It was interesting, like the whole like Daniel transition into Xenos. That area looked really interesting. I'm not quite sure what that was. It looked like a tower.
Probably on the moon.
Yeah, it looked like a tower of some sort.
Maybe it's the Tower of Babylon.
I mean, maybe, but like it just looked like it was like looked interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Xenos is. I mean, yeah, of course he's Xenos.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really like my main takeaways from the trailer. And the music was amazing, also. But of course.
Oh yeah, the music is really good.
It's so good. Of course, it's amazing.
Yeah, Soken's a musical genius.
And again,
he
I'll say
doesn't
it again.
like to say he is, but he is.
I'll say it again too. That paladin armor is clean as fuck.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like Cecil's armor, but not quite. There's some modifications to it, and it has a full arm guard.
It makes so much sense considering what
Where
the
we're
trial
going?
was. No, what the trial was for 4.4. You clearly see Cecil as the Dark Knight in there. You see like all the Final Fantasy IV characters there, and like.
Oh yeah, they're all there.
You're a Dark Knight, and you're becoming a paladin again. It just makes so much sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of symbolism there.
Yeah.
And
right away, I had a feeling that this job was gonna be paladin. I just thought like if they're finishing up with Heidelin, it made sense for him to the Warrior of Light
to go
end as a
paladin again. Yeah.
Yeah, especially after Dark Knight. I feel like the only place you can go after Dark Knight is paladin.
Yeah.
It fits the theme, like the 5 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 4. And then, of course, we're going to the moon, which they showed off in the trailer a little bit. Not much. And
Well, I imagine that's probably more towards the
not
end
much.
of
That
the
was
story.
the first thing that they
it's gonna be
showed.
the final zone.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the last zone. It's gonna be like
it's gonna be like
Tempest.
Yeah. That's about it from my part concerning the trailer.
Yeah.
Daniel. Jake, you have anything to say on the trailer? I was just telling Daniel about the PS5 stuff. That's all. That's what it's all about.
No, I think Fen really kind of covered like most of it. It's like the themes, like Alphino getting the job. Also note that it was the twins that were kind of the focus, so I have a feeling they're going to be really important to the story.
It's
in
the first
general.
time they showed up in CGI.
Yeah, so they're going to be central.
Shadowbringers was also the first time that the other Scions even showed up in CGI at all.
That wasn't Lise?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean as a group.
Oh.
Because
Okay.
like Lise left the Scions by the time she decided to be part of the Resistance. She
Yeah,
didn't
then
formally
other-
tell us until after the MSQ was over, but like they were pretty much showing her as like an Alamegan, not as a Scion, in that trailer.
I get what you're saying. Well,
Yeah, there's not much
And
else
I
we
would
can really.
expect the cinematic to be a small part. That part that we were shown, we only saw a part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like the other
Speculating
ones.
about like Urianger and Y'shtola when they got revealed, and they wound up being relatively small parts of the trailer when the full thing got released.
Yeah.
they
So
did
I
get
imagine Alpha
small
and
additional
Allie's
dialogue.
portion is going to be about of the same scale as the camera pan slow down on Lena dancing in the street, because Alphinaud's showing off the new job.
Mm-hmm. Speaking
Yeah,
of,
they'll probably show off the other job in the next trailer segment, like they did last time. Whatever it ends up being.
do you have anything to say on? Do you have anything else to say about the trailer, Amber? Or did Fen kind of cover it all?
From a healer playing perspective, I am a little disappointed that after saying they wanted shielding and raw healing to be less of a divide between healers, they just went back and made it a thing again. This confuses me somewhat, because I'm like, a lot of people were complaining. On the one hand, people were complaining that the way fights were designed, if you needed a shield to survive a hit, then what's the point of like not bringing? Okay, back in ARR, there was only White Mage, there was only Scholar. There were some raid fights where you needed to have the raw healing of White Mage, and there were some fight mechanics that required you to have Scholar's shielding capability. They were trying to move away from that in Heavensward, but and they committed more to it in Stormblood, and this expansion with not requiring a shield to survive something, and everyone else has some kind of self-heal or personal or party mitigation, like Dark Missionary or Shake It Off, so on and so forth. So I'm really confused on why they decided to just go back and double down on dividing raw healing and barrier healing.
Okay.
So because they told us they were doing this, this means that we can expect the fight designs in the next expansion to go back toward the AR style of you need a shield for this mechanic, or at least enough mitigation, because I highly doubt they're going to nick all the mitigation from everybody else now. I guess they'll expect shield combo to exist. Dark Missionary, Passage, I expect all that to still exist. But maybe like they'll just require us to put party mitigation instead of it just being for spectacle, like most phase transition things. You can mitigate it, but you don't need the mitigation to live. Unless someone took like too many vuln stacks or something.
Alright. I was asking about the trailer, but we can continue on this discussion.
The healer subject?
Yeah.
I said what I already was going to say about the trailer with like the Maki architecture and Alphinaud and Alize.
That's good, because if we're going to talk about healers, I can only listen. I'll just have to listen to what you guys have to say, because I don't do that.
Right.
He doesn't play a healer.
I'll just be over here in the corner.
I'm trying my best.
Well, visually,
cool.
Sage looks very interesting.
I like the weapon.
And
oh my gosh, we are jumping so many topics right now.
We're on point. We're fine.
Yeah.
Just keep rolling with it.
Yeah, how do you feel about Sage, Amber?
Following a script.
I mean, I'm not following the script, but like I'm trying to do my best to have a more like typical YouTube discussion. I say that as we're not typical.
We're about as untypical as they come.
Yeah. But please continue.
No, with Sage as a concept, or that they chose to do Sage as the next healer. A lot of people were screeching Geomancer, or for some reason Necromancer as a healer, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
I can
In
see
D&D,
how
necromancers
people
can heal. That's why.
That I can see how people would say that for like that sort of reason, and how like job identity as a thing is kind of all over the place if you're not like something typical like a bard, a ninja, or a samurai. Whereas like you have you have a weapon at your
The fact that they have a bow, for example. And lots of bard mains like the bow part more and don't like having music attached to it. So there's lots of people that are just not happy with anything.
But like I don't think people would be happy if like samurais were using spears or using bows and they weren't using their swords.
We'll get to samurai later.
We'll get to samurai later.
We'll get to that later.
Like I can't
No,
say
the
much.
ironic-
Go ahead.
The ironic thing is about you saying that about samurai is that samurais really didn't use their swords for combat. They actually used spears and
Oh, I know that.
what have you.
Like you're saying it.
Yeah. But like
Yeah.
samurais and swords are such an iconic thing in like media that like if they did that here where you can't actually use different weapons, you have just the one type and that's what you are attached to, I can see how people would be upset.
Yeah.
Personally, didn't expect Sage. Like, I have no problem with it, but I was hoping more for the Oracle type job because Yoshi P mentioned that they would like to do something like that for another healer.
Yeah.
But, Sage is cool. It looks fun. I like shields, so I got no problem with it having more shields.
My only addition to this healer thing is I was dead set. I thought for sure we were gonna get chemist, and I wasn't expecting Sage at all.
Would have been my likely guess next to the shamany type of job, except that like they tried that in Heavensward when they were developing it, and they couldn't make the mix mechanic work like they wanted, so we got machinist and astrologian instead.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of why I didn't think it was going to be chemist after like they tried and we got this instead.
Failed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not mad about a Magitech healer.
I was cautiously optimistic that they might pull off chemist and make it different from machinist, but that was the main concern of people who wanted chemist, was that they worried it wasn't going to be different enough from machinist to justify it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is of course silly. If they really wanted to, they could make it different enough. Look what they did with Sage just now. But anyway, surprised they decided to do Sage, because Sage historically could do all white, all black magic, so it's not as if it's only a healer. But it's nice. I like it.
Do you think it'll be doing any of that this time, or do you think it'll have its own 14 inspired abilities?
I probably would say that.
Yeah, 14 inspired, because you saw with the wing things, like it was doing like laser beam attacks.
It doesn't look anything like something a white mage spell or a black mage spell looks like.
Yeah.
Well, of course they can't do that with Sage in this game because we have a white mage and we have a black mage. And red mage is using their own spin on white and black magic, so they've already done that.
I think Sage is kind of like a Magitech healer almost in some ways.
I don't think so. They kind of made it seem like it was all magic. Like the weapon itself.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Sage certainly looks interesting. I'll definitely give it a try.
I will not be giving Sage a try as I do not play healers. So, my healer is a blue mage, so that should tell you everything about me.
Ben, I am very close to saying some extremely not nice things right now.
Alright. I like how Sage animates a lot.
Yeah, it has some really nice animations, that's for sure.
Yeah, I like those sort of like flying guns, like how they mentioned Gundam, are one of my favorite types of weapons. So I'm happy with that. But
yeah, I mean, we were half right when we were speculating the other week.
Mm-hmm.
They did give you a healer a gun.
In a matter of speaking, we'll have to wait and see what those things actually are in lore. Because like Lau said, they might be like
the
a
job
pneumo
quest
type of
will be
thing.
a little bit interesting.
Yeah, they did not say that whether or not it comes from the source or if it comes from the first. So...
It comes from Charlian.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah. It's a Charlian concept. That's why Alphino is the one that's getting it.
Okay.
So
Then,
showcased it in Google Library, which was the library from the Charlian colony in the hinterlands.
Then I retract that statement.
And I think the new liths are they're just fancy crystals, because they said they use ether to manipulate them. If it were Magitech, I think they would have said it was Magitech.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's Magitech.
Yeah, so I guess Alphino's getting his degree from Charlian finally.
Yeah, with all his traveling, he had to finish the rest of it online.
Yep.
Speaking of traveling, how about those new locations?
Interesting. We're going to Thavnir finally. They've been hinting at that for a long time. Or it looks way different.
They just let you know that it exists in the world build. Like,
yeah.
we know the new world exists, but we're not going there yet.
Yeah.
Like, we always knew in AR that Ishgard existed, but we didn't go there until Heavensward, so, like, we may not.
Yeah, you always had the entrance to Ishgard, but never actually able to go.
Yeah. Yeah, the architecture is nice. It's, like, way different than what we're used to.
Middle Eastern architecture.
Yeah. And then, of course, we're going to Garlemald, and it looks like it kind of looks like a hellhole. That's not surprising.
We were told it was.
Yep.
I wonder how our abilities are going to work there.
Like anybody else, the only difference between Garlemald
I guess that
and
doesn't
everywhere
really
else
matter.
is that its primary citizens can't use magic because they don't have the ability to manipulate Aether.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I guess that really doesn't matter because, like, we went to the burn, we went to the empty, and our abilities worked just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because there's still Aether in the air.
Ilfard itself has a lack of ether. It's that pure-blooded Garleans can't use it, so they relied on Ceruleum to make Magitech. So there's nothing wrong with Islabard itself. The burn was the only one where the Emperor said, this is because of primals, and it was an excuse to go invade things.
Yep.
Yeah, I just realized Mike's mistake as I was saying it. Ben, do you have anything to say on, like, the new locations? Even if it's just the moon?
Other than the moon.
I mean, I think they summed it up pretty well. I mean, Garlemald's a shithole. As it's expected to be. Yeah, I mean, I'm more interested in that because, you know, it's forever been talked about Garlemald. Every expansion is like, I want to go to Garlemald, I want to go to Garlemald, I want to go to Garlemald. Now that we're going to go to Garlemald, it's like, I don't know if we want to be here. This place is a shithole.
Yeah, I want to go back.
Yep. Yeah. Take me back. Let me out.
I've changed my mind. I've made a terrible mistake.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting. I think what's going to happen is we'll more than likely go to Thavnir first.
I would imagine so, because that's probably on the way.
And then we'll bounce.
They said we're going to Thavnir first.
And then we'll bounce to Garlemald. And then we'll go to the moon using Garlemald technology, probably.
It's not Garlean technology. We're likely going to use Maquis technology.
Yeah. I guess that's true. And then, of course, the moon, which they're not showing us what the moon's like, because that's major spoilers, so we can't really say much about it.
It might be one of those things where, like, the outside looks as you expect, the moon, but the inside is it's all Cthulhu up in here. It's all Eldritch all the way down.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. That scene from Fandaniel and the Xenos, That's kind of the vibe I was getting. If that's what the inside of it looks like.
And
Plus, we've had a lot of problems with the thing that's inside the moons. And not necessarily the moons themselves.
No, we know what's inside the moon already. Zodiarc's inside the moon.
Yeah, Zodiarc's there.
No, so, but I'm just saying that the outside isn't going to have any like particular structures or buildings. It's all inside.
Yeah. Yeah, the Moon in Final Fantasy IV, if we go as a base, like had like buildings and had Bahamut's Palace and that kind of thing.
But that was all on the outside?
Bahamut's Palace was like inside a cave.
Okay.
And then the Lunarians had a big structure they built on the moon as well, and they built like a teleportation device to go into the core.
Okay.
So, but it wasn't really Eldritch, but you can't really use Final Fantasy IV as a base considering 14 is a completely separate game. So I'm not really going to go in with any expectations.
I mean, I'm definitely not, because like, hey, remember Eden? Remember how that was supposed to be the FF8 raid? It is, but it's actually, yeah.
It was.
Yes, but actually, no. Like, it was still its own thing. So I very much think, like, this is going to be its own thing. And some people saying that, like, this is going to be one-to-one is probably going to be disappointed.
Yeah,
Crystal Tower wasn't even 1-to-1. Crystal Tower was still integrated within 14's own lore. Dalmasca, Rabanastre, everything Evilise has also been integrated within 14's own lore. The only time we have had a straight rip 1-to-1 is the Omega raids and Nier. That's it.
But Amber, that might not actually be their favorite game, so they don't think about it that way.
Sounds like to me like they don't think about it at all.
Probably not.
Sammy. Yeah?
Huh. Yeah.
Okay.
That does look like a scythe.
You know?
Moving on from that topic. So
what came after areas?
More or less the crying of Fen, which was the level squish.
Oh, the levels. The
level squish.
Numbers crunch.
Numbers crunch.
I mean, Fen, look at it this way. Your Mindaris were so big, the servers were crashing.
Yeah, but okay. So the example that he gave is an 80% drop from 51 to 80.
Yeah.
So I can't wait for my Midari to do 400 damage.
It's not going to do 400 damage, Fen.
You know how good that's going to make me feel when the Midari does when it crits for 550? Oh my god, I'm going to be so happy that I might actually just, like, rip the game out. I'm joking, obviously. Don't take anything I say seriously, but it was needed. Like they needed to do this.
They did. Like, if the servers were having a lot of computing issues, it's best just to
get it over with.
I'd believe that because Amber, remind me, which was the mines in Shadowbringers? What was it called?
The mines?
Yeah.
That was
Malk as well. That one, thank you.
Well.
Yeah, Fen, I still have the footage somewhere, but you did a Midari that lagged my entire connection.
Good.
early on. And like it just I could not do anything. I could not heal. I could not do any actions for like I want to say 25 seconds.
You're welcome.
So when they say stuff like that, I kind of believe it.
I believe it too. Eureka, when it first came out, because there was no damage limit, it was pretty laggy.
I have lagged in Eureka so hard that like my connection just drops.
Oh yeah.
In the middle of
really, really bad.
Was it Notorious Fates? Notorious Monsters?
Yeah.
Yeah. Biggie Smalls. Like whenever that happens, like so many times I just dropped connection.
Also, I just remembered something from when we were talking about healers. I just remembered came back to me. The other healer I would have expected reasonably was cleric with a hammer.
But I thought you don't want cleric stance.
I mean, I don't, but they put it in Vajja, so now it's effectively dead again. Anyway.
Yeah, cleric.
Yeah,
would have
that was
been
the other
interesting.
comment, healer related. I completely forgot about because 1,000 people were talking at once.
Yeah, and I said I don't really have any expectations, but if I wanted something, it would probably have been Green Mage. But I'm fully aware of why they can't actually do that without completely changing what the job actually is.
Yeah, because pretty much everything Green Mage is, White Mage has.
Right.
Yeah.
I have no expectations for any sort of like DPS. Like, yes, Magic Knight to me would be very interesting, but like I've gotten the DPS jobs that I really want outside of Blue Mage because that doesn't really exist. So I'm just like here along for the ride to begin with.
Yeah.
That
makes sense.
I have a thought on actually that topic as well. Do you remember that they stated that they didn't like that Dragoon didn't share any armor with anything else?
Oh.
I bet you anything,
Yeah,
whatever this
Templar
new
would
job
make
is
a lot
shares
of
an armor
sense.
set with Dragoon.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to make a substantial bet that it shares armor with Dragoon.
It's definitely gonna be a Dragoon share. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that makes me lean more towards something of a knight because it needs that
Templar,
kind of armor.
like that
Templar,
one person
Magic
pointed
Knight,
out.
something like that. Yeah.
Ninja also
or
doesn't
soldier.
share its
Soldier would be interesting.
Yeah.
Ninja also doesn't share its armor with anything.
Ninja shares armor with
Ninja shares armor with nobody. Ninja has its own
It shares
armor.
it's just aiming.
It shares accessories.
Yeah, it's just aiming accessories.
They shared aiming gear back in ARR when they were first introduced. They started to get their own scouting stuff in Heavensward Onward, I think. I need to look back at the Crystal Tower stuff, but I remember Ninja sharing aiming gear before they got proper scouting gear as a category.
Yeah,
and Ninja was implemented in the middle of AR's development cycle, so that was something they did over time.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct on that. I remember when Ninja was implemented too. That was fun.
Yeah, I just do remember them saying something specifically about the Dragoon armor that they didn't like, that it didn't share anything. They specifically talked about Dragoon, so that's just where I'm coming from that. So I'm expecting something of a knight type of thing, something that wears armor.
It's a good point to bring up.
Yeah, no, the Templar would make sense. Soldier, Magitech Knight, something along those lines. Well, no, it may.
Yeah.
Not much point speculating now because we don't know enough.
I'm
surprised it's a melee DPS. I really wasn't expecting it to be a melee DPS.
I did.
No.
Look how much melee we have.
I know, right?
Yeah.
We have a lot of melee DPS.
I did think it would be cool to have a Garlean styled like job, so that's why I said like Magitech Knight would be something I'd be interested in.
That or an Evilise job.
An Evilise job would be cool too.
Yeah, because we don't really have an Evilise job.
I was talking about the shaman-y thing.
Mm-hmm.
That was what they spoke about.
Do they have? Is there an Evilise job that would match something of like
Templar?
Templar.
Templar and Oracle.
Yeah. Templar and Oracle.
Templar, there's Oracle. As much as I hate saying it, because how often people have been screaming about it, Geomancer is the thing, although it's more of a support than a straight DPS.
Yeah, it's more of support.
We have Machinist already. There's no Beastmaster job, it's a support ability, so I'm just gonna leave that there.
Mm-hmm.
We have Knight, but we have that as Paladin. Paladin is Knight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
We
got Samurai, we got Black Mage, we got White Mage.
Mystic Knight. would be more that
Mystic
year,
Knight
actually.
is in the same vein as Templar, though. Like a lot of the Templar type classes have subsets of unique jobs because they're all attached to story units.
I assume Mystic Knight, Rune Fencer, and Templar are, I guess, what they've done with Red Mage all in the similar category.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they'd be kind of all in that category.
Okay.
Although, like, something like Mystic Knight is more armory, something like a Rune Fencer would be. Rune Fencer is really akin to Red Mage.
Yeah, Mystic Knight would
look like Celis from 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like keep in mind, like I don't know these jobs. I don't know much about these games, so I have to ask these questions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's also a possibility that the next job could be moon related. So
unless they give us like an actual, like the only thing I can think of is if it's not Necromancer, it's either Reaper or like a literal Ascian job.
I mean, Golbez was an armored sorcerer.
He was.
Yeah, and he was a Lunarian. So they could go that way.
Armor on casters is something that can be done through armor sets, and they have done that in the past, so I don't know why they would feel compelled to point out we have a caster who wears plate. You can do that with any armor set.
Yeah, look at the judge set. The new judge set.
Yeah, that's true.
Lost
Just
Olagon
something I'd
stuff
point out.
Stormblood also
yeah, that too.
had like platey, caster, and healer stuff.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen like 7 plate armor sets for casters between the expansions and such. They're just not common, but they exist.
I think it's just something that like feels different. They want like something to feel
unique
different from other jobs. Yeah. Like,
so
unique.
The weapon type is the question, though. If it's going to be a melee.
Do you think
something with a hammer, maybe?
Do you think it would be Berserker?
Berserker is Warrior.
Yeah.
Warrior is Berserker, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what Warrior is. It's Berserker, just a different name.
Yeah. I'm only mentioning that because of the dungeon, the boss at the end is a Berserker.
Yeah, we don't have a hammer DPS, though.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, that's not all that significant either. They've given Warrior hammers. Gaia in her fight uses Warrior animations. Some Dark Knight ones too, but mostly Warrior. If I remember correctly, I think Paladin gets a hammer in the Calusia Dwarf leveling gear set.
Yeah, I think so.
Do.
Something like that. So,
I don't see why.
Being a hammer specifically, it can be a unique weapon, but like they've implemented hammers without altering like the weapon tag for X class or job.
In that similar vein, I also don't see why they can't just give like ninja like double axes as a weapon if they want to do something with axes.
Blunt weapons over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave him
Ninja has so many blunt weapons.
I'm sure they'll come up with something.
I expect it to be. Like
I mean, they already have. They just haven't announced it.
Yeah.
So outside of job speculation, what else did they announce?
Just the basic stuff of like such as like just small minor changes to jobs, the belts.
Yeah, belts are gone.
Rip
That's
belts.
the biggest meme of the internet right now.
Yeah. Like Amber said, I would love to see us finally get like the Lulu costume and like there's just flavor text talking about like the belts.
All the belts.
Yeah.
I'd love that. So belts are gone. They contemplated removing rings, but because they're a glam slot, they decided not to. Let's see.
I would like at least that they change. Wait, can you wear two of the same dungeon rings?
No.
I would like for them to change that.
No, you can. I'm pretty sure you can. Unique rings are
dungeon
like
rings?
tome gear and raid gear.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
yeah,
not
yeah.
current.
Green rings you can.
Just not current tome gear, right?
Not
Yeah.
current tome gear, not current raid gear. Those are the ones that are marked unique.
Okay, I retract that then.
Yeah, oh yeah, the other major thing is that Final Fantasy XIV is getting a PS5 version,
Mm-hmm.
and you get it for free if you own the PS4 version.
Which is nice. Like,
That's pretty
it's
significant.
it's a
That when they
thing.
upgraded from PS3, it was
Yeah,
free.
they-
Yeah,
the
but there
same
was a
thing.
time limit. There was like a what?
I
A
think it
year
was-
time limit?
If not a year,
I mean,
probably
I don't
6
know.
months.
I didn't formally upgrade my license to PS4 from because I did have like the basic PS3 license on mine, and I still have the option to upgrade on my MOG station. So who knows?
I don't. As someone who did upgrade, I don't remember. I couldn't even begin to tell you. It was too long ago.
Oh.
Stormblood was a long time ago.
Yep, it was.
Well, I think the
Remember
last.
getting trapped in the wall in Temple of the Fists?
Wasn't it? It was a little different back then though, because they were like getting off the PS3.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
were telling everybody to like upgrade because we're not going to support PS3 anymore. So it's a little different from being like, oh, you could play on
Yeah,
PS4
'cause,
or PS5.
PS4 isn't super underpowered like the PS3 was at the time.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't sound like they're planning on upping the minimum requirements for PC for this expansion, so...
I mean, next expansion. I mean, I would assume. I wouldn't assume.
Yeah.
But it's still.
The 7.0 will be a different story.
Yeah, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah, that's still, like, 3-4 years away at this point.
They probably just want people to see the end of, like, the Highland Zodiac
Story,
War.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's they've been building that for years.
It makes sense for them to get onto the PS5 train as soon as possible.
Yeah.
That's
I am
just good
hoping...
business.
Yeah, I am actually hoping they'll do an Xbox version. You know, for just...
Depends on Microsoft.
Yeah, that's up to
Microsoft says they want to. It's just getting them to agree to cross server platforms is the difficult part.
I mean, that's why I say it's up to Microsoft, because they say
Yeah.
they want to, but if they're still insisting we have to have our own bubble of players in our own system, that obviously not what 14 is for when it comes to playing with other players. It's supposed to be open.
That might be
So
less.
if that's the one stance that they're still sticking on, then it's not going to happen as long as they maintain that stance.
That might be less on Microsoft and more on Sony.
It could be, but
So Sony has been getting better
Sony-
at it, but Sony is still a
Yeah,
stickler
they-
for it.
Sony
Microsoft is
known
not.
to be very.
they're
very
stubborn, yeah.
Yeah, they're very, very stubborn.
I mean, to be fair, when you are the lead competitor in the industry, you kind of get to dictate what goes on in the industry. I mean, Microsoft is trying to catch up, but
Dicks.
We're
My
all-
DPS
Dick
is going
bait.
down though.
We're all mature adults
my
here.
small dick DPS.
It'll be fine, fam.
It won't
you'll
be
get
fine,
your
it'll never be the
DPS
same.
back in 2 years.
It'll never be the same. You know how much I have to play Samurai more now because I have to remember these numbers for the rest of my life. I can never forget. Like,
Hey, I
the
can
kind
get take credit now. That reminds me, I haven't done Eden this week. Crap.
I have to remind myself the big numbers, so I can look back on when I'm old and be like, I did 120.
I used to do 130k with Madare.
Yeah.
Ben, you're really gonna ask one of us to take a screenshot and send it to you so you can print it and frame it on your wall. Oh wait, the biggest Madara you ever did.
I just put it over my bed before I go to sleep, and I just look at it. I was like, oh, those were good days.
You're just the Wolverine meme with the picture frame.
I let out a small tear every night as I look at it, look at the picture.
Oh, those poor Madares.
Ben, someone's here.
Sam!
Sam.
Hi. She don't want to say hi. She's just... Her fur is flying everywhere.
Fine, Sam.
Oh, she's shedding. Yeah, so it looks like Xenos found his new weapon, whatever that is.
Yeah, the shape's weird. It could be a pick, could be a hammer, it could be a scythe. The Nullstone was the first thing that came to mind, but as far as we know, emphasis, as far as we know, there was only one, and it got destroyed at the end of the Void Arc raid. So
yeah. It could also be just a really big fuck-off sword, and that's a handle.
I don't know. So just like considering the prevalence of everything Mach-related, the Nullstone was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, if it is something like the Nullstone, I don't expect it to be the same one, because we very clearly destroyed it at the end of the Dunscaith cutscene. But I wouldn't be surprised if it wound up being something similar for the purpose of fucking about with Voidsent. Maybe it's related to Anima. Who knows?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be very much related to Anima. Because it sounds like Anima's like a really powerful Voidsent. So... yeah. I think Anima's probably going to end up being the 88 or 89 trial. More than likely.
He's gonna be one of the two, sure.
Yeah. He's not going to be the first one. He's going to be close to the climax of the story, because it's Anima, right?
I mean, you would think that, but, like, if they're making a big deal of the world ending, like, they might try to play that up early on, and you fight him early.
Yeah, that's true. Like, make
and then you fuck
huge threats happen early and just keep escalating.
These are the final days.
That's the other way they could do it.
What if Anima eats Lunar Bahamut, and then we fight Anima?
Oh,
Lunar
God.
Anima, Bahamut, they fuse.
Lunar Anima is what you'd be called.
No, Lunar Bahamut shows up, and then Anima debuts with her overdrive.
Is there?
Oh Jesus!
Is there a dark Anima?
There's dark versions of all the Aeons, so yes, there's dark Anima.
Yeah, there is dark Anima. Yeah.
Oh great.
There is a dark Anima. Yeah. And I mean, it wasn't like Anima was dark enough, with all the chains and being a creature of hell.
She's not a creature of hell, though. That's just how the faith of Seymour's mom manifests. It's got not much to do with how it looks. It's just how it came out.
But yeah, Anima was a pleasant surprise. That's another thing. It's like, are we gonna get Sin?
We were an expansion off.
We already had something like Sin in Eden for reasons we already discussed.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Like, I wouldn't mind fighting Jek's Final Aeon, though.
Jek's Final Aeon would work for a Voidsent, because
the
nature of what the Voidsent are. It makes sense.
Oh, yeah, it would make for an awesome Voidsent. Can you imagine Soken's rendition of Otherworld?
I doubt he'll just do anything to it. It'll just play Otherworld. Like everything else does. There is no remix of it. They just play it.
We fight him right before we go to the moon. So we fuck off our world as it's being destroyed and jump up to the moon instead. Because
and the other world is playing.
Another world awaits you!
Oh
yeah.
God, no.
That would be so awesome. They're not going to do that, obviously, but...
I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, because they've already shown Anima, and Jek was bit of Voidsent, so I wouldn't write it off completely.
Yeah.
I think it's unlikely, but I wouldn't write it off.
I would dig that. I would dig that a lot. Oh God, are we gonna get Seymour, or like some sort of rendition of Seymour?
Which version of him?
Because he'd make a
We're
very
gonna fight
excellent
all
void
the
set.
forms of Seymour at various points throughout the MSQ.
Jeez,
Or
no.
better yet, we just in that voidy dungeon, he's every single boss.
Stop it! Stop it! You know they do
Oh,
that. You know
so
they would do that.
So he just Gilgameshes it. He just runs away every single time.
Yeah.
No, even
Yeah,
better. He looks like he dies, just like he looks like he dies after every time you fight him in 10.
Oh.
Then he just comes back in every boss room.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. It's like you again.
The worst thing is they'd fucking do that too.
They would. They definitely would. It's definitely in Yoshi P's style to tell them to do that kind of thing too. He would just laugh.
And if anything, it'd also just be a meme on Seymour itself. The fact that he just keeps popping up after you constantly beat him.
Yokota would just slide out of the closet and just give a thumbs up, and then slink back in.
Yeah, and of course, I think I know what the trial sequence is going to be. I'm not going to be 100% certain.
I don't know if that's what. I don't think that's what we're gonna get. I think
it has to be though. The Moon Man.
Okay.
It's some kind of side content.
Yeah. And they have to do the 4 feeds. They're so consistent with the Moon Man.
We got new battle content that wasn't the trial series through Baja and Eureka.
Yeah.
So it's not like they could put it somewhere if they really wanted to.
Yeah.
I just want to hear Soken's rendition of that song because it will be amazing.
Yeah, if they're doing the Final Fantasy IV quote-unquote expansion, like they have to have the music, the
Four
Dreadful
Fiends,
Night.
yeah.
They have to have the Dreadful Night. They have to.
The Dreadful Fight?
It's one of the most iconic pieces of music in Final Fantasy.
From Final Fantasy IV, yeah.
No,
it plays when you fight Golbez.
In general, it's one of the most iconic pieces of music in Final Fantasy history.
Yeah, well, it plays when you fight Golbez, too, so...
Yeah.
That is really major, considering he's the biggest antagonist.
I fully expect a Golbez reference.
Oh, for sure. And a Zeromus reference, probably.
That I could see us fighting. I could see us fighting Zeromus.
Oh,
100%.
We are going to definitely fight Zeromus. And he's probably not going to be like some... savage only thing. We'll probably just straight up fight him.
Again,
it's not like
I would say
Zemus is.
Good.
It's not like you actually see anything from Zemus when he does appear until he mutates into Zeromus, because it's like all he does is just laugh at Fusoya and Golbez, going like, "Ah, you haven't eaten me," kind of thing.
Well, I would like to say, just temper your expectations, because they did come out and say that, like, they didn't want to just use Ultimecia and, Griever because players have become complacent. And, and I say, like, well, it's gotta be this because this is obvious. So, I would just say that they're going to do this thing because it's a 4 thing.
I still think they should have did Griever. Ultimecia I don't give a shit about, but I think Griever would have been really cool.
Yeah, it would have been. But what we got
instead was pretty neat. We got the E11 boss how in the manner Griever was created, so I think
that's true. So
that's
I mean,
fine.
that was fine.
It did better. Because if you look at Griever on its own, it just looks like a regular Void Scent type thing. Which may also possibly show up in this expansion because it's the expansion of monsters everywhere all the time.
Yep. Yeah. Griever could easily be a dungeon boss.
And going back to Zeromus could also work as a Void Scent as well.
Oh yeah, he could. Like here. Pull up
here where I don't have $60 to shell out for a tiny Y'shtola. Please.
Well, speaking of Square taking your money, how about that mount?
It's probably gonna be like $80, but I'm buying it. I mean, 8-person mount, man. It is the lure fucking whale.
It's not gonna be $80. People already lost their minds about the multi-seaters being like 30.
It'll probably be the same price the Fenrir bike was.
Yeah, that's probably true.
It'll be interesting. I can see people using that in Mazda and Eureka. And just taking full parties everywhere.
Yeah.
The burning smell means it's working.
Alright, I believe
solid image of Zero Mist.
I believe that covers just about everything, unless we want to talk about Zero Mist a bit more.
Not play
just
for,
gonna...
so I don't really have anything to comment.
Well, I'm just gonna post an image of him just to show that, oh yeah, he looks like a total void scent. Yeah, see what I mean? That's totally void scent right there.
Alright, let me take a look at this. Yeah, that could work. I do remember seeing that thing.
Yeah.
And I did say, like,
And
I want more bosses that are like this, in the vein of, like, just random stuff attached to them for no reason.
Just monstrosities.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's void scent in general, so...
That was supposed to be Sin Eaters, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, the Sin Eaters in design, like, some of them were a bit disappointing.
That concept art was great, and then, like, everything else afterwards. What happened? Like, I know it makes sense in the context of the story, but still.
Resources. They didn't have the resources to make everything have a unique model.
Then stop putting wings on them.
He told them to stop putting wings on them.
They wouldn't listen, I know.
No, they wouldn't.
That's why we got a Sin Eater boss that was nothing but wings.
What are we gonna do with all these wings? All we got is this dinner plate.
No, just show them over here.
Put them in the well.
You want wings? I'll give you wings. I'm hungry now.
We'll take all these wings and we'll put them over here.
I'm hungry now.
Next, we'll take the belts.
Oh man.
Oh man, the belts.
Are we gonna get a belt boss?
Yes,
Lulu.
That's just Lulu.
We'll fight Lulu.
I'll be honest, I do appreciate that they at least did, like, reallocate the resources from the lack of belts to somewhere else. It's not where I would want it to be, but it's nice that they thought about that at all.
Yeah.
Though I guess with Sage and whatever the new job is going to be, that's having 15 additional space on weapons and rings is still nice, I suppose.
Yeah, rings are crowded, and having more weapons room is really nice.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing they could do with rings, if they're not going to take them away, is to take away one of the slots, but have it so that you
can have a second glam slot. Yeah.
Well, not necessarily a second
that.
glam slot, but like the rings are 2 rings on the model, so that you always have the rings. I know it would kind of suck because some people do like different rings. Yeah, that's the only other thing I can think of with that. We talked about Sage, we talked about the places, we talked about anima and such.
We talked about Anima, because that was a big reveal. Oh yeah, the new Beast Tribe.
Yes, the Beast Tribes. Beast
We,
Tribes.
we didn't talk about the Beast Tribe, because they said one was the elephants in Fafnir, and they look pretty neat, actually. I like their design. And the second one they can't talk about because spoilers, but I think what Amber might be right is that if it is Lunarians, then they're probably ancients that went off to the moon. And maybe they're ancient. Maybe they're people that remember their ancient memories, possibly.
I don't know, but if you will recall, the final days was started by a sound coming from deep within the star.
Yeah.
So, Heidelin said she put Zodiark in the moon, but she didn't say when. Like, she didn't say that the moon was created from Zodiark himself. She just said she made him a moon bound. So we could still have had the moon before Zodiark got shoved in there. And so ancients fleeing the apocalypse could have just fucked off to the moon.
That would make a lot of sense. And I'm hoping they'll explain what
anyway, because it could have happened after the Sundering and after Heidelin put him there. Because if honest to God's ancients were on the moon, we would have seen them when we know there's only been 3 unsundered.
Yeah, so they're definitely sundered people. Yeah, no, I understand. It's just, also with that sound, I'm hoping the story explains exactly what that was. Because that's very important.
To me...
Because it caused...
Good.
My guess is Fan Daniel's trying to fuck it up again. He's trying to bring it back.
Yeah.
That's
whatever
what all
the noise
5G
was.
towers are for. Yep.
Yeah.
The 5G
I wonder
towers.
what the noise... Yeah. Some people think the noise is Zodiark, but I don't think so. I think it's something worse than Zodiark.
The moon. The sound is what prompted them to summon Zodiark in the first place.
Yeah.
The sound predates him.
Yeah, well, we'll find out.
I don't think it would be like Asians as a beast tribe. Because
it's their descendants probably.
To me it's just all the beast tribes have been exactly that. They've been beasts. They haven't been people. You help people in a different way.
Except for the dwarfs.
Like I said.
The dwarfs exclusive, yeah.
Like I said, beasts.
Rude.
I'm kidding.
They got tanks,
but they just don't have a typical human design, is what I'm saying. So
yeah, that's true.
So if that's the case, sure, I'll wholeheartedly be okay with that. But like I was saying earlier, I do think it might be the rabbits, the Hummingways. I think it might be those.
Humming would be interesting. That is fair. But I don't think they came from the moon though. In
I couldn't tell you. Did play
Final Fantasy IV. I'm trying to remember where they came from.
Shen.
Oh yeah, they did come from the moon.
You did miss the stream. Yeah. I would go back and watch the footage. Not be it this one or in general, the official footage, and go back and watch what was there because a lot of information was said. A lot of information.
2 hours worth. I would just say be an interesting beast tribe.
I would just say now, just turn this stream off and go watch that stuff. Okay, so you watched the new heel reveal. Alright. What did you think of it, Shin? rip my main. Oh, don't say that. Scholars still exists. It'll still be there waiting for you.
The Scholar has more, like, grade buffs. So,
Why would you say
Sage
that when
Voice.
we don't know what Sage brings?
yeah. Well, no, they mentioned it. They mentioned that Sage is going to have more personal DPS buffs.
Okay. I'll have to rewatch it, because admittedly, like Lau said, we were talking over a lot of that stuff. Yes, Shin, you are correct. They have 2 shield healers and 2 pure healers. They are ripping Astrologian's, like, Red Mage gimmick from it. And it's just going to be a pure healer. No shields.
I mean, I guess they kind of just like pseudo like said that Astro's getting a full rework without really saying it.
I suppose in a
Rework
way.
so much as they're just taking the shields off and repurposing what used to give shieldy things into something else.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I assumed, like, we're just going to have our shield and heal button still. But we're not going to get a sect specifically for shields anymore. That's all I'm assuming it is.
That's another thing that we should maybe discuss is, do we think any job's going to get a rework?
We already know Monk is getting full rework.
Getting its full rework. Yeah, it's getting its full rework.
Yeah, it's just how much is like going to be changed from what the current base is going forward. That's the question, because it's like what the changes they made now, is that just set up for what they're adding to Monk later, or are they going to completely revamp Monk and it's going to be a completely different play style in the next expansion? That's the question.
Want to remove Trick Attack from Ninja, please.
They're not going to remove Trick Attack.
They're not going to do that.
It's the only group utility it has. They're not going to remove it.
Shin, Astrologia is technically Time Mage for this game.
It is. It's even called Time Mage in a couple of languages.
Okay, I'm clearly retarded, and this is completely off topic. Can someone explain to me how you're supposed to divide scientific notation?
You're screwed. I have no idea.
I'd have to see the equation, and I'd have to reread how to do scientific notation.
No. I don't remember.
Other jobs that might get reworked?
Ages, and I keep getting it wrong, and it's not telling me why I'm getting it wrong. And I'm watching the video, and I get it.
Anyone in chat good with math?
I am, but I don't know. I don't remember how to do it.
It's been too long.
I wish I did Foucault through the whole thing. I would have loved to have been in a conversation with you guys during the presentation. It happens, man. I called like 3 to 4 other people and they did not show up, so it's fine.
Oh God. Okay.
I was watching. I'm sorry, this is completely off topic, but I legitimately need help with this. So you like you divide the decimal numbers, and you adjust it so it's notated scientifically. So you move the decimal place in the appropriate spot, which is like in the middle of like after the first number, and whether it's a positive or a negative movement, you adjust after you deal with the exponents, which should be, because it's division, the negative minusing the second negative, which leads to a greater negative number, and so then you add the positive that you've adjusted when you move the decimal point, but somehow I'm still getting it wrong every single fucking time, and this is like almost the 10th time I've re-rolled this question, and I'm still getting it wrong, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't.
Yay.
I don't remember how to do this.
Yeah, it's been ages
I
since I've had to
don't.
do notation.
You may just have to like show them what it is and just like print screen it. It's
She did.
Screen it.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, I'm
There's a
looking at it. I
video.
don't. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I don't know how to do that.
I think you could YouTube the rules she's talking about.
There is from YouTube on this page.
Oh, was
That's
it
what I watched.
good?
I'm still getting it wrong. And I don't get it.
Amber, I'm going to need you to be like 14 and just eat the penalty.
Oh my god. I can't believe you just said that.
I can believe you said that.
I mean, that's what I used to do, so it's either
I
here or
think you
there.
just broke her.
There's a really good tutor video. It's called Khan Academy. Sure, we'll take a look.
I mean, these are the practice questions. These are the questions to like have these. That's why I have these 99 re-rolls and 2 tries every question, so I can try it as many times as I need. The quizzes only give me 2 tries to re-roll my answer, not the question.
Oh, I think you've got the notation. I think I just remembered something. You might have the notation reversed for the. It should be 5.14 to the 10 negative 38 instead.
Like I get right. The second half, the exponents, is what I'm getting wrong with no indication of what I'm getting wrong because I'm following the rules that this video tells me. When you're dividing quotients with exponents, you minus it. You minus 2 negatives, you get a greater negative. And since I adjusted for the decimal point, I have to add an exponent.
No, the exponent, when it says it's minusing, I think that's bad. That's really bad language there. Because even if it's 2 negatives, minus the 16 from the 53 instead. It should be to the 38 instead of 68. At least that's what I remember.
All right, let's see if this changes anything. Or maybe I should just turn the stream off and leave people wondering if she got this question right or not. like tune in next time if you want the answer. I won't do that.
No, it's not the same question anymore. I've burned through like 12, not 12, like 5 other questions that are similar, but with different numbers, and I'm still like 1 or 2 numbers on the last half of the notation off, and I don't understand why.
Fen, this has nothing to do with Amber's plight right now. But I just realized people are probably going to meme Xenos in the chair like they've been memeing Virgil in the chair.
Oh, are they gonna put Bernie there?
Maybe.
They're definitely gonna put Bernie there.
Yeah.
Alright, Shin, did you see anything else concerning the updates?
Oh yeah, the live letter's coming up, but it's not translated, so I'll just look at the slides tomorrow.
That's fine. I will be here for the slides in 75 minutes.
We can broadcast Math Homework Savage. Probably wait for that.
Oh my god.
Hey, it could be worse.
Yeah, I cannot honestly remember how to calculate scientific notation.
You
Just
a
looking at
video.
it hurt my brain.
I gave you a video.
I did
I'm
that.
not watching a math video.
I calculated scientific notation with a really, really powerful calculator that belonged to the school, so I definitely don't know how to do it.
I thought you were about to say you calculate scientific notation by skipping the question.
I mean, sometimes. Look, my parents were not looking for hundreds. They were just looking for 90s, okay? I tried my best.
22. Explain. Sake.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was right.
My parents got lucky if I gave them 70s. Thank
Yeah,
you,
so-
Shin. That's exactly
Okay,
it.
so everyone clear out for a second. So Amber, because you're subtracting this negatives, when you're subtracting a negative from a negative, you're actually doing addition. I just remembered after watching the video.
I know that.
So the answer you had there of negative 68 should actually be negative 38. Because you're minus...
you're still adding a positive value to your exponent because you had to adjust the decimal numbers to get the right proper scientific notation.
Yeah.
So
Pretty
that
sure
that part doesn't add up. I just input a different question without accounting for that decimal point, and it still tells me it's wrong. Please explain to me how you got 15. That's the most recent question I did, and it's like, it's wrong. Okay, explain.
Okay, let's see.
Alright, so this is going to be like this. I'll probably just play something for you guys in the meantime so you're not watching. Thanks for watching this entire time being here for the next 75 minutes. That is so weird. Okay, well, things are fine with Nelson, but I can't borrow games from Lau still. Off topic, are you as excited for this as I am? Message me at, like, PM me on Twitch or something. I'll see it. So, Discord? Okay. Oh, gaming channel. Okay. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You could have actually put it in the fire section. That's fine. Yeah, I used to play this.
Okay, yeah, no, I understand how they got 15 there.
It's fine. It's cool, man. I just recently put that section there, back in December. I borrowed a Neo Geo Pocket from my sister's ex. Like, if you ask me about what PlayStation 1, what Sega Saturn games, Neo Geo games I've played, it probably came from his collection. Oh, I know I can play.
Oh.
60 minutes? That's enough time.
I am going to go grab some food and go to the bathroom.
That's fine.
I'm gonna grab some water.
I shall return at some point.
Water.
Yeah, that's what my sister's ex had. Yeah, Neo Geo color. He also had the big machine too. I forgot what that's actually called. If it's not just called the Neo Geo.
Wow. So Marilyn Manson just lost his manager of 25 years.
Sheesh. Wait. Did he fire him or did he die?
No, his manager left him. Like, quit.
Oh.
Because you haven't heard about the abuse allegations against Marilyn Manson right now?
Huh.
Yeah, his ex-wife came out on February 1st. Well, ex-fiance now. Yeah, saying kind of the usual abuse allegations that celebrities get.
Oh, it's completely redraw? Yeah, they are. Oh, something's not working correctly here. How does one get a copy of this? I will send you a copy of this.
Hiccups.
with some kind of snack.
Back.
Thanks. Jeremy got sushi yesterday and he was like, I got you a rice ball. I was like, I got you a rice ball. Yes.
I always wanted to try onigiri. It does sound pretty good.
I forget the names of a lot of sushi I've tried, but I've tried raw sushi and can't do it. The texture makes me want to throw up. And this was on fish. I normally love like salmon and tuna, so that was sad. So whenever I have sushi, it's cooked fish, which some people might give me shit for, but
no, that's just cooked sushi is pretty common. I can't stand sashimi either. It's the texture.
It's also safer in business to just offer the option of cooked fish.
Yep.
It's cooked, and a lot more people will be willing to buy a meal that has cooked fish.
Take off the belts.
Sammy, I love you, but I've got to do scientific notation. It's like squeaking behind me, and I'm like, I love you, Sam. I gotta do
That's a pretty good deepfake too. Wow. That didn't take very long.
sake.
FL Studios, Jim? FL Studios is alright. I've used it before.
Oh, I was about to be like, did you just buy the whole company? Did I hear that right?
No.
Like Shin just rolled up and bought a company?
I mean, if he just rolled up and bought a whole company, he has explained it to do. Like, why don't I get any shares?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did he just like cash out from all the stomps going on right now and just roll up and buy a company?
Maybe.
Let me know if you recognize the two songs I'm trying to mash up. I'll try. Haven't done anything like this since Mysterious Figure. And no one believed me.
I believed you.
I know you did.
Why would you do this to me? Like, look at this. Look at what they want you to do.
Oh, I remember these questions.
Oh my gosh. Why can't I just kill this clown?
Yes, please, kill me. I don't want to do this promise.
I don't think you're a clown, so...
But I thought it was freaking hilarious, damn it, you guys laugh at my jokes.
Okay, are you guys fine? No, you're not fine. This is a waste.
A newspaper. I gotta actually start writing this shit down now. I don't know where my pencil is. It's fucking gone.
Your pencil doesn't want to deal with the math.
There's a pen. Where's the pencil I was doing last week work with?
Get up and left.
I guess it did.
It gave up on the math.
Oh, here it is. It's hiding behind. Yeah, it was hiding behind something. Tried. Actually, just my stupid art eraser. My cheap budget art eraser. Like, I bought a whole new pack of pencils just for this math class, needing me to write stuff down, because I was like, all I have right now is art pencils. I'm not using that for math.
Okay, Shinobi.
Right. How about that? Holy shit. History is being made, guys. I did this stupid crazy problem on a not practiced chart that gives me 99 re-rolls, and I got it right on the first try.
Hooray! How many years have come and gone since that day?
I mean, I have done science fiction pages before in high school.
Yeah. By looking at these questions, I remembered a little bit, but it's like long.
Oh god, that's been like me in this entire class. I'm just like, I clearly remember sitting down in my high school classes and doing this, but I need to get the cobwebs dusted out. So like, I watch the videos. The person in the videos are pretty short, but like if I like feel like they're moving slowly, I just fast forward so I can see what they write on the board. I go, yes, there's this, there's that. I remember now. Ah shit, falling on wheels.
Ah shit, here we go again.
Fuck. No, for extra goals, 5, that's easy. That's easier. I guess we're not adding to that shit. Did some of that last week. And some of it in the first week. Oh, Jeremy's monster roll file. The most rage-inducing thing he's come up against is not even a monster. It's the plant farm because he keeps forgetting to fertilize it.
Monster farm problems.
Like, I sat down because we both agreed that both of us paying this separate subscription for Dash Pass or DoorDash is kind of dumb. So I just put my card in his account, and if he orders something, he'll usually have to set aside for me, and if I order something, I'll order something as well on the same sub, so it works out. And so I was like, I have some snacks, but I'm kind of like really hungry. So I went to his laptop because he was logged in on everything on his laptop, and I'm like, can I order something for us? Okay. I picked out my stuff. What do you want? So, while we were doing all this, like, he opened up his plant farm, and then he like just starts groaning, and I'm like, what? What's wrong? What's the matter? I keep forgetting to fertilize it. Oh. Like hitting up the pub sailor husbando and the gathering hub. Never forget to fertilize your plants when you're looking forward to the sailor going Olaf.
Now, focus. that.
Oh, the Magis Sisters. Are we? If we're getting anima, we might be getting them too.
the live let start, by the way?
I'm not sure.
I'm still doing my math stuff.
Alright, it started, but it hasn't, the stream started, but they haven't started. still going. It's 12:48, so it can't be much longer. Oh, I guess while I'm doing this, I will go get that copy of Remake for you, Fen. Shin.
Thank you, Fox Method, for multiplying polynomials. Same channel for the next thing?
Yeah, you could.
I think.
Wait, are you on YouTube?
Yeah.
I linked it in the 14 Discord thing. Discord channel. It is the bottom one. Alright, since we have just a few more minutes left, I will be right back.
Fox Method. Still good. I need a bigger box for this one. Fun at.
Well, he said he left to get something to eat. And then come back.
Dang, it's on fire!
Come back.
Welcome
back.
They just started.
皆さんこんに
That's
ち
the
は。
cinematic stuff.
ここからのお時間
I want that
everyone.
shirt.
12回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブをお送りして
I want both of those shirts actually.
ご挨拶お願いします。
Children of... I can't read what that one is.
よろしくお願いします。
Oh, of course, the other shirt's for giving obscenity.
ゴトブロです。よろしくお願いし
I
ます。
see you, Soken. Don't think I don't.
まあね、今日は先ほど新情報発表会があったので、ちょっといつもの PLL よりはちょっと若干ね、時間早めのスタートではありますが、よろしくお願いします。
There's a Scython Yoshi shirt.
では、まあちょっと先の何14の未来の話をしたんですけど、引き続いてはですね、割と近い将来の未来の話をしていこうかなと思っております。
はい。で本来、今のコロナウイルスの問題でなければ、この時間実は14時間生放送をやっていた時間でありまして、その名残もありまして、今日の PLL ちょっと豪華になっておりまして、3部構成でお送りしようと思っております。まず最初は今吉田さんがおっしゃった通り、パッチ 5.5
So as the new TPS can use a site,
実機じゃないんですけれども、文字ベースで
because the theme goes along with the shirt he was previously wearing.
休憩挟みまして第2部はリードプロジェクトマネージャーの松澤さんをお呼びしまして、スペシャルトークセッション、素敵プレゼンテーションをしていただこうという手はずになっております。で、新情報発表会の中でもご紹介いただきましたけれども、第3部には今日ファンフェスのアナウンスもしていただきましたので、そのおさらいと、あとファンフェスサイト今立ち上がってまして、すでに予約が始まってるんですが、
なるほどね。
我々ここに合わせていろんな新グッズをこさえましたので、それを皆さんにしっかりご紹介したいな。
なるほど。
いいお時間で。
まあ大体3時間ぐらいですか。
そうですね。賞味3時間ぐらいかなと見ております。
まあ毎年2時間ぐらいで喋ってメディアさんの
Oh, that's interesting.
まあ受けて
Apparently Yoshi P is a fan of Finnish rock.
喋ります。頭の中ぐちゃぐちゃ。
Children of Children of Bidom is a Finnish band. Yeah.
Oh, why is that weird?
No, I just thought it was interesting.
Temptation, and they're a Dutch band.
I just said it was interesting.
Yeah.
ちょっとあって実は延滞登ったことのある人だと分かるんですけど、なんていうんですか、息を飲むその空気とか、その一瞬溜めてからのすごい拍手の波とか、感情って言葉を発さなくても結構来るんですよ。あれがないから、まあ軽くその立ち確認とかのリハだけは一応やりましたけど、まあほとんど台本ないからまあペラペラ喋るんですけど。ちょっとやりづらさあるかもなとは思ったんだけど、幸いにも全放送のコメントをね、しっかり返しで出してもらったので、あれによってむしろ普段こう会場でやってる時って、まあやっぱり
Yoshi P is weird to watch. New class is definitely time age.
グローバルのコメントを見ながらやれたので、それはねある意味すごく光の選手。
Hey guys, Yoshi P's wearing glasses. I think that means we're getting scholar.
やりやすかった分喋りすぎてしっかりオーバーしてたんだけど、
ちょっと長かったですね。まあでもね、
台本はねこんなこと喋りますぐらい書いた。
Hey guys, Yoshi P's necklace has the Fortomp shield on it. I think we're getting Paladin.
Nah, we get the Hiroshi Font class.
So you mean just dead guy in a grave?
Yep.
But we have that already on Blue Mage. We have transfusion. We can sacrifice ourselves for somebody else.
の前にまずはパワーポイントをお願いいたします。冒頭トレーラーでご紹介いたしましたが。
Hey guys, Yoshi P is wearing a lot of jewelry. Are we getting more accessories?
No, we're getting a goldsmith class. It's gonna be a combat class. It's gonna fight for gold.
Goldsmith combat class.
By the way, what is this?
So what would be the weapon then?
What is this 1.0 art he was talking about earlier? That's a
the original art for the trailer. Or the box art, I think.
Oh, okay.
そしてそれに先駆けますところのパッチ 5.5 についてですが、まずはパッチタイトルからですかね。
まあなんかね、
そうなんか
日付は誰かにもバラされましたからね。
ね、
世界
そうなんですよ
的にね
ね。。ネタバラシおじさんが今年もやってきたぞ。
Yeah, I think this art.
ご覧いただけますか。
まあ行きましょう。
はい、じゃあ画面お願いします。どうぞ。5.5。
Oh, okay.
黎明の
That makes sense. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Weird.
Now it comes back to
Death
me.
unto Dawn is the patch name.
That's not ominous at all.
英語チームからもらったロックチームからもらった時かっこいいなと思って。これなんかね、単独のゲームタイトルでもちょっと使えそうなぐらい。まあ誰が何としても
そうですね。で、おそらくこの下の隙間に日付が入るんでしょうけど。
あ、まあでしょうね。もう出してもいいんじゃないですか。
あ、知ってた。
今回はですね、
はい、
二部構成です。
そうですね。
メインシナリオ。
はい。
拡張へつながっていく物語として、まず、黎明の使徒パート1、メインシナリオね、2021年4月13日に、公開となっています。
はい。そして
パート2は、5月下旬。
なるほど。
ちょうどね、今日お知らせしたデジタルファンフェスを挟んで、デジタルファンフェスの興奮冷めやらぬまま、5.5 の結末の答え合わせが走るという感じです。
Is 5.5 the last one?
For Shadowbringers,
this
yeah.
expansion, yeah.
0.5s are usually the last patch.
Okay. I'm sure I asked that question before.
Probably.
PS5 をお持ちで、4D やったことないよというか、アカウントないよっていう人は、フリートライアルで PS5 でガンガン遊んでいけるようになるし、まあ PS4 版の、アカウントをお持ちの方は、なんとそのまま PS5 で
今ご利用のアカウントで、
いつものキャラでいつも通りプレイできるという感じになっているので、まあお持ちの方、そうですね、ぜひ PS5 でいろいろテストをしてみてもらいたい。そうです。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。それではそんな、
これ結構あったんですけど、コメントで発表会でも、吉田は PS5 変えたの？変えたのってのがあったんですよ。どうですか？私実はですね、変えたんですよ。
やったー。
変えたんですよ。
ついに。
続きがあって話の。みんな手に入んないじゃないですか。
入らないですね。
で、開発機材はうちの部署一応あるんですけど、他社さんのゲームを当然ほら研究としてプレイしたいんですよ、みんな。したいでしょ？だって仕事だからさ。
仕事だからね。
そう、でも PS5 手に入んないんですよ。
入んないの。そうなのよ、皆さん入んないの。
いやだから開発チームでみんなでこうその広場に置いといて、PS5 のディスク。
It's obvious the second job was a sumo wrestler because they took all the belts.
Sumo wrestler. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if they gave us a leech to our class.
事業本部のドセンターにあるんですよ。で、盗まれたらどうすんのって言ったら大丈夫、鍵かけておけ。
Question on how that would really work without stepping on Monk's toes.
なるほど。そうなんですよ。ご覧の皆さん、そうなんですよ。
僕が買ったディスクも全部ね。
Just make it Geomancer.
弊社内には開発
Just make everything landslide.
いわゆる皆さんが思って同じ
Everything is landslide.
Everything is landslide.
変えたのか変えてないのか。まあ変えたんですけど、
実装したんですよ。
まあ遊べてない感じですね。はい。というわけで、まあ吉田のものはみんなのものということで、第3開発事業本部ですから。はい。そんな感じです。なんとかね、PS5 の本体は皆さんも抽選にね、一生懸命応募すればいずれ当たります。はい、頑張っていきましょう。はい。
ではそんな、パッチ 5.5 の中身の紹介を早速行っていきたいと思いますのでよろしいでしょうか。
はい。
それでは画面お願いします。はい。まずは新たなメインクエストです。
So April 13th is part 1.
Yep, and the other is at the end of May, or is it March?
いつもパッチ例えば 5.4 とか 5.3 だとメインストーリードーン
May.
May. Yeah, part 2.
今回パッチ 5.5 は次の今日発表した行月のフィナーレエンドウォーカーに向かって進んでいく重要な橋渡しのシナリオなので、まずパート1としてパッチ 5.5 で前半が実装されて、で、
次のファンフェスティバルでまた行月のフィナーレの情報を出すので、それを踏まえた上でパート2で、さらにこの、まあ、オチというか、を見てもらって、エンドウォーカーへつないでいくという流れを組むので、2回に分けてリリースしていくことになります。はい。
はい。ということで今日はスクリーンショットを1枚ご用意いたしました。こちらです。おや。
ついに全員
皆さんお揃いですね。
全員座ってる。でかいなっつね、これ。
本当ですね。
Look at each other.
これがこれか？これか。
What was that?
Look who's sitting across from one another in the slide.
Oh, Emmerich and...
They did that on purpose.
Of course they did. And look who's beside Graha.
Yeah, I know, they did that on purpose too.
That's
Hey,
totally
look,
the
Emmerich,
alien in
I
that
got your
situation.
favorite warrior of light next to me, not you. That someone
So
in the stream chat was yelling, "Where's he in?"
はい
Oh no, someone's missing their husbando. This won't do.
How do we pronounce that?
Add the husbando.
ご用意してますね。
Pagelthon?
Megalthon? That sounds...
Pagelthon or Pagelthon? Depending. I don't speak any Middle Eastern.
Yeah. I said it was going to sound... It sounded Middle Eastern, so it's definitely kind of along the lines of Thav near it.
At the 5G tower.
It's going to be Plagueathon all over again.
Plegathon.
Plegathon, yeah.
Plem. Plemathon. Plymouth.
No.
The end times.
Okay, but food I ordered is here. I'll be right back.
それ楽しみにしていてください。まあもちろんこちらフェイス対応しておりますので。
I think it's highly likely one of the Scions is gonna die in the next patch.
I feel plagued by this.
では続いて参りましょう。続いてこちらです。
Such devastation. Such was not my intention.
ついに完結となります。はい、こちら最終章が実装となります。
はい。こちらもですね、スクリーンショットが1点ございますのでご覧いただきます。こちら。
もう期待が出てる。
Oh, there's the diamond weapon.
Yeah, it looks cool.
こちらです。ベルリト戦最終章はこちらでございまして。
It looks like diamond weapon to me.
Yep. It's gonna stomp on us.
ダイヤウェポン破壊。さあ、極ダイヤウェポン破壊作戦。
New trials, the Cloud Deck, and the Cloud Deck Extreme.
なるほど。まあその目にですね。14随一暗いと言われているベルリート戦ですが、まあぜひねどういう結末になっていくのか。日本ではね頑張れおじさんとしてなんか人気あるんだらないんだら。
でも頑張れおじさん周りはいつも 最近だと新しい演出がいろいろ見られるので、
新しいことやるとやっぱりねみんな新しい
The Cloud Deck? I see what they did there.
Squares, please treat my man well, don't kill Gaius.
さあどうなるか。ぜひその目でお確かめください。はい。
Real.
では続いてです。続いてはこちら。
The man's been there from the very beginning. I don't think they're going to kill him off in the Star Wars. Yeah.
No, he has to come with us to Garlemald. He's got to be our guide, our tour guide.
It's a secret.
I got the food.
Nums.
And I had to hurry up and put like my bowl of fruit peels away because Dina got a new box of fruit and I've been eating like so many oranges.
So the name of the next Yorha raid, they're not telling us.
Lovely.
They said the name is a secret.
Final Fantasy 14
and the name of the diamond the name of the diamond weapon trial is Cloud Deck.
第3弾と書いてあってね。最終章じゃねえのみたいな。言われてみればわかんないじゃん。どうなるか。
It's spherical.
しかわからない。ね、
It's an egg.
データセンタートラベル発表したけど、データセンター破壊されるかもしれない。金がね、旅行さんね、データセンター。
Forbidden Jawbreaker.
The Forbidden Jawbreaker.
I mean,
Alien
it's
Jawbreaker.
right? All sorts of reasons. It's just not a jawbreaker.
はい。まあ今回はね、
In Soviet Russia, jawbreaker EU.
I'm just glad that the Yaha Dark Apocalypse is over there in the corner and not in Eorzea. They don't need that right now.
Remember how Gaia said she could possibly world hop? She figured out how to do it. What if she brings that with her?
Please no.
Hey guys, we gotta see the destruction on one of the shards right before the world starts going to shit. I wonder why.
Hey, Trask, what about second apocalypse, though?
No. This is the second apocalypse for Nier.
As we staved off the 8th Umbral Calamity Apocalypse, what about second apocalypse in Yora? Okay, no, let's stop that. Okay, what about third apocalypse on the source?
then fourth apocalypse after T. Job adjustments, PvP, PvE. What job adjustments are you making?
シルエットしか出てないんで、あれどんなだよって言われてたんで、
Astrologian buff, please.
アートワーク公開してしまおうと思っておりました。こちらがまた抜群にかっこいい。
Whoa.
Ooh, is that the Yorha armor?
ぜひ頑張っていただきたい。
Are they giving us cape armor finally?
I mean, we already have it. We have Judge Armor. Judge Armor has cape.
Oh, it has
live
cape.
right now in the game.
Is that the armor that
You haven't seen anybody walking around with it yet? I've seen like 20 people with Judge Armor walking around town.
No, I haven't.
I've seen people with bits and pieces, not all of it. Is that the set Tataru's gonna give us?
Maybe? That looks like it comes from the Judge gear.
Ah.
So it might be relic armor.
今後どうしていくかっていうのをちょっとお話ししようかなと思ってます。
はい、お願いします。
で、まず、前提なんですけど、そもそもレジスタンスウェポン、一番最初におっしゃったじゃない、話した通り、セイブ・ザ・クイーンっていうシナリオのクリアは必要です。
そうですね。
これ。ただ、いやそうじゃなかったじゃんっていう声に対してなんですけど、ちょっと言っていただくと、まず 5.35 まではそうは言っても間口を広めるっていうことで難易度を優しめにしてました。
5.35 will be eased.
南方ロシア戦線っていうコンテンツをプレイしながら強化できるように、クリアしてから強化だとコンテンツの中でその育成するのが大変になるので、同時にできるようにしてましたと。で、いよいよ 5.35 の強化が終わったので、5.45 からの強化をしていくためにはセーブ・ザ・クイーンのシナリオを進めてくださいね。なぜならレジスタンスウェポンだからですということです。これはもうコンセプトなのですいません、これは必要なのでぜひクリアを目指していただきたいです。で、パッチ 5.5X でも最終段階の強化が始まるんですけど、その時もパッチ5.45 までのシナリオクリアが必要になりますので、改めて、ご承知おきください。
そうですね。
はい。で、続いてなんですけど、パッチ 5.45 の武器強化クエストそのものについて、ここがものすごく誤解されている部分もあるので、ちょっとちゃんと説明をさせてください。
お願いします。
まず、各ジョブごとに達成が必要なクエストと、キャラクターとして1回だけやればいいクエストっていうのが混在してるんですよ。でもこれをネット上で出た情報だと毎ジョブこれやんのっていうことになっちゃっていて、強化開始のクエストと、強化完了の時のクエストっていうのはまあジョブごとに強化なのでやらなきゃいけないですけど、真ん中はキャラで1回やればいいんですね。で、これ実はゲロルト1回でいいって言ってるんですけど、 情報だけ見ると、
My pencil.
まあ毎回やる
No,
の
it's right in front of me.
見えちゃうので、
Trying to shove food in my face and watch this thing and do my homework at the same
もう
time.
遠すぎると。はい。で、あとやっぱり 5.35 ですごい間口を広くしたっていうのと、まあとにかく楽に序盤はね強化してもらおうっていうのをやって、まあ僕ですら全ジョブ分上げてたぐらいなので、はい、複数ジョブやっぱりやろうって思ってた人っていうのがすごい多かったんだなっていうのが今回フィードバックを拝見してて思ったので、ちょっと調整をしていこうと思います。さらに。はい。で、まず次にちょっとポイントになってるのが、はい、次のスライドに行ってほしいんですけど、何種類ものフィードバックがあるんでちゃんと分けて話しますね。はい。パッチ 5.35 のセーブ・ザ・クイーンのシナリオクリアを必要だと思ってなかったっていう方もたくさんいらっしゃっていて、そうですね。いや分かったよ、じゃあやるよっていうことで、ナボボズヤでコンテンツプレイしてくれてたんですけど、やっぱりまず甲状腺っていうのがハブになっていて、何にせよ。はい。なので、ところがいや人集まんないよっていう状況になってるっていうところがポイント。はい。で、ここまた難しいのが火曜日にコンテンツを開放したので、霊式行くような人たちっていうのがまずやっぱり霊式の消化に回り、まずそっちもう全部の準備が終わっていて霊式も消化してるっていう人はグンヒルド・ディルーブラムに行き、はい、いやいやなんかそんなにどっちもじゃないんだよなってカジュアルにこのレジスタンスウェポンの武器強化をやっていこうと思ってたんだよねっていう人たちが、でかつその 5.35 までクリアしてなかったっていう場合に、はい、いやいやいやじゃあやろうかって思ったのに、ここで詰まるじゃんっていうのがまず出てしまっていた。はい、だからいずれにせよグンヒルド・ディルーブラム行くにしても、武器強化するにしてもやっぱり甲状腺が今ハブになっていて、で他の人たちが他のコンテンツで行ってるっていう状態になっちゃってるので、はい、まあこれをまずちょっと調整していきたい。なるほど。でもちろん週末まで見ると、一通り人がまたばらけてきて、戻るかなと思うんですけど、いずれにせよこの先も
Where's Fun?
のでもう一度さら
I
に
can't summon anymore apparently. The math drained my power.
なので、大
I
幅
called
に
for Fun and he's
講習
not
をちょっ
here.
と追加をしてですね、より甲状腺にまあ甲状腺ってどうしても
Yeah, like did he go buy food at like 5 counties over?
じゃないから、ちょっと時間コントロールがし
Or did he just fall asleep?
He's snowed in, if I remember right. So
Yeah.
maybe he went to the gas station, or maybe he's just waiting for the job changes in particular before he comes back on. Maybe he's in the bathroom, or maybe he fell asleep, like you said.
Maybe he fell asleep in the bathroom. Who knows?
No, don't say that. That makes me scared because Grandpa passed away in the
That's
bathroom.
never. Yeah, falling asleep in a bathroom is never
も
good.
ちろんその手前で行って損があるわけじゃないんですけど、やってい
At least they recognize that they've created a bottleneck.
思ってます。はい。で、ちょっと待ってね。で、ここで
I mean, they got people looking at the game, including Yoshi P himself, and they pop data centers fairly regularly, so they've been able to see it's a problem.
アライアンスレイドの集会、はい、まあだるいんじゃっていう声もわかるんですけど、そのまあ1回でもともとタイムトゥーウィンで最終的に強力な武器が得られるものなので、はい、まあある程度時間がかかるのはすいません許容していただきたいです。ただボス屋の中でもうちょっと取れていいんじゃないっていう声とか、まあちょっとフェイトのドロップ渋すぎんみたいなのは、はい、このホットフィックスにできるだけ合わせてもうちょっと頑張っていける。なるほど。まあこれも今回初めてこの武器強化やった人たちが結構多かったと思うんで、あとやっぱり並行し他のジョブもやるっていうことを考えると、僕らはまあ一本でいいと思ってたんだけど、はい、まあやってくれるのであれば、まあ長く回してもらった方がいいかなと思ってるので、ちょっとだけ、はい、調整していこうと思います。それらもまあもうちょっと予測しておいてよっていうお声ももちろん分かってはいるんですけど、なんかこう僕らもやっぱ過去からの積み上げで作ってきてるからね、あまりこう ね、軽くしすぎてもなーっていうのもあるし、そうそう、昔はもっと辛かったっていうお声の方もいらっしゃるんですけど、そこまでにはしなかったつもりなんだけどというわけで間を取ってもうちょっとそのボズやってる時にも育てられるし、空いた時はフェイトやってデイのアライアンスレイドルーレットやってる時はそれでも手に入るっていうぐらいコンビネーションでやっていけば揃うよっていうぐらいにしていきたいなと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。
そうなんです。はい。これはなんともバランスの難しいところで、とにかく簡単にしろってなっちゃうと、最終形態があんな強いものにならないよってことになっちゃうじゃないですか。なのでやっぱそことのバランスなので、
そうね。
っていうことではありますよね。
そうここは難しいよね。古くからプレイしてくださってる方だとこのコンセプトをずっと確かに説明してきてたんだけど、確かに今回思ったのはちゃんとその霊式の武器っていうのがあってだねって。で武器強化っていう遊びってこうねっていうのを確かにやってないなと反省した部分ではあってというのもあるので、まず甲状腺に関しては大幅に報酬を、追加していきます。戦果も稼げるようにとかして、グンフィルド・ディルブラムって結構失うんでここで取り返すみたいなのもやりたいと思ってるし、補選とかもそうだしガツッときますんで、これら、調整はホットフィックスでできるだけパッチを待たずにやっていこうと思いますので、まず 5.4 よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。そして、
それを踏まえて、
more rewards.
シリーズでまたセーブ・ザ・クイーンのアップデートがございます。
はい、こちらです。
いよいよシナリオ的にも佳境に入ってまいりましたですね。でそれと同時にレジスタンスウェポン強化の最終段階が、追加されます。
はい。
でこれパッチ 5.5 実装項目とは言ってますが、5.5 ではなくて 5.5X に、なる予定ですので、よろしくお願いします。ここが最終になっていきます。はい。で、強化にはセーブ・ザ・クイーンのシナリオクリアが必要となりますので、そちら先ほどもお話しましたがよろしくお願いします。
Oh, did they stop doing like
それと同時にですね、新たな
8 different steps?
いく上での探索フィールドというのが、
hasn't been a thing since I guess Stormblood.
Okay.
Because like Stormblood's relic does have a lot of steps, but each step is tied to each Eureka zone. So it still has a lot of steps, but the absurd amount of steps in the style of the first two relics, they haven't done that for a while.
Okay. So when I read here like file step and resistance weapons upgrades, I'm like, wait, what? I didn't know.
シナリオとコンテンツと武器強化とドドンといきますので、ぜひお楽しみください。
Yeah, so when you're doing your ARR or anima weapons,
さてそれでは続いて
こちらです。You are going to have a lot of steps.
はい、現透滅戦のアップデートがございます。
はい、パッチメジャーアップデート
New
が、
Unreal.
進みますので、
Do they usually tell you what these are?
タイタンが暴れていると思うんですが、切り替わります。
誰かな。
誰かはちょっとまだ伏せておきます。必ず名前が上がってくるリットアップ。
いつか来るのかどうか、成就するのかね。
だって現透滅戦って1分で終わっちゃダメでしょ。
そうですね。1分じゃまだね。
ダメだよ。というわけで、新たな現透滅戦レベル80で挑む、過去コンテンツ、出てまいりますので、こちら何になるか、いろいろ予想しながら、お待ちいただければと思います。
はい、では続いてまいりましょう。続いてこちらです。クラフター関連調整もございます。
はい。どうぞ。超高難易度制作追加。
Oh boy.
何かと言いますと、クラフター向けのチャレンジコンテンツでございます。
Crafter updates.
装備品と高難易度
Made this realization that even though restoration is over, extra recipes are coming back because they're doing the relic for the crafters.
Oh god.
Meme about it like a week and a half ago, and I was like, that's a shame.
Too
bad.
英語ユニーク クラフティングツール。
本当だ、ユニーク。
目立つ。
目立つ。
Like how we finished rebuilding the firmament. No more expert recipes. And Francel's like, think again, bitch.
So what do I do with the ingredients that you gave me that I haven't used?
Like diadem ingredients?
Wasn't diadem, it was for the restoration, like some like sky builders thing.
Yeah, that's diadem stuff. Okay, so since we got a new firmament update, all of your old sky builder stuff is not relevant for the new stuff.
Okay.
So you can still make the old recipes and turn them in, but they won't be worth as much as making the new stuff. So you have to like open up your recipe book and see what things are asking for.
Okay.
これで目星つくようになる。まあ確かに地図寄っていくとちゃんと地名は書いてあるんですけどね。まあそうなんですけど。
My dumbass was stocking up on rail meat from the dodos in Kalusia because I was like, I'm just gonna grind a bunch of these and make a bunch of stew for scripts when I feel like getting scripts, and then I'm like, they're gonna come out with the new stew recipe that will use a different meat, and I'm stupid for stockpiling this, and that's exactly what happened. Now it's oven meat, not real meat.
Look at this this fishing update.
Fishing!
では続いて参ります。
フィッシング、フィッシュ。
はい。
ここアップデートですね。
皆さんの凄まじい努力によって、まあイシュガルド復興してきましたね。今日は新情報発表会の方でもどうやら冒険者の皆さんにね、居住区を準備する用意があるらしいと。え、ちょっと待って。終わったんじゃないのかい？復興。はいはい。さっきねコメントちょいちょい見てたらね、次何ガレマルドかい？
ちょっとこうなってましたね。
ガレマルドかい？
ボロボロのガレマルドがある
のかいみたいな。
Said something about a masculine healer in the stream chat, and then someone goes, "Y'all don't do glamour."
復興は完了しました。復興完了後に総展開復興。
It is the ultimate end game.
定期開催してまいります。復興したぞと。
You think I like Astrologian having like this tunic dress thing?
It's a robe. It's Middle Eastern. I explained this to you.
Yeah.
コードではね、フェスみたいな呼び方をしてます。ああ、なるほど。まあなんかちょっとしたお祭りが発生していきますよと。
In a similar vein, you try telling a Scotsman that a kilt is not manly, and you'll get.
I like living.
定期開催されていくものになっていくと。はい。
まあこれね、いろんななんだろう参加して遊ぶようなものが用意されているので、はい。これねパート2でまた詳しく
そうですね。
はい、お話ししていければな、
はい、ありがとうございます。
思ってます。
はい。続いてです。こちら。はい。
Why am I making a box for this? This is not that question.
こちらはですね、はい、商店街のとある施設にまつわるストーリーが、お得意様取引として展開されています。さ
あ、誰なんだ、どうなんだ、予想合戦
どこなのか、誰なのか。
So new custom delivery client.
気になりますね。
はい。いやいや、まあさらに。はい。続いてこちら。トリプルトライアドにまたアップデートをかけて。
Maybe it's Ebert.
まあこれご要望も多かったよ。
Maybe he's finally came back to check on the place.
星4カードをデッキへ。
Can I chuck him off a cliff?
You can't. We kind of need him for later. You've seen the pictures.
さらにですね、あまりにも手に入りにくいでっていう
カード入手
確率の今回調整も。
Nothing's guaranteed after that meeting, though.
でさらにですね、今回、こちらカードコンプリート報酬というのを
Can we not? We're kind of running out of Elzen.
まあ全部ってやつじゃなくて何枚まあ MMO だから
We have Astinian, we have the twins. The twins have kid privilege, and they're not gonna die because they're kids.
なのでまあここまで揃うっていう形で。いよいよコレクション性っていうところにもさらにもう少しフィーチャーしていって、
so long as they don't grow an inch,
こちらコンプ要素
I guess they're fine.
なるほど。
いう感じで。はい。 まあこれ以外にも NPC がねルール無視してくんなよとかあるんですけど、あそこちょっとアルゴリズムに手入れていかなきゃいけないので、ちょっと時間かかるんで 5.5 はちょっと難しいかもしれないですけど、そちらもやろうっていう話を今してますので、
まずは
さらに引き続き手を入れていきますので、まず、5.5 としてはこの3項目で、ご承知ください。
はい、ありがとうございます。
I would definitely pick up an actual weapon that had triple triad cards on it.
はい。
Might do that. They have the Saboteur weapons, those are pretty whack. Triple Triad weapons isn't so far off, because the Saboteur weapons had cards on them too.
Does it? I did not look at those enough.
I can't remember which ones off the top of my head, but there's a bunch that do have weapons. Weapons, yeah, the weapons have weapons, cards.
一応希望を出してるっぽいんですけど、もうあとはQA デバッグの範囲。
I'm like Todd finally broke a mill, and a part of me wants to buy the Cloud Strife card. Don't do it.
I want to add an exponent.
Don't do it.
はい。そしてですね。他はいいけどアイテムレベルシンクとかかかるんじゃんっていうのがですね、探索なのに。でこちら探索
level 70 dungeons. Yeah. Yeah, level 70 dungeons. Neat.
Glamour. Screenshot.
Meanwhile, in the Royal Palace of Alamigo,
You're stronger than this shit. Hold your money.
Hold the line.
Exactly. You don't need that card.
Stop.
Level sync and item level sync can be disabled.
Instruments can be used in Explorer mode! Not that this means anything because I can't read sheet music.
You could all...
Yeah, but now people will be able to make music videos in dungeons.
The possibilities. I think Ben's dead. Or at least dead to the world.
He probably just passed out on his bed. It's happened before.
Yeah, he probably passed out.
I am so tired of this.
Tired.
Just these bag of chips I bought. What was given to me, and like, it came with about this much. Maybe this much. And like, all of this was just air inside the bag. How often do they release more Gold Saucer Awards? I couldn't tell you, I don't play the Gold Saucer much.
Rewards to the Gold Saucer pretty frequently.
Oh, they're going to adjust ocean fishing.
New instrument will be added to performance! Yeah, they've been adding quality of life to the ocean fishing since they implemented it.
What?
Of course, the trial mount for... Oh my
yeah,
god,
that's
watch
been a thing since the beginning.
Yeah,
okay.
But no, I'm gonna say, watch it be the butterfly dragons that we've been wanting.
Either that or like a... an Amar with like rims or something.
It's a Gweaver. The mounts are Gweavers, the dragon thing, so it's probably
Yes,
gonna be
it's gonna be a
something
dragon.
related.
Oh, there it is.
We get Bahamut Fury.
Yeah, it's Bahamut Fury. I was gonna say
Just
it looks
plain
like it.
fucking Ace Combat Bahamut.
Yep.
Dragon Bahamut?
Ace
No.
Combat Bahamut.
I did not need Valstrax in this as well.
Valstrax, that was what I couldn't think of. I was like, I've seen this before, but a jet dragon, but I can't think of the name.
That's actually a pretty good mount, though.
It is, and I want it, but I don't want to deal with that.
Hey! Yeah. Undersizing is going to be harder now. The next expansion.
Level 80 update, Blue Mage!
Also, I don't know why, like, my mind just did not think of, hey, like, you had the horses.
Now it's the tracks.
You had the birds, and you had the dogs. I totally forgot about, like, the dragons.
Weavers?
Yeah.
I'm sad that they were cowards and didn't go with the zodiac animal theme they had going. I was looking forward to glorious pig mounts, super shiny extra boar mounts. I was so stoked to see it because I was like, it's the year of the pig, let's go, and they were cowards.
Maybe
They didn't do it.
Maybe they could do it later.
They
like
were
it's
cowards.
like it's the event.
They were stubborn
It's not the year of
pigs.
the pig anymore.
It's not.
Not the year of the pig anymore.
New Ultimate Trial. Oh god, what is it gonna be? It's gonna be something evil and awful. I'm actually thinking it's gonna be all three of the
Dragon
Warring
Song
Triad.
War Ultimate. Oh gosh.
Oh, Dragon Song War Ultimate.
Did Nidhogg not have an ultimate?
The ultimate from Heaven's Word was Alexander.
Yeah. So I'm guessing this is going to be a combination of Nidhogg, Hraesvelgr,
Nidstinian. Please bring Vishap. Please bring Vishap in this. I want to see it.
Vishap, maybe
all the warriors, all the dragons.
Yeah, all of Midgard's Homer's children, except for Bahamut, because you know Bahamut.
Shown up in game, so they could have done that, but I don't know if they would want to make a whole new ass model for the Great Worms that didn't appear in game.
Yeah. They did say it's a what-if scenario, though.
I mean, that doesn't mean they want to go and create a model for Ratatoskr.
でおそらくなんですけどあと2ヶ月ぐらいあれば完成するだろうっていう一応見通しではあるんですけど、今度そうなると今日発表したエンドウォーカーがね拡張のスケジュールがやっぱり押してしまうので、まあそうなると拡張のリリースが2ヶ月さらにこう遅れるみたいなことになった時に、まあ
Oh jeez.
すごい苦渋の決断ではあるんですけど、
That this may be worth it for the people that
延期させていただきたくて。なるほど。もう作ってるのは作ってるし、もう途中までできてるんで。
that like this stuff.
すみません、パッチ 6.1 になるほど。すいません、リリースをさせていただけたらと思うので、いや本当にこれエンドウォーカーまで拡張までの間、
That's fine.
全然やったるぜって
We'll live.
すごい多分楽しみに
There's so much to do anyway.
いらっしゃると思うし、まあ多いと思うし。
It wasn't what I was grumbling at my math thing.
Oh, I know.
Because I was trying to add an exponent, and it keeps switching my tabs when I do the keyboard shortcut that would add an exponent. So I'm like, why are you like this? You were working 2 minutes ago.
まあ担当者とかは、もうなんていうのもう残業をね。
Oh my god, I'm stupid.
どうしてもみたいなことを言ってたはくれたんですけど。
I did this long ass polynomial subtraction and I forgot about the one term that had a cubed value, and it's right there in my fucking second step, and I fucking forgot about it. This is why I don't do math.
申し訳ありません。6.1 ちょっとスケジュールの方を変更させてください。申し訳ございません。はい。もう何が来るか分かった状態で 6.1 を。そうですね。だからこそちょっともうちゃんとその何をテーマにしてるかっていうのはお話しさせていただいた方がいいかなという感じです。まあ、もしちょっと可能だったら、その英語プレイヤーにちょっとなんか補足10個から英語でボロボロからできない。
なんか特に質問はなさそうな感じはしますよ。はい。ちゃんと綺麗に英語が振ってあったんで
届いている。
はい、大丈夫だと思います。
いや 楽しみにしててくれた人すげえ多いと思うんで、そうですね。本当に申し訳ないんですけど、まあその分絶粒子戦争という名前にねふさわしい内容でなんとか6.1 6.1行きましょうって開発チームも言ってくれてる。そうですね。はい。目指していきたいので、本当にすみません。はい。
で60からはちょっと忙しくなりますね。霊式やって絶やって霊式やってみたいな生活います。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。はい。
Oh, they're not going to launch it until
6.1, yeah.
Yeah, next expansion. But it's not surprising. The amount that goes into Ultimates is a lot of work.
I got smashed by like having to adjust to COVID, and there's still people in Reddit that cry about no content this expansion, and everyone's in the comments like there's context for every single one of these decisions that account for these decisions even before COVID was a thing. COVID just made their schedule worse.
Oh,
and they,
yeah, I know.
They still complain we don't have 50 dungeons this expansion, so therefore we're getting less content, completely ignoring, hey, they made this content instead. I don't like that content, therefore it doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't count. It's like we literally just got a second raid this expansion.
We got an extra trial.
Really new.
Memoria, Miseria, remember that?
Yep. Got Seed of Sacrifice, which is really well produced. We got Hades, which was, again, extremely well produced. Like, holy crap, that was like one of the best trials they've ever done. And just
this was one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's really good.
The part about this thing, though, is how the devs were very upfront in telling everybody we're planning to like not do this type of content this time. Instead, we're doing this. And then their surprise Pikachu face when they, go figure, do what they say that they're going to do.
Yeah.
I was disappointed by the
It's like people in Dragon Age Origins getting mad that Morgan ran away, when she tells you up front she's going to run away.
Yep. And it's like, just looking at people complaining about the scheduling, it's like, we're in the middle of the worst plague that the world has ever had in the past 100 years, and you're complaining about schedule changes. You freaking children. Like, seriously.
I was disappointed that we didn't get the hard mode dungeons this time around, but I thought it was fine. It was okay. We got enough.
Yeah, I like the new story dungeons. Yeah, we got Blue Mage.
We can make things as hard or easy as we like with Blue Mage.
Yep. I mean, some Savage dungeons wouldn't be out of the question. I would like them to do that at some point.
But like an option to do like light party raids, raid fights, but with fewer people because we don't have 8 people.
Yeah, it would be a nice option. It's definitely something they can look into. They have said they want to do more harder 4-man content, but I guess COVID put everything on side.
Say that they were going to try to do that this expansion anyway. They just said they were thinking about wanting to do something like that in the future.
I don't see why they can't like do certain stuff like that once the story's all wrapped up nicely.
一応聞いてはいますけど、はい、ただ絶粒子戦争なんで、結構
Kind of like how 11 gets various updates that add this, change that. Just more ways to make the games more enjoyable for one reason or another.
ということで、本日のプロデュースされたライブの
I mean, any MMO should do that, or any game with online ability to update stuff should be making good changes for their player base at any rate.
4時5分再開にしましょうかね。今、52分。 4時5分再開
はいはいはい
はいそれでいただきますで本日の
はいはい
休憩のお供をご紹介いたしますが
ちなみに、
はい
まあ確かにパッチ 5.1 特集パート1としてまあどんなコンテンツがパッチごめん5.5 特集パート1としてまあどんなコンテンツが入っていくのかってまあざらっと紹介したんじゃないですかここまでで、まあまあよしよし分かったぞと今日は朝からね新情報発表会も含めて
And there goes someone complaining about Mog Station items.
この後のゲストの
Just wait till people complain about the lunar whale. Their first 8-man mount.
Yep.
I mean, the devs weren't all that keen on putting much on the Mog Station anyway, besides like seasonal stuff that people missed out on. But people said, hey, we're noticing this stuff that gets put on the cash shop in other versions of the game in Asia. We over here at Global will totally pay for this. So we haven't expanded stuff on Mog Station. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Do I wish we could get this stuff in the game without paying for it? Yeah,
Of
sure,
course I do.
absolutely. But that's not how the market works anymore.
Nope.
And I think like the people that do say this stuff don't have the context of why this is done. It's not done for the same reasons that like other games like kind of nickel and dime you.
Yeah, this is cosmetic stuff that nobody needs.
It's just cosmetics, and it's honestly not as often as people keep saying that it is. And it's also a way for them to support themselves. So I don't see why so many people complain about this.
The money that 14 itself makes doesn't go to the dev team, it goes to the company. So we have no clue whether or not how much of that funding they actually get back. We don't know. We can't see their budget.
Whoa. This is a setup.
Oh. Black mages?
Yeah, but like you see this this tower this one guy is on?
Oh, yeah. That's black mages for you though. They do things to the extreme.
This is the
Is that a
primals,
pun?
this isn't the black mages.
Oh, primals. Huh. Suddenly Asian?
I could zoom out. Damn. So then I can not see the next 5 mechanics and then have my group yell at me because I wanted to take pretty pictures.
Can you just imagine that conversation?
Blue,
in party
blinded
chat?
indigo equilibrium,
Like-
a long fall to oblivion.
Why did you die? All I was taking pictures. Why are
The
you taking
healers
pictures?
was zoomed out to ultra zoom out and she wanted to take the pretty screenshots.
Yeah, and they get posted to Reddit. People are like,
Did they just
Is that the
remix
first-
Equilibrium?
maybe?
They just did it for the other album. And now they're doing it again.
Well, the Pulse remix was different. This is the Primal's cover of these songs. So it's different artists with different intent. And people dig the music in this game, so why not? It's Leviathan!
Oh shit, are you still here? I see you in the chat, but I'm not sure if you've been watching or responsive. This version of Titania's theme. I wonder how queues are going to work now that they're separating healers for certain content.
Light party queues will remain the same.
Yeah,
You
no,
just need a healer. There's only
It's
one.
just 8 and 8. It's just the 8-man content that's going to be different than 24-man's. It's just the healer slots will be treated as 2 different slots instead of 2 unified slots. So it won't be that much different. Maybe healer queues will be a little bit slower, but
What I don't get though, why didn't they just keep on with giving all the healers the flexibility to be either more defensive or more raw healing heavy?
Yeah, I kind of
Because
like.
they could have expanded on the idea of stances of Astrologian. Like, for example, I was saying, what if Emergency Tactics for Scholar was a stance to turn all the shields into pure heals? And by turning off Emergency Tactics, everything is shields again. Something like that. They could have done it that way, but for some reason they decided to just do it this way instead, and I'm like...
And I liked how Astrologian did have the ability to choose either or, but it had an emergency button for the reverse thing that they may have needed at the time. Be it that they may have needed this regen right now or this shield. And I do like how White Mage, even though it's like all this like pure healing, it does have a singular like shield ability for whatever reason.
2 defensive capabilities. Temperance adds 10% defense to the whole party in range of the Holy Wings. And then there's Divine Benison. Important to note, however, that even as far back as the Realm Reborn, White Mage still had defensive options in the form of Stone Skin. Just like Scholar still had a regen in the form of Whispering Dawn. So I'm like, you could have done it a different way that doesn't make everybody wait for a specific shield healer or a specific regular healer in a queue. You could have made them all flexible, and you decided not to.
Yeah, I like that about the healers. Yes, they had a specific thing that they were good at, but they could do the other thing if necessary.
We all know Cleric stance on its implementation was extremely clunky, but like healing stances, I don't think that would have been all that bad. Though, I want to see more healer kit interaction with itself. Like Quickened Etherflow and Stormblood was a great example of kit interaction. Every Etherflow action you use, you shave the cooldown off your next Etherflow. White Mage has something similar with the Lily mechanic and the Blood Lily.
Yeah, it's a little easier to work with, but like I think that works just fine for the job since it's supposed to be the easier quote-unquote healer.
My point is though that it has interaction with its own abilities. Using its abilities gives you something else. It gives you a reward. It gives you something for doing the thing.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
Scholar's kit doesn't like interact with any part of itself at all. Like I get Fairy Gauge, but aside of my one AoE heal that has like a 6-second cooldown, I can just ignore the Fairy Gauge. I'm getting this resource and I'm not really using it for anything because there hasn't really been a need to use it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But on the other hand, I'm just like, I would like something to go on with my kit, because either I'm using this stuff or I'm not using this stuff. And like, I don't get any kit interaction with Scholar currently. Like, I press the buttons when they're up, I use this button at this time, which by itself is fine, there's nothing wrong with it. But with every other job in rotation getting some kind of neat kit interactions and whatever, like, I would like Scholar to be able to get some kit interaction.
Maybe they could make it so that, like, emergency tactics, like, does a thing for, like, I don't know, like for 25 seconds or 20 seconds, it changes the way your kit works. Like, so,
the
like,
idea I was saying with emergency tactics, like, if you just slap it on as a toggle and it just makes everything raw heals. I highly doubt they're going to do that with what they just said about the barrier healing, though. I extremely doubt they're going to do that.
Man, if they did that, and it was just like, okay, but we're doubling down on, like, we gotta do something about this astrology, it's just not working. It just doesn't work. I'd be a little upset.
That about Astrologian too, because like it's not my main healer, but ever since Astrologian's implementation, it's always been the whipping boy, except for when they overbuffed it in the creator tier of Alexander, and then it was just ridiculously OP.
It got
And I
the
think
one.
it was mostly okay during Stormblood launch. I think it got like minor adjustments in Stormblood. And then in Shadowbringers it was back to being like ridiculously undertuned like when it came out in Heavensward, and now they're doing this to Astrologian, and I'm like, it's not Astrologian's fault. You guys can't decide how you want healing to work in this fucking game.
In Shadowbringers is just the "I'm sorry, Fen" button. Because every time I had to run something with Fen, I'm just like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I can't keep you alive, man. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with this thing.
Fen just
Funny,
replied.
because Fen was just talking all this shit until I got my hands on it, and then I was like, there is actually something wrong here, because I have to put in 2 to 3 times the work as I do on the other 2 jobs. Look at this cooldown for this healing potency. This is garbage. Look at all these mana costs. This is garbage. They need to fix this.
I'm doing all this,
And only
this,
then
that.
would Fen acknowledge that it's not your fault that Astrologian wasn't cutting it.
And like, I'm screaming to Fen, please, like, slow it down. Like, Lucid Dreaming is not coming back. Can you please not pull the entire room? I have like 200 MP, please.
Dungeons always hit hard as well. Like, Bardom still hits hard even though we're not Stormblood anymore.
I don't know why.
Because we're leveling.
They got the project manager out.
それから部門やセクションをまたぐ案件。例えばなんですけど、ヨルファーでアックアップ。
Hey, it's the new job.
Oh,
that's a fair example. Fen just pointed out that the person walking on the moon at the beginning of Endwalker's teaser trailer is Azim.
Yeah,
or at least the warrior of light as Azim. I missed that part of the trailer.
I'll admit it did not as well.
I missed it the first time, but they played that same trailer at the beginning of this one, so I saw it that time.
Yeah, that's a neat little tidbit. I wonder if that means the warrior of light's gonna start remembering Azim's memories.
I mean, we have the Echo.
Yeah, so we'll probably get flashbacks.
Well, let's say we can't get flashbacks of our own memories.
We've never gotten flashbacks of our own memories before, so it's not to say that we can't have that, but whatever we see is whatever...
It's someone else. It's never
yeah,
us.
it's
I
always
get
been
that.
someone else. We've never had our own flashbacks. We saw our own flashbacks.
Everything
with
Yoshi
Granola
P doesn't want to
She was
do.
seeing everything Yoshi P doesn't want to do.
Can we get that as a meme, people, please?
Oh, you bet it's gonna be a meme. And the people who like to complain are just gonna use it as ammo to say, see, Yoshi P doesn't even want to do work. Despite the fact that's not remotely any of what he said ever. Covering duties, Yoshi P's too busy to oversee himself. Too busy telling his devs to not put wings on everything.
More wings! Wings everywhere!
Meanwhile, the devs, okay, Yoshi P's asleep. Add wings on everything.
More angel motifs.
Everything Yoshi P doesn't want to do.
Koi, please. I'm trying to eat. I'm trying to watch this thing. I'm trying to hype, and I'm trying to finish this math homework before midnight.
Did he see the trailer, I guess?
He's talking about Sea of Thieves, so I would have to guess that's no.
Well, tell him he finally got his new healer job and he can stop complaining.
He didn't complain that much about it. He bitched about it pretty early in the expansion, but he stopped complaining. Patches so in.
Yeah, I think Koi has a short memory.
ドマには実はというがあったということで、麻雀を入れようという話を言ってたから
Come on, home.
言い出しますね、こういうことですね。
Everything
You need to
Yoshi
incorporate
doesn't want
Mahjong.
to
Say
do.
it's a game from Doma.
Yeah, people are going to use this particular image, Photoshop it, and make it into a meme.
God, yes, please. Make this into a big meme.
僕と開発チームで話をして、世界戦どうするのとか。
Boy, I got like 10 more questions to answer in 45 minutes. Koi, please, I can't talk right now. Koi! Koi, please!
Just ignore his messages. I know it's rude, but just tell him you're busy doing math.
I told him when I was doing homework before and he continued to message me.
Tell him to message me then. So that I could properly ignore him. I don't know. Honestly,
Koi, I love you. I just need to get this done, please.
Honestly, it would not be intentional.
Horrible homework habits.
It wouldn't even be intentional, Jake, because like I just don't hear messages at all while I'm streaming.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so like I didn't know when people joined into chat or anything. Because I can't hear that on Discord either.
ここまで困ってはいないですけどね。はい。ですとか、そうですね。次をじゃあ。それからあとじゃあマージャンエンジンをどうするか。これゼロから内部で作る余裕はないわけですよ。なのでエンジンをどっから調達してくるかとか、そこら辺じゃあいくつか候補があった中でどう。
He's giving me like a novel breakdown of like his game in Sea of Thieves and his battle.
そんなね、ゼロからね、マージャンのアルゴリズムなんて組んでられないと。これは他社さんにも14のコンテンツを作ってもらうっていうことの試金石でもあるから、エンジンを使用させていただいて、側を14チームで作ってっていうことの実証実験でもあるんだっていうところまで言うんですよ。
なるほど。
ただ、まあ世にどんなエンジンがあるかわかんないから調べてほしいなみたいな。
今回はそうですね、Eフロンティア様にご協力いただいて比較的スムーズに、はい、とてもよく快諾していただきました。で、続いてですね、実際にまあそこのところでじゃあどういう条件で契約を締結して、お支払いをどうするかみたいなお話とかが出てくるので、このあたりをまとめるのもプロジェクトマネージャーの仕事になっています。
そうですね。
あと仕上がった後、じゃあソースコードですね。ここら辺の内容のチェックをどういう体制で取るかですとか、あと実際に上がったものを
Did Koi finally stop messaging?
こういったところも
Oh no, so he's still typing about his stuff. I just haven't replied yet because I'm doing stuff. Confirm age ratings for all reasons. Contact companies, set up meetings, arrange contacts. No time to design an engine for Mahjong from scratch. Where can we get an engine from? Select and procure an engine. Coordinate methods for receiving the source code. Check the OSS. Confirm the UI and user rating. I was imagining them picking up like a car engine.
Yeah.
Brown, brown.
All this stuff just to get this one card. Not card, one game in.
We're making all these jokes about this and the work they have to do, but I'm like, it's kind of sad that they have to spell all this out because people will not stop bitching.
Because people don't understand.
And even when they have all this transparency, they still complain.
Some people don't watch live letters at all, so the message is completely.
Information still gets put out into the community.
可愛いなこのイラスト。
そうですね。これは私が
And then people like to shoot back with, they're not immune to criticism, and I'm like, no, they're not immune to criticism.
No, they're not.
Like, if you didn't like Bajra, that's fine. I didn't like Bajra, this is what I didn't like about it. Here's what I think they could have done better, or this is the kind of content I would have preferred to do. But all the people that hate Bajra, they just like, say it... They just say it through like screaming and anger and not like a constructive actual
criticism.
I hate like, Eureka for all the reasons people love it. So there's that.
Oh, like I liked the idea of Eureka, but I hated XP parties because XP parties was the whole reason I couldn't even play 11.
使うお金だけじゃなくて当然その利益
Well,
これぐらい出しますよとか
if that's the case, then they did their part.
とかっていうのをやらなきゃいけないんですけど
They
They did make
accurately.
it slightly better for people that couldn't join the huge XP parties. They gave us the challenge log, and they gave us the gear at the end of Haidados if you could snag the materials for it.
一応私部門長ですけど
I'm OP in Eureka forever. But you haven't been in Eureka in like 2 years. I don't care, I'm OP in Eureka forever. I'll go back someday. I do want to finish Eureka.
検定4級って誰でも受かるって言われたもので4回落ちて
I would like to get my elemental armor.
4回目受けるのを諦めました
Same.
Be it the glowing or the non-glowing
There's
one. I
also
just
all
want
this
it.
judge armor I have to get. There's so much stuff.
1回合わなくて1万円なんか
Too much content.
次計算したら10万円
Not enough
No, and
content.
I still haven't done the new ocean fishing stuff yet either. That came with this update. With, like this big patch, so I'm just like, I need to do ocean fishing.
プログラムとかねパラメーターとかは組めるんですけどねなんかダメなんですよ出資計画全然ダメなんですよねはい、まあそんな形で14だけじゃなくて、第三開発事業本部の屋台骨も支えていただいてます。はい。余談でした。
はい。というわけで、じゃあ早速中身の方に行ければと思うんですけれども、まず14のアップデート計画ですが、皆さんもよくご存知の通り、大きなシリーズが拡張パッケージベースにありまして、まあ一番最初のアレルムリボーンがあって、その後ヘブンズワード、ストンブラッド、シャドウリンガーズ
Yes, give me more. Multiply polynomials. This is easy. I can do this. Fox method.
0シリーズ
Rise up.
定期的なアップデートを、5.x って形で行っています。はい。次お願いいたします。でアップデートの種類を簡単に整理しておきますと、
そうね、これ意外とちゃんとお伝えしたことないかも。確かに。まあ14でいろんなアップデートやりますけど、でたまにね俺さっきもホットフィックスって言ってましたけど、ちょっと一回説明してもらいましょう。
はい。で一番最初がですね、まあ 3.5 ヶ月から4ヶ月に一度のメジャーパッチですね。5.1 とか 5.2 って呼ばれているものです。
うん。いわゆるメジャーパッチとかメジャーアップデートって呼んでいる。はい。まあ 5.1、5.2、5.3、5.4 っていう、はい、まあ大きな数字がついてるやつですね。はい。
で続いて、マイナーパッチと呼ばれているものがあるんですけど、まずメジャーパッチどうかご説明すると、シリーズ全体のコストとなる拡張パッケージを除くと最も大きなアップデートになります。でメインクエスト、クエストバトル、インスタンスダンジョン、タニーズレイド、透滅戦、その他アップデートっていったものがこうわんさか盛られる一番大きなパッチですね。直近だと 5.40 がこれに該当します。はい。はい。じゃあ次お願いします。続いてその間に入ってくるのがマイナーパッチって呼ばれるもので、桁が下になって5.41 とか5.45 とか呼ばれるものがマイナーパッチに当たります。
はいはいはい。これがマイナ
ー。そうですね。まあ内部的な故障なので。ちょっと次のページに行っていただければと思うんですけど、実際のところはマイナーと言いつつ全然マイナーじゃないところが混じってまして、
最近ね、特にでかいの行くからね。
そうですね。特にセーフザクイーンみたいに大きな大型のものが入っているっていうところがあります。もちろん小型のものはデータ調整による比較的小さなものもあるんで、まあ大小様々あるんですが、こうメジャーパッチの間に挟むっていう意味でマイナーパッチっていう言い方で、
メジャーに対してマイナーって言ってるだけ。
そうですね。
みたいなもんです、ね。
管理上の都合ですね。
はい。
はい。
で、
最後が緊急修正などのホットフィックスですね。でこちら次をお願いします。はい。まあホットフィックスなんですけど、クリティカルな脆弱性とか不具合があった場合にその修正を行うためのアップデートになります。なので、まあ正直言うとやりたくてやってるものではないものがほとんどですね。
まああとはさっきそのセーブ・ザ・クイーン 5.4 のセーブ・ザ・クイーンというより、レジスタンス・ウェポンの強化周りで、これはちょっと僕らの描いたシミュレーションと実際に遊んでるプレイヤーの皆さんの温度感がずれてるなって思った時にもう大急ぎで調整していこうっていうものをまあ入れたりする時もフィックスで
そうですね
ありますね。
ポジティブなケースのフィックスですね。そうですね。まあホットフィックス 起こるときはさっき言ったその何でしょう、問題が生じたホットフィックスとかをやるときは大抵こう緊急性が高い状態になるんで、まあこういう問題が発覚しましたよみたいなものが見つかったときにですね、吉田さんに緊急連絡をしたりとかするのも割とプロジェクトマネージャーのメンバーがハブになって行うことが多かったりします。
これホットフィックス案件って事前に決まっているホットフィックス案件とそうじゃないホットフィックス案件っていうのがあって、例えばメジャーパッチを出すスケジュール通りこの日に出しましょうってなった時にその後で見つかったバグっていうのはもう次のホットフィックスで絶対に修正していこうねっていう意味で決まったホットフィックスなんですよね。ところが実装してみたら予想だにしない、まあちょっと例式でね、なんかね裸体のエルゼンが出てきますみたいなやつはもう全然予想外なわけですよ。何を言ってるんだいみたいな、出てくるわけないじゃないかみたいな、そういう連絡が来るんですよ急に。別の打ち合わせとかやってる時にピコンっつってちょっとなんだろうラのエレゼンガみたいな話が来てはっていうね。
あれが明らかにこう吉田さんが忙しい時のミーティングの時間とか、あと今日はちょっと上がれたので外に出てる時とかに連絡をしなきゃいけないっていうのは意外にまあプレッシャーではありましたよ。
まあそうでしょうね。
きっと松沢から電話がかかってきたら悪いニュースだと思われてるんじゃないかっていうのがちょっと心配なんです。
いや本当に申し訳ないと思ってるんですけど、多分一言目がはとかなんですよ。多分これが良くないとはもう分かってるんです自分でも。松沢だけじゃなくてね、他のプロジェクトマネージャーの子とかも来るんですよ。もう緊急だから。でも内容を伝えられた瞬間にはって言った時の多分僕良くないんだと思うんですよ。すごい。
まあ今日疲れてるのは間違いないとはいええってなんつったみたいなことですか、ね。
そうです。
内容もあれですからね、それありえないだろうみたいな内容だったりとかしますからね。
そうなんですよ。
何言ってんだみたいな。
吉田さん裸のエレゼンがっていう
エンジニアじゃないですか。だからエレゼンがその裸で出るわけがないと思うんですよ。まずとっさに。でそれが思わずはって出ちゃって、すごい怯えた顔してるプロジェクトマネージャーのこの見て正気に戻ってというか、その可能性、まあでも出てるってことは出るんだろうから、その可能性はどこにあるんだろう。もしかしたら見えないオブジェクトとしてエントリーするときに、その見えないダミーオブジェクトのエントリー ID にエレゼンの ID 使っちゃったのかな。もうよくわかんないけど、まあ冷静に考えるとないわけじゃないけど、なんでそれが出たり出なかったりするんだよみたいな、こう考えていくうちに、はって言った以降ずっと黙ってるっていう状態になっちゃうんですよ。これはね、
いやそうですね。まあだいぶ私は多分慣れてる方だと思うんですけど、まあでも正直言うとそんな悪いニュースより私もエヴァの話とかランダムの話を吉田さんとしたいと思
そうですよね。
残念ながらそういう機会はなかなかないわけなんですが、
はい、なんか今コメントでね、もうそれ吉田歯はないわとほえーとかにしようって毎回
ちょっとでも吉田さんが電話出られて第一声ホエーだったら私はかけ間違えたと思って切りますね電話。
なるほどね。
逆に吉田さんホエーじゃないんですよって始まっちゃうかもしれ
ない。そうです。そんな状況じゃないんですよ。でもその方が幸せかもしれないよね。
はい、すみません。だいぶ達成しちゃいましたが。
まあありますね。本当申し訳ない。はい。
はい。じゃあ次のスライド行っていただいて、まあ。こんな形でメジャーパッチ、マイナーパッチ、それからホットフィックスみたいなのをメンテナンスとして行っていく形になります。で実はですね、これグローバル版だけでこんな感じでして、この裏側で中国版、韓国版っていうのが現地のパートナーの企業の方でメンテナンスが行われていて、でサーバーエンジニアの皆さんとかはこうそっちの方もある程度待機して、面倒を見なければいけないんで、ほぼ毎週メンテナンスを何か行っているような状況になってます。
基本的に中国、韓国は運営をお願いしていて、そうですね、メンテとかは我々が開発ももちろんそうなんですけどやっていかなきゃいけないので、うちの日本側のサーバーチームとインフラチームがメンテナンスしてたりするんですよね。
でエンジニアのメンバーからはこのパッチを中国、韓国、グローバル含めてですね、できるだけパッチ B が重ならないようにスケジューリングしてくれって言われるんですけど、まあ無理なんですよね。もうこうできるだけっていうところに若干優しさがにじみ出ていて、メジャーパッチは重ならないようにするんですけど、マイナーは重ねたりとかっていうところをいつも工夫しつつ、相談しつつやってるという形になってます。
そこを絶えず日割りでパズルしてくれてますね、プロジェクトマネージャーチームは。
それぞれの担当のメンバーが
そうね、
きちんと、
中国版担当、
そうですね、
韓国版担当感じでね。はい。
はい、じゃあ続いて次。はい、で実際にじゃあ開発をどうしてるかっていうところなんですけど、この今言ったメジャーパッチとかマイナーパッチとかフットフィックスのところの対応と並行して、このメジャーパッチの間の 3.5 ヶ月から 4.5 ヶ月のところで実装をするという形で進んできますので、これがだんだんとこう各パッチの間に挟まってると。
冷静に見るとすげえなこれ。
そうですね。
言われてみればわかるんだけどさ。
そうですね。はい。でちょっとここのじゃあ内容がどんな感じかっていうのをもう少し紐解いてご説明できればと思います。はい。はい、でメジャーパッチの進行なんですけど、3.5 から4ヶ月、大体15週から17週プラス、年末年始が挟まったりとか日によるんですけど、で営業日でいうと大体80営業日ぐらいなんです。
You guys.
そうですね。なんで1日終わると80
You guys, I did it. I finished my math homework.
感覚で進んでいきます。
You finished Math Savage.
Finished math ultimate.
なんだ
Well,
わかります。
sped up a bit when it started having me multiply polynomials, because I still remember how to do that pretty good.
ちょっとじゃあ拡大を。
They're like distributing the stupid negative for subtracting polynomial expressions. I was like, why do you do this to me? This trips me up so bad. I'm sober. I'm not even drunk. And this trips me up so hard.
アイテムのところを省略せずにカットすると大体その2本分ぐらいになって、でパッチ 5.41 パッチ 5.45 って呼ばれているバイナーパッチも同じブランチといいますか、同じタイミングで実装する必要があるんで、これらを全部さっきの80営業日の中で実装をしていくという形になります。
なるほど。そうですね。ちょっとそのZ がね、ちょっと次のが 6.1 にずれますと、いやそのZ に向けて固定の募集とかを多分してた方だと思うんですけど、もっと早く言ってほしかったなと、その固定のスケジュールとか組んでるんだよなっていうのをちょっと拝見して、お話ししたかったのはもちろん山々なんですけど、ギリギリまで粘ってたっていうのも事実で、なんとか延期をせずになんとか入れられないかっていうのをすいません粘って、これもちょっと粘りすぎたって言われれば僕の責任なんですけど、これだけそのパズルをやっていってると、ここのコストとここのコストを重ねてこのタイミングでちょっと作ったらこっちでなんとかならないかってやるんですけど、ちょっとさすがにそれですいません連絡遅くなっちゃったんですけど、こういう形でメジャーパッチを作っていってるっていう感じです。はい。はい。
続いて次お願いできますでしょうか。でじゃあ実際に 5.40 のメジャーパッチを例にどういう形で進行していったかっていうのをもう少し、紐解いていければと思うんですけど、
お願いします。
はい、じゃあそうですね、まずさっき実装期間的に言うと 3.5 ヶ月から4ヶ月くらい、80営業日って話をさせていただいたんですが、もちろんリソース周りとかはそのスパンだとどうやっても間に合わないので、手前のところからリソースの発注と制作っていうのを進めていく形になります。でこれコンテンツがそれぐらいのタイミングでもうちょっとシナリオ周りですとかボイス収録とか長いスパンで見なければいけないものに関して言うと、さらにもうちょっと手前から準備をしていくという形になります。で大体3ヶ月前ぐらいから細かいコンテンツとかの使用書とかを作り込んでいって実装までの準備を整えていくというのを、さっき言った手前のパッチの作業と並行して進めているというような形になります。
だからちょっと難しいんですけど、ここ説明がコンテンツの実装自体、そのパッチ 5.4、まだ詳細仕様の話かこれ。はいはいはいはい。
一個手前に言いますね。
じゃあちょっと進んでって。
はい、そうですね。
はい。
で実際に実装期間に入るんですけど、だいたいさっき言った期間のうちのそうですね50営業日ぐらいでコンテンツの実装を全て並列で行ってきます。
はい。
メインクエスト周りのところですとか、あとこうレイドコンテンツですとかインスタンスダンジョンとかをガーって作り込んでいくっていう形ですね。
でここがちょっと特殊なんですけど、だから実際コンテンツパッチ5.4で公開する予定のコンテンツをプログラム作業してこうガリガリ組み立てていくみたいなのは
I was expecting Yoshi P to add more ring slots.
っていうので始まるんですけど、実際そのコンテンツの企画者はもっと前に一旦こういうボスにしてこういう技を使いますっていうのを全部決めて仕様書を書いてデザイナーに発注をして、プログラマーにこれぐらいの新そのギミックって大丈夫ですかねっていうのを見積もり取っておいて、グラフィックスが上がってきたら実装するっていうことをやってるので、企画っていう意味だともうその6ヶ月前とかにもう締め切りが来てて、
なるほど。
実際に組み立てるのはもっと後になっていくみたいなことなんで、ものすごい未来に生きてたりするんですよね我々。
じゃあその例えばこれで言うと、今この 5.30 のとこからコンテンツ実装が始まってますけど、ここから絵も発注してたんじゃ到底間に合わないよとかそういうことなんですよね。
そうですね。だからでも切り取ったらまあその解釈で正しいけど、だってこれパッチ 5.5 の発注ってじゃあどうなってんのっていうと、このコンテンツ実装の直前ぐらいに企画をまとめ仕様書を書いて、次の発注をもう
終わってないと
ダメ。
なるほど。
で頭を切り替えて実装をやってっていうこうすごい難易度の高いことをやって。
So you know what the funniest thing about like how the salvagers are going to take our belts while we sleep? People can't even keep existing belts as like collector's items. Like some people still have old glamour prisms or old materia. You can't have a belt to remember them by. They're just going to get deleted.
コメントにもちょっとあったんですけど、大体じゃあメジャーに2個前ぐらい。
Thanos snapped out of existence.
そうですね。大体そういう意味だと、皆さんに手に届くパッチの2個前に僕らはその時の内容を全部決めた。
See if I go on Tumblr or AO3 or any other fanfiction website and not see a bunch of meme stories about everybody losing their belts, I'm going to be extremely disappointed with this community.
It's gonna happen eventually.
すごい難易度が高いので、
I mean, alright, fine, I'll do it myself.
Oh, calm down there, Thanos.
ジョブの数とかも増える一方ですからね。単純に物流が増えていくと。はい。はい。で続いて調整期間の期間が大体3週間くらい、15営業日ぐらいですかね、ありまして、ここのところで実際に組み上がったコンテンツのパラメータを調整したりですとか、そういったことを行ってきます。で、これと並行して次のですね、PD チェック期間っていうものが一緒にありまして、ここで、はい、開発メンバーが調整をするのと同時に吉田さんにもプロデューサー、ディレクターとしてコンテンツ内容をチェックしてもらって、確認をしてもらうというフェーズが入ります。
大体僕のその PD チェックって呼ばれるものって大きく分けて2つあって、その2パッチ前ぐらいに使用書の段階で1回確認をしてるんですね。矢継ぎ早に飛んでくる。でこれもう純不動ですよね。仕様がまとまったところからもうバラバラに飛んできたり、打ち合わせをやったりっていうので、こういいとは思うけど、このパラメータもちょっと気をつけてほしいなとか、このサイクルちょっと。
I think Trisk is away, but I said goodnight.
Yeah, I didn't hear you. I think I deleted my Discord.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know.
組み上がりましたよと。今開発チームでも調整やってますけど、さあもう時間もないんで吉田さんももう見始めてください。実機でっていうのがこっちの。
はい。でこれがですね、吉田さんの時間もだいたい70時間ぐらい拘束する形になります。でちょっとこっそりスケジュール表を送ったので、次のスライドに移っていただいて。
これなかなか貴重なものをお持ちいただいたと。
吉田さんのアウトルックをこうキャプチャーしたところからこうベースにこう起こしていただいたという形になってるんですけど、
まんまが
そうですね。黄色いところが PD チェックとして内容を確認してる。
黄色いところが PD チェック。
そうですね。
黄色が14のコンテンツチェックなん、
そうですね。
はいはい。
で残りのところは他の業務があるところなんですけど。
緑が16の仕事してるわっていうタイミング。全社業務は全社でもう避けられないやつね。これがね。
そうですね。
で個人作業時間があれか。使用書チェックしたりとか、あとこうメールをね書かなきゃいけないけどね、メール書く時間がどこにもないんですよ。
夜中です
そうですね。だからまあ基本的には21時からメール処理とか、そんな感じですね。あとはほらねトレーラーの事故ってとこ。
はいはいはい。そうね。
そういうのとかが。
そうですね。昼休みとか一切ないですもんね。
昼休みね。昔一回入れたことあったんだよ俺。
あ、そうだったんですか。
横にね、1時から2時まで一回あんの。じゃあ全部消されてた。帯で入れたんだよ俺システムで。
もはやカレンダーすら。
とあれ
晩神。
そうですね。晩神が降臨してこ
れ本当いりますみたいな。
カップラーメンあれば会議中食べれば大丈夫ですよねみたいな。
なるほど。
あれ何年前だっけな。なんかいくらなんでもだなって思って一回入れてみたんですよ。でアウトルックってスケジュールこう帯でね年単位でバーって入れるから入れたんですよ。これ事実上取れてないんだから会議設定するとき邪魔なんで一回切っていいですって言われた気がして。
なるほど。実際に即してないじゃんって。
そうです。だって使ってないじゃんこれ。確かそれでなくなった気がします。
なんかあれですよね。こう部門のトップとして我々としてはもっといいものを食べてもらいたいって思うんですけど、
カップラーメン好きなんだもんだって。
まあわかりますよ。わかりますけど。
いやこれあれですね。若干解説すると、PD プラス多人数チェックって書いてるのは
He's not sleeping, Shin. I think he got called away because somebody knocked on his door a bit ago, so he's probably talking to somebody.
大人数でチェックするようなやつですね。どっちかというとバランスと流れ、人の動き方とかを見るみたいなのがこれなんです。でその後に例えば11月9日の14時から15時復興クエスト個人チェックっていうのは、多人数じゃないと確認できないものはその前にやったので、今度はストーリー周りクエストを一人で黙々と自責でこうチェックしていくみたいな。
Okay, because now you too can be secure in the knowledge that I have finished my math homework while this is going on.
チェックをしてってフィードバックとかメールをまとめる時間はここにないのでメモっておいて夜まとめる。
なるほど。
感じですね。で企画定例はいつも企画定例か。このオレンジなんだ。6.0 関連の業務ですね。まだこの頃そこまでPD チェック期間だからちょっとのけてるのか60の3に。
おそらくそうなんでしょうね。
この適当に3週あったところから1週抜いてきたんですけど、この週はまだ土日が寄って入ってなかったんでマシな方ですね。きつい時は土日にチェックが入ってくるという形です。
それね、あんまニコニコ言っちゃダメだと思います。
確かに。はい、今のもなかった。はい。じゃあちょっと次に行きましょう。
はい、いい感じです。
はい。でこの中で吉田さんの方からこれは直した方がいいんじゃないかっていうのが PD オーダーって呼ばれていて、結果としてこういう風にした方がいいだろうっていうオーダーが出てくるという形になります。仕様変更とかも含むんですが、これ大多数のものは確かにそれはその通りだっていう感じで粛々と進んでいくんですけど、中にはこのタイミングでみたいなケースもありまして、ちょっと直近のメジャーパッチではないんですけど例を1個挙げると、例えばですね 2.0 のフライングエリア、フライング対応をしたかと思うんですけど、あの時にですねコリジョン甘すぎないっていう指摘がありまして、ごもっともって思いつつ、あれコリジョン直すとですね、もちろんコリジョン全部作って貼っていかなきゃいけないっていうのもありますし、QA チームの方で全部チェックし直さなきゃいけないんですね。
そうですよね。
でコリジョン1箇所直すとどっか他に影響があったりとかみたいなこともあるので、タイミング的にこれは来たなみたいな空気が一瞬流れる。
ちなみに言い訳ね取られるのかもしれないですけどだってこの時間に なんだろう、フライングエリアのチェックをっていうのはスケジュールで入れられたので、よしよしじゃあチェックしようじゃないかって言ってフライングしてたんですけど、もう結構いろんなところっていうか、プレイヤーの皆さんがまず申請エリアがフライングできるってなったらテレポしてここ行ってみようって思う場所ってあるじゃないですか。で僕も非課線だから自分だったらどうするだろうと思って思いつくままにまさにみんなが登ってみたくなるだろうっていうところに行ったんですよ。でこれ確か夜だったのかな、夜中だったのかな。でまあ行ってたらですね、まず乗れたとしてもなんかすごい壁にめり込んでいる、降りられない、なんていうんですか、ファイナルファンタジーとしてこのフライングマウントが半分壁に突っ込んだ絵はダメじゃないっていう。
なるほど。
コリジョンって呼ばれるその大反転ですね。確かに地道な作業が必要なんですよ。で明確に乗れないところはもうボックスで囲んで乗れなくていいよっていう事前にそのイメージのすり合わせはしてたんですけど、多分そのニュアンスの解釈が違ったんだなと思って、でもこのままではやっぱりファイナルファンタジーシリーズとしていくら大雑把でもいいとはいえ、これはいくらなんでも甘いと思うんだけどどうだろうっていうのをポジションをいくつか確認してほしいって言って送ったら、まあ
確かに、
おっしゃる通りですけど今からですかって言われたので、じゃあどれぐらい工数かかるかをもう一回確認してほしい。でパッチのタイミングずらさなきゃいけないならそれも検討するから、でもこのままでは良くないと思うっていうのが本当にでした。
なるほど。
はい、
でもあれですね、レベル班ですとか PG 班っていったそこら辺の、地形とかを担当しているメンバーと、あと QA チームが非常に頑張ってくださって、このところも無事皆様にお届けできたという形になってます。
そうですね、伸ばさざるを得ないなら伸ばすべきだとやっぱりその時も思っていて、いくらなんでもこれはプレイヤーの皆さんがね、とりあえず飛べるからいいよって言ってくださったとしてもこれは違うかなって思ったので、これは直さないと、そのクオリティラインの線引きをちょっとニュアンスがずれてるので検討してくださいっていう話でした。確かに結構時間が迫ってたタイミングだったけど仕方ない、だってそこに予定入れられてたんだもん。
はい
はい
はい、じゃあ次をお願いします。はい、でその後なんですけれども、ですね、翻訳、もちろんグローバルでサービスを行ってるんで、並行して翻訳が走るんですね。でこれ日本語のものを英語、ドイツ語、フランス語に並行してさらに3言語で展開していくっていう形になります。ここはローカライズチームとトランスレーターの皆さんが頑張ってるですね。
これも結構僕申し訳ないタイミングがありますよね。前実装されて投資プレイヤーって言ったらどうしてもこの単語はおかしいとかこれじゃ伝わってないとか、これじゃ言い過ぎててプレイヤーの皆さんが解釈する余地がないから削らなきゃダメだとか言って赤入れバーってやると、松沢さんとローカライズチームとローカライズチームのコーディネーターがどうするんですかこれみたいな。
あれですよね、本当細かくいろんなところに関連性をつけて組み立てられてるんで、そこがどうしても個々の翻訳ですとかしていくとずれちゃう部分とかが発生したところを調整するフェーズとかがやっぱり入ってきたりとかします。
そうなんですよ。確かにね、もっと前からやればいいじゃないかって言うんだけど組み上がってくるのがここだからもうしょうがないんですよね。
そうですね。しかもこれ前のパッチも同じようなことやってますからね。隙間なんてないわけですよね。
そういえばそうでした。
そうなんですよ。とギリギリのその進行をねプロジェクトマネージャーに支えてもらって。
はいはい。で続いて
QA ですか最後。
そうですね。QA チームがこれも実装半分ぐらいいったところから出せるところが QA チームの方にどんどん出して QA チームの方でチェックをかけてもらうという形になります。
でもこの仕組みが出来上がるまでで2年半ぐらい。
そうですね、安定するまでは確かにいろいろ試行錯誤してますし、今でもやっぱりいかに効率的に回すかみたいなところは、いろいろと調整をしているところです
ね。蒼天のイシュガルドの時にペース配分が分かんなくて全員でのめり込んだら全員燃え尽きそうになって、あれが多分一番良くなかったからもうちょっとちゃんとブレーキかけるとこかけたりとか 先送りするものを先送りにしていかないと、我々が持たないっていう。でも確かに本当効率化するためにね、本当にリーダーには結構踏ん張ってもらっちゃってるんですけど、だから結構裁量権としてはここぐらいまで僕は予定でしたけど、これとこれに関しては次のメジャーに先送りにしたいんですけどっていうところとかを、ある程度ね、実装始まった2週ぐらいでやったりする。
そうですね。
はい。で QA っていうのはいわゆるデバッグ、クオリティアシュアランスの略ですね。はい。
はい。で実際にじゃあどれぐらいバグが見つかるかっていうところなんですけど、
それを出すんだ。
実数を持ってきました。パッチ
5.40
ですね。
パッチ 5.40 開発中。
最近の話。
はい。
こんな感じですね。9月で1000件弱ぐらいですか。で10月11月とこう増えてってですね、トータル5000件ぐらい出る形になります。いや見つける方も大変ですけど、これをさっき言った実装調整の期間と並行して直していくという形に。
そうなんですよ。実装して調整しながら担当のバグも直していくっていう状態になります。
でこれをですね、11月末にステージング環境を作るところぐらいまでに収束させていくんですけど、100件ぐらいにまでこう修正してガリガリガリと減らしていく。
まあもうじゃないんだからさ。
間ずいぶん省略された
感じが。減ってく様とかないんかいこれ。
おや？
はい。もちろん実際に段階的に減っていく形にはなるんですけど、でここで100件切ってくると安定してきたな、じゃあそろそろステージング環境を作れるなっていう形でステージング環境を作っていくという流れになります。
そうですね。この辺まで来ないと結構不安定で、誰かがサーバー吹っ飛ばしたんで QA チームもごめんなさい一回待ってサーバー再起動してからやりますみたいなね。
はい。でステージング環境を作った後はやっぱり修正するのも開発環境だけ直すってわけにはいかなくなってくるので、バグをですねだいぶ絞り込まなければいけない、直すバグを絞り込まなきゃいけないというのがありまして、でここら辺は本当こう一件一件悩ましいところなんですけど、稀にこうちょっとした軽めのバグで実は見つかってるんですけど、もう安定性を優先してパッチをリリース、約束通りの日付にリリースしなきゃいけないんで、修正を見送らなければいけないっていうケースも出てきたりとかします。
必須バグ精査ってパッチリリースの大体何週前から始まる？
そうですね、ケースによるんですけど大体1週4週前ぐらいからですかね。
パッチのリリース、メジャーパッチのリリース、特にメジャーパッチのリリースが近づいてくると、約そのリリースデートから4週間前ぐらいから必須バグ精査っていうのが毎日、夜開かれるんですよね。だいたい4週前になってくると、その日出たバグはできるだけその日のうちに直しましょうっていうのをずっとやってきて、100件とかにだんだんなってくるんですけど、それでもやっぱりデバッグし続けてくれてると出てくるわけですよね。しかもこのタイミングでこれかみたいなのが来て、それをプロジェクトマネージャーと各セクションのリーダーとプログラマーのリーダーたちが集まって、これ本当にこのタイミングから直して大丈夫なのかと。バグっていうのは分かってるけど、そこまで進行に影響ないから、とにかく見送って修正の危険も高いから安定でパッチをまず届けた方がいいんじゃないかっていうのを毎日約4週間集まって、これはダメ、必須で直して、これはもう仕方ないとかっていうのをやっていく感じです。
これ皆さんにはパッチノートの最後に確認されている不具合でご紹介するものがそれってことですね。
そうなんですよ。再生編にそうにエルゼンが出るは見つかってないんですよね、我々。
そうですね。
一度も出なかったんですよ。デバッグ中に。
やっぱり見つけられないバグはどうしてもありますよね。すごい QA チーム14のチームは優秀なチームだと思うんですけど、それこそブレンの時にこうエモートの姿勢を維持する。寝てる時にコンテンツ途中にすると寝てる状態で戻ってくるみたいな、あれが特定のインスタンスダンジョンを進行した時に水中に戻るっていうケースがあったかと思うんですよ、シナリオ進行中に。水中に戻るところで寝てるエモートを使っているのが想定されてなかったので、サーバーがダウンするみたいなのがあって、これは リリース後に発覚して結構
そうですね、あれはざわっとしたよね。サーバーをそのバグによってサーバーがありえない挙動になってダウンするっていうのが一番我々にとってクリティカルなので、だからご本人多分意識もないんですよ。自分のキャラクターが水中に戻ってきて寝てたおかげでサーバーダウンし、僕らが作ってしまったバグなんですけど、その人一生懸命トライするんですよ。あ、なんかサーバー落ちたから入らなきゃ。入ると落ちるんですよ、また。だからもう一刻も早く直さないとっていう、結構サーバーダウンを引き起こすトリガーバグって結構そういうのだったりする、
そうですね。そういうのがまさにさっきのホットフィックスみたいなところにつながる形。
あとやっぱりどうしてもその数百人規模でデバッグはしてます。僕らも数百人規模で開発しててバグの処理をやってるんですけど、実際パッチをリリースさせていただくと数十万人の人たちがものすごいトライ回数でプレイしてくださるので、僕らでは見つけられなかったバグっていうのはやっぱり出てくるので、九段のエレゼンはそれによってあぶり出されたっていう。
はい。ちなみに拡張パッケージの時はですね、バグ登録件数が2万件ぐらいできます。
そうね。
さすが。
まだでも2万だからな。他のゲームっていうか大型のゲームに比べれば、もしかするとすごいまだ安定してる方なのかもしれない。
そうですね。はい、じゃあ次お願いいたします。はい、でこれらと並行して最後に来るのがマスターチェック、と呼ばれるフェーズで、これが2週間ぐらい確保されてます。なんでさっき80営業日って言ったんですけど、10営業日ぐらいはこのマスターチェックに回される形になります。
ここはもう基本的にQA チームのリーダーからすると開発はもう何もすんなと、我々がただひたすら安定度を見てるだけなので、なぜならだってここで何か修正したら安定全部やり直しじゃんっていうことになるので、基本この期間は何もしないでくださいというのが、マスターチェック期間。
そうですね。
ただこの間にもねとんでもないのが出た時は、僕の代わりに松沢さんが QA チームになんとかこれだけは直させてくれないかと。
なるほど。
最近はあれです。チームメンバーがすごい成長してるので、チームメンバーが代わりにやってくれてる。本当に助かってます。さ
すが。マスターチェックはしんどいですね。
で、
じゃあ
次の
説明してもらおう。
そうですね。マスターチェックの実際どういうことやってるかっていうところなんですけれど、アップデートデータが固まった後に各プラットフォームで実際にそれをこうパッチを当ててみたりとか、初期からインストールした時にきちんと動くかっていうのを一通り全部チェックする必要が出てきます。でこれプラットフォームごと、例えば PC 版なら PC 版、PS4 版なら PS4 版っていうのを全部チェックするっていう形になります。次します。そうですね。でこのあと14もアセットとデータリソース系がすごいサイズになってしまって、これはビルドって言ってこう固めて皆さんにお配りできるパッチの形にするんですけど、これやるのに一晩かかるんですね。でなので何か修正とかが入った時に一晩かけないと修正確認っていうのは基本行えなくて、
Maybe hire better devs to have less bugs to fix. LOL, yeah, that's how bugs work.
ほら圧縮したり、
Yeah, people that say stuff like that don't know how
コンパクトにするために
bugs in code actually
圧縮
works.
ってやると一晩かかるんですよ。
そうです。
しかもそこにエラーがあったりすると、みんな一晩回して帰ったら途中で止まってて全員朝絶望する。
怖い。
止まってるのよこれが。今日ビルド出てませんみたいな。俺 PD チェックなのにどうすんだよこれみたいなね。よくあるよね。
そうなんですよね。あれ本当に失敗してほしくない時に限って失敗するんですよね。しかも
きついよな。で担当者が申し訳なさそうに来るんで、そうですね。すいません、昨日入れた修正でチェックしてもらおうと思ったのにビルドがこけたんで一昨日のバージョンでやってもらいたいんですけど、一昨日のバージョンひどいんで一昨日ので見てもらって意味ありませんって言われて、じゃあ俺どうしたらいいんだよ。
そうするとあれですね、さっきのスケジュールの吉田さんの個人チェックに入ってた時間をちょっと週末ずらさせていただいてみたいな。
Oh, it's still going? I'm shocked.
じゃあもういいよ、土曜にこのチェック。
They've covered the content portions and now it's like talking about back-end
実
development.
際ビルドされたパッチなんですけど、皆さんご存知の通り、例えば PS4 だと今40
And Jake went to bed, but that's not surprising.
初期インストールしようとすると
Yeah, I'm surprised he even stayed as long as he did because he says he wasn't going to be here for this period.
どうしても ここは一定時間かかるという形になってます。で
Maybe he stayed to see if I would finish my homework.
Perhaps. I was legit curious, like, how is this going to end up? Is Triska asleep? No, no. I'm sure someone explained that to him while I was asleep. And...
He did. Because Jake was gone. It was just
Okay.
me. I told him he too can be glad I finished my math homework, and then he ignored me.
Yeah, next job in general, either next job in general or like whatever you would want to see, be it a weapon or be it a job attached to the weapon. It didn't have to be like the bandwagon. It could just be something that you specifically wanted or was looking out for, if they could implement it.
Sorry, what? Turn down the stream volume.
I was just elaborating on the question I had for Shin.
Oh, for Shin, okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't
yeah.
sure who you were asking, and then part of me was like, who else would he be asking?
No. Because I got that from you, and it was, what is all these bots? It was Oracle you mentioned.
Yeah, Oracle and Clerics. I completely forgot about it when Pen and Jank were getting in whatever they were talking about. I forget.
Right.
I mean, I didn't specifically want Cleric, but it was something different I could see them going for.
であとここでだいぶはしょってる部分もありまして、この他に倫理確認って言って実装する内容が、レーティング的に問題ないかっていうのを専門のチームの方に確認するフェーズですとか、そういった他の作業も入ってきます。あと特許の部分とかも確認をしたり、そういった部分ですね。
So they still talk about development here? It seems?
Yeah. I think this is going to be the rest of the discussion.
That's fine. I was actually invested in this.
They went into their workflow, which you saw a lot of. Then they went into scheduling, and then they went into like when they do maintenance on stuff and how many bugs there are and how long it takes to put an update into a build and file all that.
Okay.
I admittedly wasn't watching for at least half of this because I've been sharing memes with Koi.
隙間はないですね。という感じで。
Yeah, Astra's technically time age.
発表されましたが、はい、お願いします。はい、次の拡張のパッケージの準備が並行して走ると。
すべてを超越する存在になってますけれども。
そうですよ。最も早くスタートする僕だから。いや、そろそろ拡張考えておいてくださいねって言われて。
なるほ
ど。はい。割としびれる感じですけど。
最後雑なんでね。長くね。拡張の準備みたいな。
はい。まあでもなんというか、これはやりがいありそうみたいに思ってくれる方もきっといるんじゃないかと思いました。そんなあなたにですね、中途採用制度というものがございまして、ロードストーンのページのフッターあたりに
Hey, if they make time age's old thing, sure, whatever.
ポチッと押していただくと、中途採用制度のページに飛びますので、もし我こそは
bunch of Alexander spells.
ぜひですね、そこから応募していただけるととっても助かります。で、ちなみに
like ooh, level 80 blue mage update. Get the time stop from Tycoon. Oh my god, yes, and the exploding lasers. Holy shit, the trolling potential would be great.
なるほどね。エージェントトースト中抜きされるぞと。
そうですね。
But what time stop music?
青じゃないかと。お話を聞かせていただくものとなると。いやでも
And the filter.
なんていうんですか。こう熱い現場ではある。
Could wish that if they gave us that ability, they would add all those stuff. So they kept effects from other abilities. However, we have Malediction of Water, but no bell ringing sound effects to go with it, and that makes me extremely sad because when I saw Malediction of Water as one of the two spells, I was like, I get to ring the big ass bell. No, you don't. Not even a little bit, and I'm very, very sad. I'm very, very sad about that.
Yeah,
I wish Blue Mage had more animations.
couple, but same casting animation is gets kind of dry.
なるほど、なるほど。あと他の職種絶賛募集中ですのでぜひお願いいたします。なんか意外とその海外だとプロジェクトマネージャー
I do wish certain blue mage spells had like the ability to be cast instantly outside of primal abilities, because your 100 spell roll ability for tanks is a 40% cooldown when you have tank mimicry on. However, just like Diamondback, it has a cast. So for certain fights where the tank busters are fast, like you better preemptively cast it or have Swift cast up or you're boned.
Maybe it could have been something like, depending on the ethereal mimicry that you are set to, you get instacast for like the role that it's tied to. Like here, now you have some healer spells that are instacast, or you have some tank spells that are instacast, but only when you have the role set.
The reasoning is because like the roll spell that all those are tied to, Batra Magic, Dragon Force, Angel Snack, like those are all, they all share cooldowns with each other, so they're all different aspects of like the same spell. They're all wired into each other. But the other thing is like the only instant spells are primal spells, and because this is a blue mage totem spell, it has a cast. Only primal abilities are instant, but that's still really stupid for mitigation because every other tank cooldown in the game is instant.
You better know that fight real hard.
Yeah, it's fine if you're tanking to like have to know the fight, because that's how you learn fights in any other part of the game, but it's still annoying because it's the only thing you actually have to cast for. And my only instant defensive is Veil of the World, and that's not even a defensive. It's Vengeance. But it doesn't reduce any damage, it just counters back some damage.
経験を積んでもらうとかっていうところにすごく重きを置いているので、ぜひ我こそはという方はご応募いただきたいです。はい。じゃあちょっと話がそれましたが、まだある。
I read on the Reddit, a little off topic, but I looked on the Reddit. Some people were worried about Scholar with its shield identity.
We haven't even seen what they're doing with Scholar in the next expansion yet. Just because we know Sage has barriers doesn't mean Scholar's irrelevant.
But here's the thing. It's people worried about Scholar in Astrologian threads.
People that fucking bitch and moan and gripe about Scholar, those types of people liked it when there was like 1,000 dots on Scholar and they could just AFK while the fairy heals. And they could just pretend to be a DPS with the healer Q bonus. Those are the types of people that were bitching about Scholar. Those are the types of people that quit Scholar when Shadowbringers launched. And those are the types of people that used to play Scholar that constantly whine about it these days.
スターターパックですとかコンプリートパックですとか、あとコレクターズエディションとかがあって、でプラットフォームで掛け算するんで。
And it gets really aggravating seeing all these people put so much heat on Scholar, and I'm like, yeah, I miss having a couple more DPS buttons too, but the main appeal of the job, as intended, was supposed to be having a healing pet and having the shields, and the class fantasy payoff of if you set up a defensive in time, or a preemptive heal in time, it's supposed to be tactical. You get the payoff of like you healed his damage before the mechanic went off because you know the fight, or you thought a big hit in a fight you're not familiar with is coming up. Hey, you were right. There was damage. You mitigated the damage. That's the kind of intended identity for Scholar because they want Scholar to be a healer. And those kinds of people were just salty that they couldn't pretend to be a DPS on a healer job anymore.
I just really miss Bane. Like, it not having as many dots was okay to me, but like, the Bane, I felt was necessary when it came to like AoEs.
There's nothing all that special. I have a lot to say about healer AoEs the way they are right now, but the shit ton of dots is not even interesting class design. You just put up all your dots, you slap down your AoE dot, and that's it. Then back in AR, when you had all that, you would cross-class arrow with all your other dots. You had like 3 native dots at the time. You put up all your dots on the one target, you press Bane, and then you went to the middle and spam Blizzard 2, which you would also have cross-class. That's not particularly engaging gameplay by itself. So with all this, with all the way they're doing job designs and how like their rotations look different, I would like a healer rotation that actually does stuff with my kit. Like I don't need 1,000 dots on Scholar. You have a point about Bane, but since we only have the one dot, I think they should just slap the dot on Art of War like they had Miasma 2 and Stormblood, and just let the dot apply.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like like you just said there. I was thinking they could have just allowed you to use your dot, then run up to the enemies, hit Art of War, and now it's on everything. You would still be using Art of War, but you would get your Bane effect.
Or like nuking something with another AoE spell. Like I think healers in general could use another AoE option. Like White Mage had Arrow 3. That was the AoE dot, and they still had Holy for their sustained AoE. Astrologian never had like a party-wide dot, but like that's okay. You have Earthly Star. You have Gravity.
And
I would
you
like
can
a
light
little bit-
speed gravity, so like you're doing consistent damage.
I would like another damage option or so, but at least make it feed into the healing kit, so we can do both. Like I get what they were going for with making the DPS buttons fewer, so people that don't normally DPS when they heal can just concentrate on healing while only pressing like the couple of buttons. I get that, that's fine, but like you can still do a little bit more for both sides of the people that play healers.
Shin, the short of it was that they removed the like a majority of the attacking aspects from the healers. Like they can still do damage, but like it's not as interested as it once was for a couple of them. So that's really just all that they did with the healers. It's not really just Scholar, like all of them.
Didn't lose a whole lot. They gained away to DPS with Blood Lily. If you look at the math for the GCD spent, then the Lily is just a refund of the globals you use to cast the Lilies, but even that is still fine. But Astrologians, I would argue, probably lost most, because with how they changed Lord and Lady of Crowns, they lost a 300 potency OGCD heal. They do get another trait on another charge on Essential Dignity, which is fine, but it's not as fine because you get that trait really late. So in Stormblood content, when you could have used Lady of Crowns, you only have the one Essential Dignity for your OGCD heal, and that's kind of sad. Because White Mage Lilies are on the global, but their instant costs no mana, and they're 700 potency, the same as a Tetragrammaton. Scholar has never lacked in healing throughput. Scholar has always been a really strong healer for a lot of reasons. Scholar healing was so ridiculously strong, they had to nerf the fairy more than a few times. And then in Stormblood, they like took some of the healing power off the fairy, and in return gave Scholar more stuff, so Scholar actually does some fucking healing on their own instead of just heal botting with the fairy. And that's my main issue with a lot of these Scholar mains complaining about what they did to Scholar. Because I'm like, obviously the devs did not intend for you to Kirobot with a fairy. You're the same kinds of people that complain about people Kirobotting with White Mage or Conjurer and Sastasha. But you turn around and go and say, like, if I can't let my fairy do literally all of my healing, then why am I playing this job? You're playing the job because you're a goddamn healer.
Yeah, it's a heal turret. It supplements your heal, but it doesn't heal for you.
It's not supposed to do all the heavy lifting, you're supposed to heal too. That was the dev's intention. Players just found a different way of playing that they liked better, but it wasn't intentional, because Scholar only had access to that many abilities because it shared a base class with Summoner, a DPS job. And they have said ever since that it was a mistake to try a branching job from a base class that was a healer and DPS, because it made tuning a pain in the ass. And besides tuning, now like it let Scholar get away with being a pseudo DPS. And a lot of people played Scholar for that, and so they're like, well, this is not the identity we wanted for Scholar. We want Scholar to be a healer, so we'll bring Scholar back with the other healers, and we'll find some way to like work with healing in general before we add another healer to compound the problem.
It does.
And then comes Shadowbringers, like all these people crying and complaining. They gutted Scholar. They ruined Scholar. It's ruined forever. And I'm just like, you're just blatantly ignoring that that was not the intended identity Scholar was supposed to have. They want Scholar to be a healer. They want you, the Scholar, to heal. And if you don't like that, then you should have played a DPS class in the first place.
Yeah, play Machinas with the turret. Well, it had a turret still.
Yeah, upgraded to Automaton Queen.
I still miss my turrets. I was hoping for more turrets. But I get that
down for more turrets if they behave like totems and WoW as like unique ability cooldowns, where you place it and it has an effect, whether it's like a beneficial effect or a damage or a debuff effect.
Was there not one that gave you like more MP or TP or something like that early on?
Your Bishop turret used to give TP.
Okay.
And then they just made it an AoE turret that just does AoE damage in Stormblood, where they have roll actions, refresh, and tactician.
Oh, cool.
And then they were like, well, TP as a resource, we want to get rid of this. So then now there's no TP, so they're like, okay, this can still do AoE damage, but now it's kind of redundant compared to like just doing your normal AoE, like all the other AoE abilities that you just slap down, like Bard's Fire Arrow and Shadow Flare. And they gave you more abilities, more AoE stuff to do as Machinists, like the Bio Blaster and the Flamethrower and the Auto Crossbow. So it's not like you lost AoE options, so I think it's fine.
Oh no, it's definitely fine, but I just miss it from like a visual perspective.
Yeah, I like the turrets too. I was mostly sad for Bishop turret because when I looked at the damage it did, I was like, why does it have AoE fall off when it only has like 60 potency?
Yeah.
Why does that have fall off? That doesn't make any sense.
Like, maybe give me an ability that like that's like maintenance, so that like I stop it from getting fall off as a thing that I do in between attacking. There's plenty of stuff they could have done with the turrets. Like, do I like Automaton Queen? Of course I do. But I don't think that the turrets had to go away just because I got something new.
That's the reason they did away with turrets. I think it's because they got tired of people complaining about people who don't want to learn how to play their class not doing the thing, so they just got rid of it.
Seems so.
で、これなんですけど、実際には
So you're not
PS4
responding to
よ
every
り
weapon. That's fine.
PS5 上の PS5 よりアップグレードエディションのダウンロードを行えるようにする
Yeah, shouldn't you were one of the good
細
ones?
かい話になって
You were the ones that were aware that, hey, I have a green role here, therefore I'm supposed to be a
こち
healer.
らの方をぜひご確認いただければと思います。
はい、繰り返しではありますが、
Unfortunately, that just wasn't the case.
お話した通り、4月13
Kinds of people I'm talking about are like the people that like. I don't think I've ever really talked to any of them in game. I mostly see them on places like Reddit where they're just complaining every time Scholar gets brought up, but they don't play Scholar. And when they did, all they did was just let the fairy auto heal.
When I saw stuff about Dark Knight, I was just like, well, that's terrible. I can't really add much to this because I don't play this job. But I heard Fed out every single time that he talked about it. We still have that clip of him going through the 5 stages of grief.
PS5 でちなみに PS5 版へのその移植というか
I mean, some aspects of Dark Knight and Stormblood that were extremely overpowered. Like for big dungeon pulls, Dark Knight didn't need a healer, because you could just feed an infinite loop of Quietus into Abyssal Drain, get your MP back with your blood abilities, and then Abyssal Drain, Abyssal Drain, Abyssal Drain with a big pull, and you didn't need any healing. And then in Heavensward, Dark Knight was pretty preferred as a tank over Paladin because back then Paladin could only block physical damage, it couldn't block magic. Guess what? Pretty much every fight has a lot of magic damage. So Dark Knight became like the de facto tank because everything had magic damage, just like what happened to Dragoon in ARR.
I was honestly waiting for them to say, after they decided, okay, we are making pure healers and shield healers a separate queue. Physical tanks and magic tanks are also going to be like this.
Forward and back and forward and back.
Yeah, I'm just like, why are you doing this? Why is this necessary?
Hey guys, we
But they're
brought
not-
TP back. No!
They're not entirely madmen.
あ、なるほどなるほど。
ちなみにそんなPS5 の開発に尽力してるメンバ
I
ー
didn't have much of an issue with TP, but then again, you know, us just knew like, hey, I need TP, give me gold. So like, I totally understand. Where like some people had TP issues.
ということで、松澤さんをお迎えしての、よくわかる
Tell that in Heavensward when I was in a leveling dungeon as a bard. My co-DPS was a ninja. We were doing like at least a 2-pack pull. I don't remember it being exceedingly a big pull, but AoE ate up a lot of your TP back then. So my ninja buddy had no TP. Like he was bottoming out. He was dry on TP. So I was like, okay, let me play the TP song. And then the tank and the healer stopped specifically to tell me to turn my song off, and I was like, why? Because it takes 10% of your damage away. And I was like, okay, but this gives my ninja buddy the resources to keep doing his damage, which outweighs my 10%. Even though ninja has low personal damage. That's how it works, right? Cost effective utility. That's how it's supposed to work, right? And they just kept bitching at me. And I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna turn this song off. I'm gonna give him TP, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Interesting. I'm gonna keep doing this though.
どうもありがとうございました。はい、ありがとうございました。それではこのままちょっとですね、場所を変えさせていただいて、
はい、じゃあ移動しましょう。失礼します。いや、
And also, like,
次のね、第63
I
回プロデューサー
I just miss the way cards work with Astrologer. It just doesn't hit anymore.
どんだけ
Is it simplified? Absolutely. Does it do the job? Yes, it does. But that does not change my mind about it.
You know,
In the grand scheme of things, I totally understand it makes things better for people.
I really don't miss sitting around before a fight if I wanted to play Ashlogan and spending like 3 hours, not 3 actual hours, of course, but spending forever trying to pray to the heart of the fucking cards to get the right card combination I wanted for an AoE balance or an AoE spear or something somewhat beneficial to everybody there for like map parties or whatever the fuck we're doing, and just fucking sitting there. And then I would have to be like, okay, fine, whatever. This is what I got. This is what we're rolling with. And in our parties, because we make up most of the parties, I've not really had any people bitch me out for not continuing to fuck around with the cards to get a balance. But I bet you if I was in a pug, I would have gotten that lip service.
I've seen that in general still now. Of like, people complaining, why aren't you giving me more cards or something? In the middle of like, trial roulette and get innocence. And I'm like, are you serious about this right now?
Slap the next card on me, especially if it was a melee card.
Like, you guys do so much DPS on your own personally now because everyone complained about their personal DPS. Do you really need to have this card on right this second? Every single time. It's not going to make it that much faster. You will live. If your trial roulette is like 0.5 seconds slower.
Because I'm like, yeah, sure. Efficiency is fine. It's whatever. If that's what you find fun, that's fine. Like, but in a random party of like normal content, yeah, sure. Do your best at the job. Do what you're supposed to do, but like, you don't need to squeeze every single ounce of efficiency out of a party of random people. No. Sit down. I want you to play the game. I want you to press buttons. I want you to do the roll that you signed up to do in the roulette. But don't be screaming at people because you're not min-maxing everything real time. No. No, stop that. Do that with your static.
That happened,
with, like, random people.
It happened in Titan as well. And I'm just like, are you serious right now with this? Why? Do you not see I'm trying to live through Titan's mechanics and you want me to fumble around with the cards? Why? It's not necessary. Do you know what's better than me fumbling around with the cards right now? Living.
The opposite kind of card that they would benefit from.
かっこいい登場となりましたが、
そうですね、コミュニティチームのスタッフが、はい、動画を作ってくれたんですが、
Gosh, this thing is ridiculous.
今回のポイントはそこですよね。8人をどう見せるか。
いやこうやってね、一人一人を誘って、宝の地図行くんだっていうストーリーを。
It's hilarious because right before they boarded the whale, I'm like, oh, it's a multi-seater. So I wonder how they're gonna model 8 different spots on the map.
They don't.
Joke's on you, there are no spots. You're just consumed by the whale.
Eat the warrior.
I wish it had an animation where it sucks you in like Atomos when you board.
最後の資料確認やっていたらですね。マウントルナホエール8人乗りって書いてある。そうちょっと待って動画出す前にここに8人乗りって書いてたらこの動画を作ったスタッフの水沢やんけって
危なく出落ちになる。
そう消して
はい、ということでこちらがマウントルナホエールでございます。
こちらそのファンフェス
Now we need a 24-seater. We don't.
ファンフェスを記念して販売開始とさせていただきます。
Give us one of the big ass mechs from Nier. That's our 24-seater. Then the next step is to get something from Baja or Eureka and make that a 72-person mount.
Just give us the whole marks.
Take the whole data center with you. Take the entire data center and go to another data center. Buckle up, guys. We're going to the moon. We're going to the Dragon Star. We're gonna say hi to Mitty's old friends and family if they're still alive.
ここまでとさせていただいて、引き続きこの後第3部を予定しております。第3部では、ファンフェスの発表に伴いまして今日ファンフェスサイトが立ち上がったんですが、そこでいっぱいファンフェス記念グッズというものをいっぱい作りまして、様々あります。MD 普通のなんだろう、フィギュアみたいなものから本みたいなものから音楽商品みたいなものまでいろいろございますので、それをしっかりと第3部ではご紹介したい。
正直を申しますと、物理ファンフェスをやる予定だったので、各現地いろんなグッズを、作ったのでもう紹介していかないと
そうなんです。
まずいぞと。
皆さんストリーミングは無料ですからどうだろうか。
People who can't have fun without min-maxing absolutely everything.
ぜひとも
I've been doing Blue Mage parties to help people out because I've got all the spells and Blue Mage is fun. Unga Bunga uses Blue Mage DPS and Moon Flute is fun. So I've been helping out as a DPS Blue Mage. And I would get people in the parties that were waiting around to fill up, asking stuff like, is so-and-so better than so-and-so? And I'm like, Night Bloom's better than both ends because Night Bloom has a dot. But if you would like, you can use both ends for dungeon pulls. And then the person goes, but you can do deep freeze and ultra vibration to just wipe all the trash.
You could.
So it's useless. And I'm like, no, it's not useless. Like, if you set both, ultra vibration is on cooldown and you're running something solo, feel free to use both ends on the next big trash bag.
If you want to just sit there until ultra vibration comes back.
Ultra vibrations are level 5 death, and I'm just getting frustrated because I'm like, are you missing the point that this is a customizable job where you can build it however you like and still clear the thing you're doing?
After people complain that if it's not a customizable job, I don't want this. And meanwhile, me being here, I'm totally okay with jobs in 14 playing like jobs in 14. Even if they're not exactly one-to-one as to how you remember them. Sure, yes, Paladin may have to just be sword and shield guy for the rest of his life. And maybe Bard has to be bow with an instrument for the rest of their life. But like, other things don't have to be that. If it's necessary. Because like, hey, you told me Dark Knight used to use scythes. I don't see them using that here outside of the one glamour piece.
Site that we can get just on the Mog Station. But the other thing is that like
I wish they were back to 11, so much customization with jobs, sub-jobs. 11's still there.
It is still there, and they tried bigger 11 with 1.0 and it didn't work. But this brings me around to the other thing though about the Blue Mage thing, and I'm just like, you can make a set that's got the meta mud damage for when you're doing stuff that requires people to actually pay attention and do damage, like old Savage raids or farming Alliance raids for your relic stuff, where you want fast clears. Yeah, make a loadout where you have all the meta stuff, but like, if you're just fucking around with people and grinding stuff to get stuff or just to play Blue Mage, you can swap out the other abilities and be totally fine to keep clearing it. Like, I had many parties where I was the only one that had Moon Flute. And I didn't make a big stink over that.
My early sets were like, okay, how do I make this?
Just play the damn game. Why can't you have fun? Like, goddamn, why you gotta suck fun out of a video game?
But my earlier sets, even now, my sets are very much, how can I keep maintaining consistent damage? Rather than like, how do I do burst damage and just kill things? And then like, I set myself up for this sort of stuff, but I don't complain when Fen just ultra vibrates something and just kills it. That's how he set up his Blue Mage, that's how he wants to do it. If he's running out of TP, yeah, if he's running out of MP, and Moon Flute makes it so that he can't attack for the next couple of seconds, that's the decision he made. I don't like playing like that, so I don't set it up like that. That's the nature of the job. You can just make it however you want, so long as you think that you're doing a reasonable amount of damage for the things that you're doing. I don't think people are going to complain. Not unless, like...
We're using Moonflute opener as a healer blue mage, and I'm like, you had a whole nother healer blue mage who didn't use Moonflute. And we have a couple of blue mages that have white wind set. Why can't I use a burst in the beginning of a fight and just hit like a wet noodle when I don't need to heal a tank buster?
I keep White Wind set because I just assume, well, I know all of these fights fairly well enough that I think I'm going to keep my HP high. So if something happens, I can just White Wind, like, Swift Cast, and everyone's back to full health. Because now this was just the biggest heal bomb in the game. The benediction, but for everyone.
Fights,
so long as I'm still alive.
The other fights where I healed as a blue mage, I didn't need to do any healing. Because everybody kept casting White Wind or something. Or the other blue mage healer was like spamming Stratum or their own White Wind. So I'm just sitting here like, why am I a healer then? Why do you take umbrage with me using Moonflute when our health bars are fine? And then get this, the pull after that where I got yelled at not to use Moonflute, the blue mage tank died to the tank buster in one hit because he didn't put up Diamond Vac or any other mitigation, and I'm just like, that's got nothing to do with whether or not I use Moonflute. And yeah, sure, I'm not allowed to use Moonflute.
So much customization with jobs and sub-jobs. I mean, I think the one thing I would like, and this would be so much more trouble than it's actually worth, is sub-weapons. Allow me to switch, say like Dark Knight. Let's give that as an example. Allow me to use the science as Dark Knight, and that changes some of the skills that I have. What? Okay. I see what's going on now. Yeah, but
right.
yeah, but like that would be highly unnecessary. Like, I know some games do that, but like that's highly unnecessary here, cuz like they try to keep the jobs as each one being unique to what they do. Even if there is at a point a lot of melding of ideas. So who knows, maybe they'll change that with 6.0. Depending on the job actions that they start giving us. I'll admit, I probably know both of those by different names.
Stickers are dumplings.
Oh.
Or like, for the Korean side of it, yakimandu.
And the pot stickers then.
Why you gotta ask me this? I like both. You can't do this to me. I like both! My mom and my grandma would make us pot stickers, and Aisha's mom would make us lumpia. I got someone I'm living with right now, Dina, who can make lumpia, and she has made lumpia. This is not a fair question.
Man, this is a long live load. I have not been to a live load that was this long.
We haven't been to many live letters that was backlogged of stuff because of the pandemic either.
You know what? Fair.
Like, so many people were losing their minds at the
Fudge
gap
brownies.
between 5.2 and 5.3, and I'm like, guys, chill. Chill. You realize what's happening in the world, right? Chill. Wall Street bets to the moon, Yoshi P, and I took that personally. Where's fun? There's memes.
I wonder why we don't have like a regen healer.
White Mage is the regen healer. Or it was on its first implementation. And then Astrologian had some regens. Scholars always had, like, the one regen through Fairy. And then they give us a couple more regen options. They give us a lot in Shadowbringers, actually, because we had a single target regen option with Fey Union and Stormblood. Then in Shadowbringers, they added regen to our bubble, when it was previously just damage mitigation. And we got Seraph, who kind of counts as a regen, because her regen has a shield. So like, I don't know, Seraph's kind of weird. She replaces your Fairy, but you can still do most of the stuff you can do with a regular Fairy. Like, she can still Whispering Dawn, she can still Fey Illumination. Her Embraces have a shield attached. And you get 2 charges of her, like, AoE healing ability. So, like, I guess she sort of counts as a regen, because she'll Embrace while she's out. But, yeah, for a healer that's built off just heals over time, yeah, we don't have that. And I don't imagine they would ever add something like that without any options to dump raw heals that aren't just regens, because if you look at the lifetime of like Restoration Druid in World of Warcraft, and they are the token regen healer in World of Warcraft, sometimes it's rough when you're a Resto Druid. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes it's tough, depending on, like, assuming tuning is not an issue. If you have, like, reasonable gear, and your tank has reasonable gear, and you're not in a dungeon that's going to steamroll you if you don't have better gear or whatever the heck, or, like, if you're, like, in a regular dungeon, normal light party dungeon, Resto Druid is fine. For regular raid healing, that's not, like, any heroic or mythic mode, Resto Druid is fine. Druids are kind of OP this expansion, so I imagine Resto Druid is also fine there. It's a Mistweaver Monk that needs help right now. But anyway, at the end of Legion, when they implemented the scaling, now like everybody knows that the way Blizzard does balancing is completely whack. So they don't balance things very tightly, because like they're totally okay with like reaching crazy power levels and stuff that appeals to like player power fantasy. So like none of the balancing is all that tight. And when the Legion scaling hit and all the dungeons scaled with your level. There were some things that they needed to iron out, and I'm not sure if they addressed these because World of Warcraft doesn't play so nice on my computer right now, and I don't know when I can get an SSD to help alleviate that. But I was leveling one of my alts as a Resto Druid, and I got into a dungeon that had a mechanic that just did not scale very well after they implemented scaling. So this mechanic was that like this wing of the dungeon had an ad called the Chaotic Rift that did AoE zappy damage, and it didn't scale well. It would just one-shot people. Like it would zap someone twice and they were dead, and there was nothing I could do about it. Even if I wasn't a regen healer, there was nothing I could do about it because the Chaotic Rifts just didn't scale very well at the time.
That sucks.
Like I hope they fix that, but I got kicked from the group because someone would always die to a Chaotic Rift, and I would raise them because Druid has a battle raise, and I would raise them, but they just kicked me after like a couple of pulls like this, and I was like, well, good luck finding anyone to heal through those Chaotic Rifts that 1 and 2 shot you. Good luck.
なるほどね。でまあなんかね最近なんとか調子やってきたけど、まあ60の
But yeah, when the scaling is not an issue and Druid itself is like not undertuned, a healer that's built off regens is fine. Like Resto Druid rotation had like some pretty nifty things you could do with it. Like there was an ability called Life Bloom where you put up your regens on somebody, use Life Bloom, and the regens would get converted to like a raw heal or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. You had a channeled AoE heal over time called Tranquility. And then you had a couple other things, like you had a short cast, strong regen, AoE regen that diminished over time called Wild Growth. There's a lot of neat things you could do with like a regen only job, but the way they do things in this game, regen is a assistance tool, and like they're not going to leave you with no ability to spam any kind of heal whatsoever. The closest I would say is Scholar is the weakest in that regard, but you can still spam Sucker if you have to. Physics spamming is not ideal, but like if you're low on mana and people are dropping and for some reason you don't have your fairy or whatever the issue is, likely after you just got raised from something. And in certain lower level dungeons, if stuff is going tits up, hey, sometimes you have to spam physics. Do I like spamming physics? No, but sometimes you just gotta spam physics if that's how the run is going. Like say you're in a higher level dungeon and your tank doesn't have a lot of gear, but they insist on pulling wall to wall, and you're out of lustrates. You don't have time to use emergency tactics. So what do? You just fucking spam physics, because that's all your tank is allowing you to do. With the added bonus of them not using cooldowns. I've had that happen before. And they would get annoyed at me for not DPSing, and I'm like, my dude, you have no gear. You're not using mitigation. You want to live, yeah? I can DPS and you can die, or I can spam physics and you can live.
That cover art is really nice.
でパソコンの方はその下の URL に行っていただければ、短縮 URL に行っていただければ即買えます。
Dang it, I should have went to the bathroom. Well, the intermission was going, crap.
普通のカメラでおしゃべりしていただくときはその状態でよくて、で商品情報はと言います。
Well, I'll go do that real fast. My bathroom's right behind me.
Go ahead.
完全になんかどっかのケーブルテレビだねこれ。すごいな。そうなんです。ファイナルファンタジー14の人気曲をピアノ&バンドアレンジで収録した公式ブルーレイ。
Look, man, people will complain about anything. At this point, like, I don't mind if my healer is just healing me. So long as it doesn't look like they're just standing there waiting for something to happen. Like, if it seems like they're actively doing something, I don't mind.
まあブルーレイに入れれるだけ入れときました。
But
詰め込むだけ。
the it just seems like the NA community is just all about speed, speed, speed all the time. So I just do whatever. Like I've had healers that complained to me that I wasn't moving fast enough, or that I didn't know the map because I didn't look at a guide first. Back in Heaven's Word.
で、曲がこんだけ入ってると。さっきちょっとダイジェスト PV で出てたと思うんですけど。で、これね、いつもやってることなんですけど、正面のジャケットあるじゃないですか。これをですね、裏返すとですね、これ手袋が熱いな。ビキッて。じゃあもうこういう感じでね、そう裏面のもジャケットになってるんですよ。でこう差し替えてこうできると。で表はこうなんかちょっとバンドっぽい感じ。裏面はこうしっとりとピアノがアーモロードの岩の上に置いてある。素敵。
でもさ、最初のアレンジアルバム出した時にさ、半々にすりゃいいじゃんって軽く言ったのよ、アイデア。そっから始まってさ、結構ネタに困ってやんの。どうしましょうって言われて。で、俺エメツセレクはね、ダメだとまだ、いろんな理由があって、明確な理由があるんだけど、まあ、このタイミングからここまでだったらいいって、今回。なるほど、これだったらいいよ。よかったじゃん。でももう次どうしようかな。第5弾のネタない。
半分に割るやつがいなくなって。
What are your thoughts on 3DS gaming?
ハイデリンとゾディアン。
I'm back.
Welcome back. I mean, I love my 3DS. In fact, I was just using my 3DS last weekend. And I was probably going to use it today had it not been for this live letter event. I think it was a great system. Great handheld. Yeah, I told him how I was on the receiving end of a healer complaining that I wasn't going fast enough.
やる予定だったじゃないですか、海外で、で全部コロナでなくなってしまったんで、本来、そのバンドの映像とかピアノの映像とか、まあ
When it comes to Fen making comments on healing, I mean, I have told him, you level a healer, let's see how you like it. And he doesn't want to. He talks all this shit when he's tanking.
Oh, it had nothing to do with Fen. just in general, like a different healer. Telling me I wasn't going fast enough.
I just heard Fen and healer and or tank, and so I was like, Fen is so full of shit, and I call him out on it.
Yes.
All the time. I've offered to buy him an Astrologian, not an Astrologian, a Scholar job skips because he likes Tonberries, and that's in the Scholar job story. And he's a goddamn coward.
What 3DS
he's
games?
A coward.
I don't have many 3DS games, I won't lie to you. I have Smash Bros. I have Monster Hunter 4 and Generations. Azure Strike and Gunvolt 1 and 2. Mysterious Murasame Castle. A Link Between Worlds, I think it is. The one where Link is paper. Outrun 3DS. And Final Fantasy Explorers, which was the one I was playing this weekend and was going to play today. Because that's the only place I'm allowed to actually play Blue Mage and content and it actually count as progression.
D1
これね朝の8時とかですよ。
早っ。ロックなのに？
ロックなのに朝の8時。
Yeah, hold on. If I can find my 3DS.
めっちゃ塗られとる。彼に何があったのか。これこれ映像で見てるとちょっと失礼な言い方ですけどなんかハリボテ感すごいじゃないですか。
This is the 3DS I have.
MV になるんです。そうなんです。
確かに到底同じものとはちょっと見えないですね。
見えないでしょ。
確かにね。
僕らも
相当とか乗ってそう。
そうだから僕らも行った時すごい不安だったの。これ予算がないとは聞いてたけど、ここまでないとは
なるほどね。
なと思って。
で今カメラ越し
に。Seen better days.
ちょっと安心した。
すごいじゃん。
Because I looked into my nephews, and this is the damage to it. So let's see, what else am I missing here? I have the Mega Man Legacy Collection, Code of Princess, Liberation Maiden, and Eternal Blade. Is that a Monster Hunter edition? Yes, it is. It's for Ultimate. It is the 4 Ultimate Edition.
僕らも想像してなかった。これかっこいいじゃんみたいな。科学技術ってすごいですよね。
Best show it.
1ミリも
こ
の人たちはアーティストですけど、僕とコージなんか1ミリもアーティスト感ないので、
And
アーティ
this
スト
is
みたいな。
back.
すごいな。
いやまああれだけやれたらアーティストって言っていいんじゃないですか。
これ2日目ですね。
Yeah, it's just seen better days, that's all.
プロだからって言えばまあそうなんだろう。
これね、
フリー
今回ね、踊りを入れたんですよ。ロングフォール、ツイニングあるじゃないですか。エキスパダンジョン。いろいろいろんな動画が上がったりしたじゃないですか。
You got that ambassador 3DS like me? Nah. I was late to the party.
一発やった方がいいんじゃないかってやりたいって言った人。
それで講師はできなくてなんで俺こんなことやらなきゃいけないんだってイラついてるけど言い出したやつがこの中にいるって言ってお前だっつう話。
そうです。朝ね午前中。
I'd still like to.
マジで。
講師ねアメリカ人なんで意外とね自分の趣味に合わないの嫌いなんですよ。
それで俺その別のテイクの撮影あったから。ダンスちょっと忘れつつあってダンス撮るっていう時になったら
やりだすとね
そうでずっと練習してて自分できるようになったもんだから調子こいてこうやって踊って
そうやれるようになるとねアメリカ人こう
ノリノリで踊ってる
キレッキレやん
なんだよMV みたいでしょ
MV みたい。
これがメイキングね。
そこでギター
これがメイキングなんだ。
メイキング。はい。
これが完全収録されて
る。でこれこれがその何してるかってそのどっちがどっちのギターやるって全然決めてなくて。
え
I got my 3DS specifically for 2 reasons. For Smash Bros. And for Monster Hunter.
どっちがどっち担当って決めてないんですよ。
じゃあ、レックの時はノリその場の
And I have more hours in Monster Hunter than I would like to admit.
ここでじゃあ MV の時どっちやったみたいな。
メモってるのはね唯一言うと英語の歌詞で
カタカナ
なんて歌えばいいんですか。
ああこれはねわかる。これはわかる。
一生懸命覚えてるのね。邪魔しに来てすぐこういうことするんですよ、テツさん。もう波平さんより年上なのにね。
そうなの？
そうなの。あんな若く見
波平さんが50代以上に若い可能性もある。
52とか51か2。
Yes.
僕らももうすぐ波平さん。
Like around 8,000 hours.
60になってもね、14やってる。
文さんはかっこいい。
そんな面白裏舞台
が。でもね、本当だったら MV って1曲につきその1日2日って書けるじゃないですか。2日で5曲取ります。
その辺が14
っぽいトスパ。でもうアーティストの方は全員聞いたことねって言ってました。そんなスケジュールでバリバリ撮んのね。まあでもなんとかなりました。
いやいやありがとう。すごい科学技術確かにすごいですね。
3月24日発売ですよ。 はい。
これはなるほど4400円。今のも全部入って。
全部入って。
How do you have 8,000 hours on 3DS Monster Hunter? Because of Molten Tigrex and stuff like that. That's why. That guy in particular, I hate him, but I hope he doesn't come back.
皆さんが遊んでる時とはちょっと違うね、こう絵が見れるよっていう。
はいはい
はい。
私後からちょっとまずいと思うんですよ。M ちゃんが来て、そのねゲーム映像、吉田さん見ました？いやいやチェックはもうみんなに任せてるじゃん。言ったらありえないカメラ角度でバトルシーン撮られていて、
なるほど。
特にマップ作ってる BG チーム
なんか言われて
何も聞いてないので怒るかもしれませんって言われて、急遽とりあえずこれだけでもいいから見てくださいって言われて、最初はおおかっこいいねこれ、いやいやこれコンテンツリプレイ使ってやってんじゃないって思ってたら、曲の3分の1ぐらい終わったところから急激に振り切れたんだろうね。楽しくなっちゃったんだろうね。ありえないカメラ出てくる出てくるかっこよきゃいいんだよねみたいな。まあでも一応俺の目で見てる限りはポリゴンぶっ壊れてるとか、こんな距離で見るの想定してないからテクスチャーがとかはギリギリなかったから、まあもう今回
I never play Animal Crossing either.
けど
No interest in it.
ね、そう言ってねって。まあでもそれぐらい限界ギリギリの。
そうそれで
Don't want to pay full price for it since it's a Nintendo title. It's never gonna go on sale, basically.
多分それで M ちゃんはね怒られるぞっつって脅してきたんですよ。それでメール翌日ぐらい帰って見ました全部。超かっこいいじゃないですか。なんでいいんかい。よかった。
いやでもね開発ってねまたね機嫌によるのよ。いやなんか使うんだったら知らせてくださいよって。
そうね。
プロジェクトマネージャーそういう時に結構辛い。
さっきの松沢さんとかね。
でもね知らせるとね急にね嬉しくなっちゃう。自分の作ったものがかっこよく、
こんなかっこよくなる。
なるほどね。もう全然いいですよこれみたいな。
意外とね今回反応良かった。
まあだからやっぱ伝えて。
Someone mentioned Gollum Restoration.
アート担当の人とかもやっぱり、まあできるだけサイン入れてねとかいうのは出していくよっていうことによってやっぱりまた変わる。
そうそのアート担当っていうかね、もう一個実はね紹介するもの、
そうですよね。もう一商品ご紹介いただけること。
じゃあ次の商品へ行くこれ。
はい
はい。
ベン。
Ooh.
これはですね。
That's a really nice cover.
アンテンパーテッド2。これ CD なん
What's the new Harry Potter game? Don't know.
アンテンパード。なんかテンパードじゃないよみたいな。
アンテンパード2です。
はいはい。アンテンパード2。はい。まあ要はね晩神コンピ CD って言われてるやつ。
テンパードになってたまるか的な。
そういうことです。はい。すげえ悪い言い方すると焼き直しです。
身も蓋もなくないそれ。
でもねこれ
びっ
くりした。通販販売商品説明番組でしかもその曲作ってる人間がまあ正直言って焼き直しですっていうのは初めてね。多分歴史上初じゃねえ。
だって焼き直しなもんだって。でもね違う焼き直しがないところがある
の。じゃないところがある。
そうそれがね
パッケージのデザインでしょ。
そうアートがねこれはねジャケだけでね
本当にそれから
この値段払っていいと思う。ちょっとこれ手元カメラの方がいいかなと思うから。
はい、こちら今回のために書き下ろされた新しいイラストとなって
でこれがねまたね、これをジャケットをこうめくるとですね、もう手袋だってやりにくいなこれ、全然赤くちょっとこれ
Well, I miss.
これを手元カメラ。
They're trying to do something with the cover.
Oh, that.
Can't do it.
こういうこと。そう。
Yeah, it's not picking up correctly.
I can sort of see it.
I can too.
こういうとこ金かかって
る。微妙にこの手袋の上に指輪をつけてるギャラネット吉田。
そうですね。なんかさ映画泥棒みたいな。
そうこれ特装品で、これがかっこいいんすわまた
まあね
今回。
このアートをね、まあこれアンテンパード1もこれ14のアート
Is Final Fantasy good?
なんですけど、
You're asking the wrong person. Honestly, it's one of those things where you just have to find the right one for yourself.
新情報発表会でアニメを
Like, I don't have a particular fondness for the series like a lot of people do. But the ones I have played, I have liked.
俺の発注がまたひどくて。
Like, I remember
Stuff you like,
liking...
and there's gonna be stuff you don't like, because while they're under the umbrella of Final Fantasy, or even just Square Enix in general,
なかなか書けないですよこれ。
しかもね結構ガチな14プレイ
they are different teams for different games. So, I remember reading in an interview for like I think Final Fantasy VIII that like people make all these jokes about big companies making their AAA games, but even when you have a big company, you just have a lot of teams, so it's more like indie studio when they're actually making these games. So there's gonna be games you like, there's gonna be games you don't like. So like just said, you just gotta find whatever one that works for you.
Yeah, the games are so widely varied that just find one that you think is of a passing interest to you.
2ディスク、全32曲も入ってます。はい。
Like, I had passing interest in 13, but I really liked where things will go with 13 too. For instance, I haven't played it yet, but it's still one of those things where, like, I'm interested in giving it a try.
Are you really gonna make me launch into a giant speech about these two games? Because it is 1 o'clock in the morning over here, and later on your guys' end, and I don't feel like giving a big speech.
Don't do that. I'm sure he's just trolling. Yeah, like I'm told tactics is awesome.
The circumstances and the mismanagement of so many projects that led to what they were doing with 13 in the first place. Like holy shit, I'm so tired of explaining it.
Yeah, I'm told tactics is awesome. I've seen and heard so much of it. I have no interest in playing it. So find the one that interests you and play that. That's the best advice I can give you when it comes to Final Fantasy, because even though there is very much a lot of them have similar themes, they're not the same games. So just find one that you think will interest you.
Shin, I don't know if Versus 13 was going to be the greatest FF ever, because it's different strokes for different folks every time. Like I think 10 was one of the best games that they had. You just said you hate 10, so yeah. There we go. Lots of people think 7 was the best game ever, not just Final Fantasy, but the best game ever, period. And I like 7, I had fun with it, but I don't think it's that big a deal.
Yeah, at the time, I played 7 and 8 back to back, and I preferred 8 more.
とりあえず頑張りますね。まあとりあえずはこのアレンジャーそうですね。はい。ぜひぜひ。
It maybe it kind of helps that like I played 7 in Japanese, but 8 I think I played in English.
結局ゲームとかもうなんかYouTube で見れるようになる。上がる。はい。なるほど。後ほど Twitter でも見てください。はい。はい。ということで。
Yeah, see, like I'm told 6 is so good. I'm told 5 is so good. I'm told 4 is so good. I'm told 1 is solid for what it is for the time. I'm told 9 is really good. I'm told 10 is really good. I'm told 11 is really good or really sucks, depending on who you want to be.
まあこれ60か。まあそうですね。全力で頑張ります。
I love 15 a lot. I just don't like the battle system for 15, and that has less to do with anything else in the game and more to do with one particular person's decision with the game. That's really it.
I forget who it was, but he decided, well, I'm too old to press all these buttons, so no one will be able to press all these buttons.
Yeah.
またじゃあちょっと俺車で聞くぶっときますはいお願いしますありがとうございましたということではいじゃあ
Yeah, that's a byproduct of the general mismanagement behind the entire project, because that project had been in development hell for over 10 years.
Yeah.
And understandably, the team was extremely burned out. And who was the dude? Who was the new dude in charge?
It's not Tabata.
Not Tabata. Whomever was like in charge at the time, he considered extending the dev time because of all the people complaining that like take your time with the game now that you're actually making it. But his team was like so extremely burned out that they just wanted to get they just wanted to put as much content as they could and release it.
Yeah, hey, I had no interest in 12. And then I saw some cutscenes with 12. And
we watched 12 the movie.
Yeah. And I'm like, I've always liked Fran. But I also like Balthier. A lot. But I still have no interest in actually playing 12. 12 looks too much like it plays itself.
I mean, it can play itself. You don't have to play that way, though.
I know. But I just generally don't like the way that gameplay looks. And I don't have the brain power to cheese that game the way I've seen people do. I don't know, I've never played 8 that way, so that's not something I'm familiar with, unfortunately. I know Nelson could do that.
12's battle system, I remember thinking it was a little weird for a single player game. And then I looked at some Vagrant Story gameplay because I was like looking up more Matsuno stuff because I like tactics, I like 12, so I was wanting to learn more. And I looked at some Vagrant Story gameplay and I was like, oh, this is what they were doing with 12's battle system.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's a more streamlined version of the Vagrant Story battle system.
Yeah, the story for 12 is very interesting to me, but I don't think I can sit down and actually play it. Likewise, like I'm not really interested in RPGs anymore. I'm just throwing that out there. But like, I have tried a few, and yeah, like for me, I found Xenogears more fun than the other RPGs that I played at the time. So that includes 8, that includes 7, that includes 3, and Phantasy Stars 1 to 4.
Like, there are very few games that I dropped out of hand because I couldn't get past the way they played, and I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, because a lot of them were rentals. But, the PSP version of Final Fantasy II. Like, I had no problem with the premise, I had no problem with, like, the story, I had no problem with Furion, I had no problem with the Evil Empire, I knew all that going in. The weapon learning system, I was like, I don't want to do this. I can see where this is going. I can see how much grinding I'm gonna have to do just to make sure I can hit things. I don't want to do this.
This was fine.
I did this in World of Warcraft. I don't need to do it again.
This was fine 15 plus years ago, but now not so much.
Did this already? Not again.
Yeah, like, what other game? Like, I liked Parasite Eve. So like there were some that like I did enjoy, and even hey, let's try these Tales games because Amber says I would really like them, and like their battle system is kind of like Smash Bros meets a fighting game. So, hey, you should be able to just get this, kinda.
Well, it depends on the game, but like the starter ones in the for the West, the Western releases, are pretty much more or less pick up and play once you get used to how things are laid out. But on the subject of Parasite Eve, I dropped Parasite Eve when I first played it at the tender age of like, what, 8 or something? But the gameplay had nothing to do with it. I played old school Tomb Raider, so like, jump scares and exploring, like, I've done that stuff before. What spooked me out of Parasite Eve was the cutscene with the rat, and I was like, I'm done, that's it, no more. I'm good.
I think for me, let me see if it's called this. I played Legend of Mana, Cookie Book, and I loved that game.
I believe it.
The bats be like that, yes. No, like they are like that. Like there's big rats. They are the size of cats sometimes. Like it's not even funny. I don't know how they do it. Got some Master Splinter like mutant rats up in there sometimes. In the NYC subways. Shouldn't understand.
Big because they have ready sources of food.
Yeah, because
you know how big gators can get because they get food.
ということで今こちら目下子供の監修と試作を続けている段階ということです。
これはなんでこの3名だったんですかね。
I really want that Estedian one.
難しいこと聞きます？
A rat could use the telephone and start calling me. Well, if a rat was intelligent enough to call me in particular, I would tell that rat to go donate itself to science.
Nah, find itself some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
No.
Be some vigilantes for New York. It needs it.
Can we just throw out most of Unork? Yeah, Unork. You're just throw out most of Unork.
Yeah, that's how bad it was sometimes. I thought the rats were raccoons. Like, I had the fortune of not seeing that commonly, but when I did see that used to spook the crap out of me sometimes.
それでは続いて参りましょう。次はこちらです。こちらは画面だけですが、T シャツ、歯です。かっこいい。こちらですね。
I was trying to figure out what is that shirt even, but then I realized it's Hades.
ファンフェスのたびに毎度デザイン。
Took a second for my screen to focus. My page.
晩神
グナースの
あいつ
セイビアオブラーバナ。
ラーバナ T シャツからスタートして、神竜。
I still find it hilarious that back when we were still going through 5.0, one of the streams I was like trying to say, I want some more cameo nods to like 9. I haven't really seen any yet for this game. And Jank, who'd already done the final boss, wanted to scream that there was for the final boss, but it would have been lost on me anyway because it was a super boss that I never fought in 9 because I don't usually fight super bosses. Because I would try to fight the super bosses, and then it's like, man, I don't feel like going through all this just to be able to fight this thing.
What's the ultimate gaming experience? I don't know.
Very subjective.
逆です。このような。今これ超絶試作品でして、何が
Like it depends on what you want. Do you want portable? Then Switch is going to be your thing.
プリントが小さい。そう僕
If you want like super nice graphics and to be able to customize all your games, then PC if you can afford it.
Yeah,
Or you feel like investing in the computer parts to either build it yourself or have someone build it for you, or just be basic like me and just buy a pre-built PC.
I personally like collecting consoles and using them, so like for me it's consoles, because like I've had way too many issues with PC and people that play PC sometimes. Yeah, I know like this is just gone on like forever, and it's not truly the case. But like I like how with at the time with a console game, you knew what you would get. It was set. It did what it had to do. No more, no less.
Need to fiddle the specs.
Yeah, and like
Don't need to find the shadow anti-aliasing. Find out that's why you're crashing.
And everyone was on the same playing field. Everyone had the same controller as you did, for the most part, because aftermarket stuff now these days. And it's not like, well, the person saw you around the corner faster than you did because their frames are faster. They have more frames, so they can react to things better. In comparison to like how it is on PC sometimes. Or like they can get in and out of their matches faster because of their specs being higher. It has less to do with that, more to do with like how well you treat your console. But I very much see the appeal of why people love PCs. You just build the thing, or you just get one, and you just upgrade it over time, and it will keep going. It's a workhorse machine. It'll just keep doing what it needs to do. And if you're into the meta of optimization as much as possible, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't have a PC.
そしてもう一つ T シャツ商品ございます。こちら新イーター積み食いですね。これまたでこれまずこれアメリカ版。
I also used to just like the aspect of, hey, I am getting out of my room, I am going somewhere else in the house, and I'm sitting down somewhere that's comfortable, and I'm playing on my console. That in and of itself is kind of a...
That's hilarious. The Hades hoodie was Japan only.
What?
And yeah, Hades hoodie was Japan only. So the two North American shirts, one of them is Forgiven Obscenity, and the other one has like the Pixies. So of course they give the booby shirt to North America. Oh wait, here we go. They're giving it to Japan too. Okay, so they realize everybody likes the booby.
How much is the shirt again?
It's like $27.99 in US dollars. What, are you gonna buy the booby shirt?
Maybe.
Don't do it.
Maybe. You can't stop me.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm just gonna make fun of you every time you wear it.
I'll wear it for streams. I need more streaming clothes, honestly. Like all I got really is just my one Atari shirt and my Atari hoodie, which I don't even wear much anymore. I've stopped. $47. Y'all can keep that.
There's a booby hoodie for $47.99.
今回なんか積み食い大人気なんですけど、すごいな。ジャパンチームジャパン。
Price for the shirt or double price for the booby hoodie.
T シャツだけじゃない。
But the booby is on the back. It's not on the front.
次お願いいたします。コトン
There's a bag. Oh my god.
これ試作品で。
It's all the same graphics.
They really tried.
They anticipated people buying the boobies.
Exactly. Should know. Should understands. Y'all can keep that hoodie. But man, like, That is ridiculous. A bag?
パーカーって。
Y'all want to give me a mug too?
Don't shit talk my coffee mugs. I've got a Within Temptation coffee mug right here.
I have a Reese's coffee mug that I haven't used yet. It's just decoration for this room.
And then Anna sent me for one Christmas a coffee mug that has Mushu on it. And it says dishonor on you, your family, and your cow, all in check boxes. And then my aunt bought me a mug when she was visiting a couple years earlier. We went to the Chihuly Museum of Glass in Washington State, and she got me a mug.
Shin, I watched one of those. I wanted... It was a Mega Man mug, and the graphics change when it's hot, so that it looks like the mug is charging. It was his Buster arm.
Mom gave me a coffee mug that you can draw on with chalk. Like she got it from a gift exchange at her work, and she was like, I don't really use this, and I was like, you can draw on this with chalk? That's fucking sick. And she was like, oh, you can have it, and I was like, oh my god, yes. I don't have any chalk. I have not bought any chalk, but the fact that I have a mug that you can draw on chalk is enough. Oh, for real, I do want to buy some chalk sometime and just like fucking shit post on it. My mom said like you can draw on this with chalk, and I thought that was the greatest thing ever. Ooh. Ah, damn, Europe. They bust out the Bahamut merchandise and it's in Europe. God damn it. I don't want the booby, I want Bahamut.
Why not both?
I want the Calamity, damn it.
You can have these calamitous boobs, though.
Boobs isn't that great, Jesus Christ. As a certified boob haver, they're not that great.
I believe it. I've heard of stories. Like Bahamut. Man, where's the mug I'm looking for? Is this the one?
続いて参りましょう。続いての商品はこちらグローバル商品です。これね、マスク。これ大期待です。はい、こちらサンプルございます。はい。はい。
Job icons.
で、そっち。あ、つければいい。はい、つけて。
Those are masks, right?
Me...
Yeah, those are masks.
My mom already gave me a mask that has the Jurassic Park logo on it, so alas.
I literally glanced over to my right. I'm like, why are they selling bras? Like I did have a better look at it.
With all the job icons on it, I would buy that, no lie.
You would.
I would. Boob Hobbit.
Isn't Boob Hobbit just Tiamat?
But dragons don't have distinguished genitalia.
Not with that attitude.
I mean, they actually don't.
I believe you. You don't.
I can cite the lore for you.
Oh no, I believe you.
あんまりマスクしてる時にね、そういう情報持ってこられない方がいいですね。私多分見た目的に。
で、私の方はジョブアイコンがまたこれささやかにプリントされているので、あまり派手に主張しすぎないタイプ。
いや、これ結構一押しですよ。
これいける。
だってさりげないメテオ。はい。
So digital Pac-Man clock, $200 because they're no longer in production. Oh, that's great.
Face bras, obviously.
Face bras, obviously.
Other people in the YouTube chat also thought that they were bras, and someone goes, "They're face bras, obviously."
At this point, I believe it, considering the kind of things people are doing now.
あ、そうです。あ、これね。はい。ここにワンポイントメテオ。はいはい。こんな感じで実際見えますよ。本当シンプルでいい感じ。
これ使い勝手いいと思います。 でちょっといつだっけ今週なんか2、3日前に、紹介するんで
Cool.
チ
The
ェックして
Pac-Man
ください
clock?
って来てでこれいいじゃんいいじゃん
Yeah, Shin, I don't know if either of those actually do the thing I was looking for.
ボールボール着用モデルのやつ、これどうですかって言われた時に、ちょっと一瞬なんか紐パンに見えちゃってちょっといや違うその時に違うのよその内側の生地が今2案あってそのこれともう一個あったの高そうに見える生地があるんですよ作品ありましたねでもちょっと色が
Someone in the YouTube stream chat says I'm about to rob Europe for the Bahamut hoodie.
苦しくなったらダメだろうっていうのとそれが俺の机の上に置かれてるのがなんかちょっと置き方がびっくりして
Amber, let me know, can you post links since you're a mod?
Posting a link to.
In chat.
Just any link?
Hold on. I'll just mod Shin for the time being. Try now, Shin.
はいぜひご検討おすすめですおすすめです
There you go.
アイマスクなんかより全然おすすめです値段だって変わんないじゃんバネシタのアイマスクあれ1000円だったよね
そんなんぐらいでこれなら飛行機でしてもギョッとされないから大丈夫
そうですねあれのちょっとね
そしてマスク関連商品が続いてございますので、続けてご紹介します、マスクケース、ということでこちらも実物あります。こちらはですね試作じゃなくてもうこれガチ
Oh, that's cool.
ちょっと待って、でもこれよくできてるね
My body's trying to kill me.
マスクケース
What's the usual?
を机の上にポテンと置くんじゃなくて、入れてくれるよねということ
なんです。Yeah, that clock's cool.
まず最初に俺気になったのが、マスクケースなんだけど
Does it make the wacka wacka sound?
まあそうですね、マスクケースです。
Wacka 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 wacka
That's a sound that's engraved in my mind.
Just like the drowning music.
The drowning music, the shield sound in Sonic.
The ring noise.
The ring noise. The pew pew sound for Mega Man for the lemons.
The checkpoint ding.
Yeah, because they've used that all the time as well.
The bouncy noises and like the casino levels.
Oh, the bumpers.
Yeah, the bumpers.
The Mario like mushroom noise.
Oh yeah, that too.
The Mario fireball as well.
Mask, case, job icons. You guys aren't filthy animals like me and just shove your mask in your sweater pocket.
You need that clock. That clock is out of production.
I mean, he knows it's out of production. He mentioned it earlier.
iPad はちょっときついかもしれないですね。はい。
でもよくできてるな。よくできてますね。いやそれこそなんかちょっとスノボ行くときに、ね小物を
小物類は全然入ります。
いろんな使い方できるんで、これは
Yeah, I would use that for my passports. If I had any. I'm stuck in this country.
いやこれはねよくできます。
大好評。はい。ありがとうございます。
Like, I really wish I'd gotten my Washington driver's license with the passport option while I was active duty, because it would have gotten me out of work just to sit at the DMV.
A cushion.
And then when I needed to get a residential driver's license, I got the license, but without the passport perk, because I was like, I can always add that later. Then this happened, and then I was like, damn, I really should have gotten that passport option. But if I remember right, like the driver's license passport just allows you to like visit. I don't think it allows you to do anything else.
Only Square Enix can like
afford to make all this merchandise.
Not just afford to make all this merchandise, but like they can pretend to be QVC Network in the middle of a stream.
でこちらの枕
QVC.
It's that is that one channel that sells you stuff 24/7?
It's like those TV infomercials but stream.
Yeah, like they always like show you like as seen on TV type stuff. Like here is this ladder that you'll never need to use ever. And here's all these like bootleg consoles that do have licensed games on them, but they're not those consoles. Top 3 PC games of all time? Does Quake count? Like, I like Quake, and I like Dungeon Fighters Online. And maybe Guns.
I don't have
Guns
a
the
lot
Duel,
of
not the actual one.
games. So this is gonna be kind of a crapshoot where I'm concerned, because a lot of the games I have on PC are also available elsewhere. So I don't know if it counts.
Right.
Because I'm likely gonna say games that are available elsewhere besides just PC.
Like, I've never actually thought about, like, a PC exclusive game. Like, I have not really played a Half-Life. I've messed around in Half-Life like everyone else that has played Half-Life. I haven't really played the game, I just did stupid stuff. Same thing with Team Fortress, I didn't really play it. Where's the job announcement? The job announcement was 7 hours ago.
そして続いての商品がこちらです。キタルジョッキ。
Oh, look at that.
キタルってもんですね。キタルジョッキです。
Well, if they count,
ご覧いただきましょうか。はい。
if they count, holy Japan, fuck, I need that.
そう軽いんです。
I need that. Why would you taunt me with a tankard I can't have?
It's not just any tankard. It's a dwarven tankard.
I know it's a dwarven tankard. Why would they do this to me? Guess I'm just gonna have to ask for like the Etsy version when they start making that. Just gotta pay crafters IRL. Anywho, if they count, I guess World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14, because like they're PC.
I would say World of Warcraft definitely counts.
And then I haven't finished it yet, but if we're going in the vein of mostly computer-centric games for PC, and not just ports, Warcraft 3. I haven't finished it yet. I got the Reforged version, I never played the original version, but it's the same game with just prettier graphics. Albeit they changed some missions, the runners, and the Ball of Silvermoon.
That being said, you reminded me, StarCraft, I guess, would count for me. Because I did play a bit of that for some time in high school, but like, I don't really play it anymore.
この木工職人、木工師スキルの他にバーのマスターというジョブも習得しており、その経験から飲みやすく持ちやすく。
Oh yeah, RTS in general is not a genre I've played a whole lot of. Like I've played strategy RPGs.
EverQuest is another good option. Shin.
I guess RuneScape would count, but I never played RuneScape.
I played RuneScape and EverQuest for about 2 or 3 months. That's my time with about both of those games. What is Quake? It's a boomer shooter, I guess, if you want to call it that these days. He did the emote.
これはそうそう増産できたりもしないから、
そうね。
欲しい方はぜひお早めに。はい。これはいいですよ。ビールうまいんだろうな今日俺。ビール飲みたくなった。
Like Quake is a fast-paced first-person shooter.
続いてです。続いてはこちらです。はい。
Literally what Shin is saying right now.
そうなんですよ。急に本当
fragrance weed diffuser. I have one of those already.
あ、ごめん、気づかなかった。出所がこいつでして、はいはい。本当だ。ルームフレグ
Unless you're selling one that's actually my job, I don't really care too much.
ウルダハグリダニアリムサロミンサイシュガルドクリスタリウムクガネということでそれぞれフレーバーというか。俺この前チェックさせられた匂い。本当？うん。
I'm gonna need that Limsa scent stick.
うんうん。これグリダニ
ア。Although if I want to smell the ocean, all I gotta do is drive 15 minutes to the bay.
Quake 3 Arena paid for my first year of college? Really? Whatever happened to Quake Champions? Who knows? I think people just understood, hey, we never asked for a hero shooter in the style of Quake. We just wanted Quake. Why can't you just give us Quake?
ちなみに私、自分のブース、まあ会議すぐできるように個室ですけど、ちゃんとショップで、まあこれではないですけど、
いわゆるこれ系
買ってきて、やってたんですよ。そう、ちゃんと密かに。M ちゃんがどうしたんですか？大衆気になるんですか？いや、そうじゃないよなって。そのいい香りにリラックスして仕事をね、ストレス。
Yeah, COD doesn't interest me anymore. Now after a couple of instances with certain people in that game, and I have no interest in Valorant.
But I just read a comment where people were joking about Sage and how Machinist is irrelevant because now Sage has a gun for each party member. And then someone replied, well, they're a healer. A healer always has a gun for each party member. Oh yeah, speaking of healing systems, a take on healing I've wanted to see these devs try in 14 is healing by DPS output like Discipline Priest does in World of Warcraft. It is a ton of fun. However, they're not ever going to do it because of how they don't want healers forced to feel like they have to DPS.
Yeah, that's another one. Thank you for reminding me. I was thinking like there was another I thought of.
That's a big sad because I'm like my computer just about almost crashes with like Shadowlands when I'm in like heavily populated areas. My load times are a long ass time now. My computer's not even that old, so I'm just like, well, this is kind of dumb. If I'm like have to wait this long to load into a dungeon as a stupid hunter, I'm not gonna be able to heal anything this expansion.
I would like a pure regen healer, but you said like that's White Mage. Even though I thought White Mage was a pure healer, as in like literally just presses the button and you get healed instantly.
I mean, they do both.
I know they do both.
Back when we still had the ability to buff your healing output with Divine Seal or Largesse, people would just power up their regions, and that would be pretty good for most of your stuff. And they took away the ability to buff your regen. But like with this, with like bringing back shield and non-shield, maybe we'll see them actually do something creative with like regen mechanics. Because as of right now, you just throw up a regen and it's a little band-aid while you do something else until someone needs a bigger heal.
I guess another idea is probably like a time bomb healer that like times the heals.
I was speaking about heal bombs because we do have some heal bombs with I guess Plenary Indulgence with the way they redid it sort of counts as a heal bomb because you apply it, then you do a heal, and then it does another heal if you have the status applied. Horoscope on Astrologian is a heal bomb, Earthly Star is a heal bomb, XCOG is a heal bomb. So I would like to see more heal bomb type mechanics. Like an example I had was you put a debuff on the boss, and when and when the debuff, or like say, like you put a dot on the boss, and when the dot runs out, there's a small AoE heal, like in melee range of the boss, or something like that. Or you put a regen on somebody, and if they're on the boss, when the regen expires, the boss takes damage, something like that.
Tier 3
It'd be
steal aggro
super
for
neat.
tanks at 11.
LOL.
Well, they don't have to make it do that here. That's just.
I mean, they
that's
spoke
just
about how they had to downscale the numbers because, like, the enmity algorithm was reaching its cap.
Yeah, it would just return to 0.
It would return to 0. So imagine like fighting, say, Omega. He's about to cast, like mustard bomb's coming up soon. Enmity just resets to 0, and like just this random ass samurai just gets nuked with mustard bomb for no reason.
Yeah, could you imagine like Fel is doing like Midari, and like by the time he does the first one, it resets to 0, and then he does the second one. Okay, you're at the top of the list now. Here's the tank bust. Here's the giant fist. Wait, what?
That happened to me in like when I was helping Blue Mage parties, because I used a Moonflute opener for Omega as a DPS this time, mind you, so people weren't yelling at me about using Moonflute. And the tank stayed alive up until like a little bit after the phase change, where he mistimed Diamondback, died to the tank buster. Hey, guess what? I'm the tank now because I had the biggest damage from using all my Moonflute burst. So I like took Omega back up in front, and I was just getting hit with the autos, and the Blue Mage tank got raised, and I was waiting for him to take it, but he had no MP. So what do? I cast White Wind. And then the Blue Mage tank complains that I stole aggro with White Wind, and I'm like, what's the alternative? Die when Angel Whisper has a 5-minute cooldown? No thank you.
Oh boy. What's the Nidhogg Stidian notebook look like?
What I need a notebook to do math in that has a Stidian on it.
Why? So he could distract you?
He's good looking, but I don't know if I'd be that into him. I think I would get really annoyed trying to date someone like a Stidian. I think I really would. I think we would just get into really passive-aggressive fights until we just got sick of each other, and then walked away.
Thank you, Shinrei, for also having an appreciation for freeform jazz. Fed just doesn't get it.
Jazz? It's not something that first comes to mind when I think about genres I like. That's classical. Classical and however you would classify the style of music within Temptation does, because it's classified as metal. But my old roommate Jamie makes fun of me because he's like, that's not metal. And I'm like, no, it's not death metal, but under the current musical genre definitions, the Temptation is classified as a type of metal, although I always thought of it as some kind of like orchestral rock.
This book is funny.
Me personally. What is even? Oh.
It's Shadowkeeper's formations. Do you
okay,
guys,
now it just cleared up for me.
do you guys still parse the game? Yeah, we do. Just not as of late.
Yeah, because of the amount of setup involved, like you can't just out of the blue go let's parsec, because you have to actually spend a while to make sure everything works.
You guys don't see it on stream half the time, but like when we do stream it, it takes about a half hour. I promise you that.
The first time we tried Parsec at all with Tales of Hysteria, it took us like over an hour to like figure out how it was supposed to work. And back then, Parsec didn't play all that nicely with like the Tales games that we did have at the time. So there was a point where like Trisk was first player, so I could fudge about in the menu, but I couldn't play first player when it was my copy of the game, so I was supposed to be able to be first player, but Trisk was first player, not me. Stuff like that. We had to like spend a long time to figure out why things were the way they were.
表紙の解説ウリエンジェオギレ。普段の言葉遣いもどこか血を読んでいるようなところ。
Time we had Jake playing with us, and somehow he was controlling Trist's character as well as his own character at the same time. We still to this day have no idea why that happened.
ございますんで、それを書き取り練習する。
いわゆる漢字の
Oh,
書き取り。
look at that name and ways on it.
そうでここに一応エロゼア
It's
文字
Tar
があるんで、
with some minions.
したければどうぞ。まあ実際に
本当の漢字をね練習するもんです。
よしと。
はい。
でお子さんに漢字練習しなさい。そうそうそう。たまに
エロゼア文字も
This reminds me of when I took the time to find out
エリート育成のために。
the
でこれが
the
4点セットなの
4冊そうですね。
the cryptograph language in Tales of Legendia,
でですね。
and I use that for a lot of names.
大きく関与した開発スタッフが2名おりまして、
大体想像つくけど、
林さんって方と小田さんという方。
Yeah, get back to that. Yeah,
コメントご紹介させて。
yeah, that's how I picked up Tails in the first place because like it was just suggested to me, so I gave it a shot. And I do like it. I still have to try Ledger Dragoon, or at least again because I did play about like 2 hours of it years ago. I never actually finished that game.
時折数年前のノートを見るとその当時の思考の流れや思いを再確認できます。自分はかなり長期間 FF14 の開発に携わってきましたが、今まで作ってきた多くのデータは
So like I don't inherently think the genre of an RPG is like not for everyone. But I do think you have to find the game and the story that connects to you. Because it took me years for me to even pick up a Kingdom Hearts, for instance, without the incessant asking from a friend to just try one of these games, just try Chain of Memories, and I tried it and there was some crazy stuff. For a person that like didn't know much about the series, and that was the one I decided to pick up first. I'm still holding my breath for Star Ocean second story port for the Switch. We got First Departure. I hope for it too. Cause that's another one. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here like, can I get Xenoblade 2? Xenoblade X2 actually? But I think I'm probably going to get Xenosaga collection before I get a Xenoblade X2. With the way, unfortunately, so many people complained about that game. I just complained about the music. I didn't complain about the game itself much. I'm sure I've asked this. Is Xenogears related to at all to Xenosaga and Xenoblade? Sit down, because there's a story involved. The short of it is yes, but actually no. The long of it is after they left, they more or less used ideas for stories that were supposed to be taking place within the Xenogears world, be it in alternate dimensions or within different planets, and placed it into Xenosaga specifically. With Xenoblade, it was supposed to be a brand new game, and what happened was someone at Nintendo decided, hey, you really should call it Xeno something because Xeno is your legacy. And it's also like your name brand, but we think like the Xeno series is your legacy. When you went back to like Namco, you gave them Xenosaga. give us a Xeno something now that you work for us. So they went back to the drawing board with Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and they added some Xeno things to the story. Even more so with the definitive edition that just came out. They changed some stuff to make more sense in the context of Xenoblade 2 and Xenoblade X, which are more closely related to Xenosaga and Xenogears than the first Blade was, because they had a story already, but they just went and tweaked a couple of things. Xenoblade 2 and X are closer to Saga and Gears for that reason. But you will see certain things such as the Zohar and certain themes in Saga. I lost you. Okay. Do you remember the huge cross thing? Which one is closest to Gears? I would say
Japan only! Yoshi P, why are you doing this to me? A nice ass journal set called The Unending Journey. And it's only for Japan. Yoshi P, why? Why? I like books. I like.
So is that the Ultimanias for all 3 expansions or something? Well, Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood.
I'm not sure, because I was tabbing in and out, and then when I tabbed in, I just saw him flipping through
They're
the
the
books,
script
and I looked
books
at
for the MSQ. That's what they are.
I want it. Yoshi P, why?
Shin, the closest one I would say is Saga. Saga is really close to Gears, and then Xenoblade 2, then Xenoblade X. Because you'll see,
I don't have this much money. I don't.
You'll see things do you remember the big tower thing that looks like a cross in Xenogears? The Zohar unit? Yeah, that exists in Xenosaga as a thing, and then in Xenogears, not Xenogears, Xenoblade. Xenoblade 2, it's part of the story as well in a different way, where you're seeing it visually on certain characters. And then in X, the life pod units for that story is in that shape. So that as a theme is still there. The mechs are still a thing in each game in one way or another. Xenosaga, you get mechs, and Xenoblade 2, you don't get mechs in the sense that you're looking for. You get them in a different way. And in X, you actually get mechs and you fight with them in a similar way you would in Xenogears, but more 3D action movements.
急にそんなお前らそんな映像作ってねえだろってそう我々が作ってればそうなりますけれども、そういうことなるほどね。はい。っていう商品でございます。なるほどなるほど。はい。
So yeah, just find what you like. Hey, Amber mentioned a whole other RPG series to me that I've never tried before or really looked at, and that's Wild Arms.
Yeah, Wild Arms. I missed that series.
Yeah.
Last game I was tracking was Crossfire for the PSP, and then Seems like the studio just dropped off the face of the earth.
Yeah. That if you
I
really
didn't
like,
play every Wild Arms. I played 3. I started playing 1 because I got it on my mom's PSN, and then after I enlisted, she like deleted all my stuff off her console. LOL. I played 4, I played 5, I played 3, I played Crossfire. I was looking into playing Alter Code F, which was the remake of the first game. And I've enjoyed pretty much every Wild Arms I've played. There was some aspects about like the 4th game I didn't particularly care for, but I still had fun with the game.
yeah, playing like Shin mentioned, Fantasy Stars 1, 2, and 4. I would even suggest Fantasy Stars Portable 1 and 2. They're pretty alright as well.
If you like turn-based games, JRPGs, look at Skies of Arcadia. That's a good-ass game.
It is.
That's just kind of chilling.
If you hate yourself but you want like a fun, silly story, play Disgaea.
God, I love Disgaea, but the amount of grinding Disgaea demands of me. I can't do it. I got the second game for PSP, and I'm just like, I just want to see the story. There's a fuck ton of Disgaeas.
Yeah,
there's a lot.
There's a lot.
I haven't actually played very many of them, but like I've been following the games, and there's a lot. I love the humor, I love the characters, the battle system is fun, but they ask me, they want me to grind way too much for my taste. Like I have a threshold of how much grinding I'm willing to put up with to play through a game, and a really good example of acceptable grinding threshold for me personally are Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy XII also. I can grind in short bursts with those games. I can dedicate like a day or so of just like grinding my characters and powering up and learning stuff. I feel like I can get that done at a pretty reasonable pace. Disgaea though, oh my god. Oh my god. The only other game that like the grinding turned me off of was Tactics Ogre, which broke my heart because it's a Matsuno game and I wanted to play Tactics Ogre, but I was like, I don't have any money, I don't have any troops, I don't have money to outfit my troops, I only get money from killing stuff on the battlefield and looting the corpses. And if the loot gets taken by an enemy unit, that's theirs. Fuck. This is too much, man. This is too much.
Yeah, Golden Sun's another one if you like that. Fire Emblem is another one of like a lot of long run series games, so you just have to find one that is right for you, be it the story and such. I liked Advance Wars for a bit. I never actually finished one.
When I wanted to get into Fire Emblem at the time, what the fuck was it? Fates for the 3DS?
Yes.
Fates campaign. My dumbass thought that the Conquest campaign sounded more interesting from a story standpoint. And then I didn't know how much of a sadist these Fire Emblem map creators were.
Was it also something like Fates is technically easier than Conquest?
I have no way to grind. No way to grind, no way to get money, no way to power up, it's just strategy. And I'm like, well, okay. I can try to strategize this out. And then after like 10 do-overs, I was starting to get frustrated, and I asked my boyfriend to help because he's played some Fire Emblem. Then he took my copy of the game, and then I have no idea where it is now.
I think it didn't help.
That's how when I tried to get into Fire Emblem.
I think it didn't help that Fates is also easier than Conquest.
No, I think Fates was the umbrella of like the story. And the copies were the different campaigns. Like there was Birthright was touted as like the more newbie friendly one.
That's the one. That's the one. Birthright.
And I considered getting Birthright, but I was like, this doesn't sound narratively as interesting as Conquest does.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got my ass kicked. And then I was like, okay, I'll figure this out someday if I can find out where my copy of the game went.
What's the point of an interesting narrative if you can't even reach it? So
I mean, that part of the game is not terribly far in. The prologue is not. I mean, like the part where I was stuck at is not that far off from finishing the prologue, because that's when the cast of Birthright turns against you in Conquest. So I'm like, if I were to pull up a guide in like this day and age, I would know how to prepare for not having any support.
Log on 14 and called it. I haven't even been on 14 today.
Oh yeah, me neither. I tried to sleep earlier because I knew I had stuff to do today. I knew I had homework. I knew I had to check up on something for my English class. And I was getting frustrated because I couldn't fall asleep, and I had a tension headache from my my trap muscles, part of which is aggravated by my bad arm because it goes up to my right shoulder. And then I'm like, okay, so I'm not playing any games right now. Not playing any games right now. Just about all I can do that doesn't aggravate my arm is read my phone. But then that aggravates my neck, which gave me the tension headache, and I was getting real mad because I was like, what can I do? I can't sleep, I can't read anything, it's just gonna aggravate my neck. So like, lay here and stare at the wall. I was in a bad mood.
Yeah, I think being angry also probably didn't help either.
Yeah, because I was steamed about like my English class. And I was still
that
kind
was
of
a trip
steamed.
yesterday.
I'm still kind of steamed about it. I'm less steamed now, but only because like I did all the math homework that was due today, so I got nothing due until there's an extra credit I can do on Sunday for one of my classes. And then I have like a chapter of medical literature, medical language thing I can work on. But like, yeah, so I wasn't able to sleep, and I set an alarm, and I was like, okay, try to sleep. I managed to sleep. I woke up earlier than my alarm allowed because Jeremy's alarm went off. So he turned his alarm off, and then I was like spamming snooze on my alarm, so I was like, okay, let me just set this for another hour, because the thing hasn't started yet. Went to lay back down. Wasn't sleeping, so I was like, alright, fine, I'm getting up. So I show up in Discord and everybody else is there for the first one, and they're all like, oh, let her announce herself, and all I can muster any energy to say is, I have a headache. I have a headache, and I feel like shit, and I've got a lot of stuff to do before midnight. So I'm doing my math homework and like tabbing between my math thing and the stream thing, and then I'm like, okay, I'm getting hungry, so I grab some mandarins, and I'm like, okay, I'm actually starting to get really fucking hungry. So I go to order something from DoorDash, and then Jeremy was getting mad at like himself because he kept forgetting to fertilize his plants in Monster Hunter World. So I'm just kind of sitting here like, honey, let me order food for us. I'm fucking hungry. I've got stuff to turn in before midnight, and there's like an announcement for 14 going on that I wanted to look at. So I was just like, I just feel like shit today.
移動させてください、延期させてくださいっていうその申し訳ないお願いもさせていただいたんですけど、本当そのいろんなものを含めてまた14というコンテンツを楽しんでいただけるようにね、これからも開発も運営も、まあ全社一丸となってね、
Talked to my mom on the phone like last week, and she was like, stay up all day and then you'll be able to fall asleep at a reasonable time. And I was like, you would think that, wouldn't you? I've given up. This is just my life.
Yeah, we have this issue of talking over people sometimes. So I was trying my hardest, like just let her say hello or whatever, just let her do her thing, and that's what you gave me. So I was like, well,
I had a headache.
I tried.
I mean, I did though. Like I get what you were what you were doing, but I just sat there for a couple of seconds and I was like, I have a headache. That's what's going on right now.
Alright, since that is the end of that, I'll be heading off now. Thank you everyone that did show up today. I really, really do appreciate it, since we've been streaming like this for the last 8.5 hours since some change. A lot happened. I even gave you guys a small mini preview of a playthrough. I'm exhausted. I don't usually do these 8-hour streams, so I hope you all enjoyed it.
Parsecing.
Yeah, unless we're parsecing, because it's an RPG. If we're not playing for nearly 6 hours, we haven't gone anywhere. We've taken 2 steps forward. That's how I feel about it.
I mean, it's only that way in Vesperia because we're trying to hit the side quest.
That too, yes, I'll admit that too.
Like, if we did the first playthrough not caring about side quests, that would be one thing. But then, like, on a subsequent playthrough, then we may as well not stream it, because we streamed most of the game. Just no side quests.
Why do we have to keep running into this Duke fellow? I don't understand.
They run concurrently to the main story, so I was like, it's in our best interest to grab all these stupid side quests.
Alright, who is streaming? Ah. Aisha must have turned off her stream already. That makes sense. Alright. Well, I am headed off. The host will... Twitch will decide who gets hosted. I shall let Twitch decide. Again, thank you everyone that did watch today, be it here or on YouTube. Take care everyone, be safe as always, have fun with your games, I'm out. I'll see you guys later.